Well, here we are. We're at Conversations on a Bench, 24 hours of conversation just starting, and we'll go till 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And just while we're getting started, just to kind of let everyone know what it is, this is intended to be raw conversation and opportunity for people to hear about homelessness and to hear about the work of Crossroads in central Nebraska. And my desire from this would be that people have a better understanding of who the homeless are and what it means to be homeless in central Nebraska. We were just recently in Kansas City, and what I noticed downtown in Kansas City was a lot of people laying on the streets here and there, and with no place to go, it looked like, and no plan. And so I think it gets confusing in central Nebraska because we don't see people laying on our streets. We might see someone in a city park occasionally or different places, but homelessness looks a lot different. And so my desire is to help people see what that is, and then to develop a heart of compassion, and that is a desire to get involved through volunteerism, not just at Crossroads, but any nonprofit, to look at our neighbors a little bit differently when we see them hurting, hopefully not with a judgmental heart, but with a heart of compassion and love. And then just to see the person and the humanity behind homelessness. And that is that each person has a story. Their story is real, and their struggles are real. And the best thing we can do as a community is to come around people. The Bible says to bear one another's burdens and to support each other. And that's what Crossroads does, is to bear the burdens of men, women, and families throughout central Nebraska, helping them during what I think is their greatest struggle in life, their lowest point in life so many times, making sure that men, women, moms, children, single dads have a safe place to be tonight, that they have food to eat. And if we did just that, that would be enough. But Crossroads desires to go beyond that, and that's to offer a 4-phase recovery program for each family or individual where they can come to know Christ and begin to address underlying issues of homelessness. And so hopefully the next 24 hours, if you're joining us at some point, you get a sense of who the homeless are. Hopefully this can help overcome some of the stereotypes that we struggle with. Personally, I've struggled with stereotypes. If I said the word homeless, maybe my mind automatically went to somebody who drinks too much, or someone that uses drugs, or different things that are just their stereotypes. And unfortunately what that does is it creates a barrier. It just takes away my compassion and my ability to help, because I think I know everything about that person just from seeing that they're homeless. And so thank you for joining us. And while we're here today, I've invited my friend Kelly to come here. And Kelly, thank you for coming to the bench. I'm on a bench, you're on a chair, and joining me for a conversation. And
thank you.
I think back, I've been at Crossroads now for just over 10 years. I think it might be a little bit more. And there aren't too many people that I've seen along the whole way, but you're one of them.
Yes, I had to think about when I started volunteering here and what I started doing. And I think it was 2012. Our last child was getting ready to graduate from high school and empty nest. And I was looking for a ministry that was gospel focused, someplace I could volunteer and, hopefully make a difference. I actually worked for Crossroads for a while, but then life kind of changed. I had a mother with failing health, and just working a job wasn't in the cards at the time. But I have volunteered since 2012, off and on through the years as my life has ebbed and flowed through whatever I'm going through. So
were you aware of Crossroads kind of from, you've been around the community for a long time? Were you aware of Crossroads, the organization, before it was here at Old Sunnyside building?
I was, and like you mentioned, and probably a lot of the people listening, I had a real preconceived idea of what went on here and who was here. And in my prideful way, I thought I'd come in and just straighten them all out and, give them my knowledge, and they'd walk out the door and, be successful first time round. And boy, it didn't take long for me to understand it's not anything like I thought it was. I too thought, the homeless, they're lazy and they're addicts.
Sure.
And No, I found out they're people with a heart. They're people, the majority of them want to succeed and be successful and have a different change of life. And I feel honored that I still am in contact with some of the females that resided here. And we still touch base through social media. So, yeah, it's a great place to volunteer. And sometimes I volunteered a lot and sometimes I haven't. But I think that's what was great about Crossroads. You're so flexible about whatever you want to do, we'll take you.
Yeah. So what kind of things have you done for volunteer work here?
So probably the first thing I started doing is myself and 2 other women did a ladies' Bible study. And that was just a really special time to realize there are a lot of people that have no idea what the Bible is, no idea who God was. So we would alternate. Sometimes we'd be here to support each other. I did that for a few years. I taught life skills classes in your 4-phase thing. I have wrote thank you notes in the basement. I've helped with food boxes in Lexington. I'm trying to think. The church that I'm involved in, we have really tried to partner with Crossroads. We've done a couple ladies activities. Last year we did Christmas bingo and invited everybody in Crossroads, male and female. We had a blast. They won prizes. We brought snacks. They sang Christmas carols, and I think they had a great time.
Yeah. So I kind of remember during your time volunteering here, and I was working as a case manager at the time. You were teaching a class that was about setting goals and achieving goals. And sometimes I think about people who are at Crossroads, what they're going through. It's almost like it's very hard to see past what's immediately in front of them, especially if you're trying to find out, where are you going to stay for the night? Where's your next meal going to come from? Those are on the forefront of their mind. And so how do you help people in that situation to think about the future and how to set a goal?
Well, I don't think I could share the future without talking about Christ, because Christ has a plan for our lives, and it's a good plan. But I think a lot of people expect success immediately, and they don't have the tools to get there. And I think that's one thing that I've really appreciated at Crossroads. You do more than just house or feed people. You give them the skills and the tools. I always said, take your tools out of your toolbox and use those to begin to chip away and make those little marks as you succeed in whatever you're trying to do. And one of the things I really realized is, you and I have friends, we have a support system, we have family, we have church, we have so many of these people have no one to cheer them on.
Yeah.
They are just trying to do it by themselves, and they feel like they're drowning and there's no one to give them a hand.
Yeah, I think the great thing about the mission is they don't necessarily have to plan about what's going to happen in the next 3 months, right?
They can focus on getting healthy mentally and spiritually and physically. They began to save money. They began to search for a job. That, things that we kind of take for granted, and some of them have never known, or nobody taught them how to fill out a resume or do an interview.
Right. Yeah, and I was talking about that class the other day because we had staff training just specifically on setting goals and achieving goals. And one of the things that the class talked about was knowing where you're at right now. And do you think it's difficult sometimes for people at Crossroads to be able to see right where they're at? Is it helpful for someone to help unpack that?
It takes time. I remember asking some of those people in the class, what's your goal? And some of them were not realistic. I want to own a Camaro and I want to do this and that. But I think once they begin to see baby steps, they realize that they can do this. They could do this with the support of the staff here at Crossroads. And
Yeah, it's been fun because part of our program is once you have a job is learning to steward what God has given you. And so building a savings account. And if you tell someone they have to save $1,000, especially if you just came from a place where you had absolutely nothing, you're going, $1,000, how am I ever going to get to that? But to see people even put $5 and $20 and starting to feel good that, hey, this could happen. and for them to reach those goals. And so I think over the years, when you and I see each other, we start to reminisce a little bit about
Oh my.
so-and-so that we knew, and someone who might have lived at the mission that has maybe even passed away.
Several that have passed on.
Yeah, and so I
And
wanted
several
to,
that made huge impacts on, literally huge impacts on my life.
yeah, I wanted to ask if you would tell us a little bit about people that you remember
Oh,
here
wow.
that really they ministered to you.
They would be the quirky ones because I'm a little quirky, but Rose.
Uh-huh.
And she came from a rough background, and I don't think she grew up in the best of families. And when you don't have that, you just learn to do what you can do to survive. But that lady, everybody loved her. As quirky and ornery as she could be. In fact, I still have a photo of her, and she passed away how many years ago?
Yeah.
I have a photo of her because it reminded me, I'm going to get teary-eyed. It reminded me that God loves everybody, and everybody has a story, and everybody deserves respect and to be honored and to be loved, even when she was as ornery as could be.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember she used to come up to me, and she was probably about this tall to me, but
Yeah.
put her finger in my face and tell me what to do. And but she, and I think it's important for people who might be listening in today to understand the dynamic of fitting into a community and the importance of that. You know, God didn't make us to be isolated and lone
No.
rangers.
No.
And for someone like Rose, who you're talking about, that she would have a place where she was understood and loved. How do you think that would impact someone like Rose?
She knew her people.
Yeah.
By the end, she knew her people. And, you know, everybody kind of looked out for her here. This in its own little realm is a family that just kind of look out for each other. I also think of Derek.
Yeah.
And, you know, couldn't write his name. Hadn't gone, I mean, he grew up in a family of addiction and addiction and addiction, and how proud he was when he learned to write his name, and then he was back out on the streets. And I called you and I said, what is going on?
Yeah.
And, you know, then we found out he had cancer, but he was here, and he was warm, and he was comfortable, and he had people that cared as he died.
Yeah. Yeah, it's so important. And I remember kind of in his last days, Derek had been in a place where he just really couldn't get up, and like you say, he was very sick. And I went to his room one day. One of our case managers was in there reading scriptures, singing with him, and which I thought was very special to have that kind of care. But anyways, we asked him about, you know, Derek, if you pass away within the next few days, do you know that you'll be in heaven? And without a shadow of a doubt, he was able to say, yes, I know my home is heaven. That's where I'll be.
Amen.
Yeah, and
Amen.
that's what we hope to accomplish, the greatest thing.
You know, one of the years before you were even here, I think we had 9 veterans staying at Crossroads, and I was shocked. Shocked. These are the people that have served their country, and the services weren't available for them, the mental health services, the physical services, and they just were in a government loop of being caught up trying to get the things figured out that they needed to get the help they needed.
Yeah.
That made a huge impact. There was another family that they came in. It was husband and wife. They were married. They had a small baby. And they had to make the decision if they paid rent and their bills, or if they went and fixed the only car that they had so he could get to his job. And they know he needed a job. He wanted a job. He wanted to provide for his family, but his car had just huge repair bills, and they couldn't do both. And so they ended up coming here, got back on their feet, saved some money, got their car repaired. He continued to work, and I know they're plugged into a church here in Hastings.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I was just amazed at the amount of people that had a story that I never even thought about why you would be homeless. I've met people that had college degrees that were homeless. I've met people that were totally illiterate. I've people that couldn't drive a car. Grandma's raising grandchildren.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a story for every person here or that's been here. And that demolished my prideful attitude about what the homeless are.
Sure. Yeah.
And I'm so glad. I came here thinking I knew it all, and I left being taught a lot.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And I've actually talked about you quite a bit to other people, because something I had noticed was, especially with moms, younger moms with little kids, that I noticed outside of Crossroads, you kind of meet them after their transition, or
Yep.
if it didn't work out here, and offer some mentorship. And so how has that experience been over the years?
It gives me a insight into being a single mom, because all of these women were. A lot of them grew up with not knowing what a healthy family life looked like and what boundaries looked like. And I actually continued on with one of your residents here that moved out into a mentoring program to get her daughter, who had been in foster care, back. And we have stayed in contact. That little girl had major health problems and passed away a couple years ago. I was able to go attend that funeral, and I was able to pray with that mom. There's another mom. She's pretty scattered, but she keeps trying. And she has reached out to me even within the last 6 months as her life kind of bottomed out again, and thanked me and thanked you in that email about everything, that how much grace we gave her and how much we helped her when she didn't even appreciate it.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's always encouraging.
It is, because you don't always hear the encouraging things.
Right. Yep.
But
and I think such a unique opportunity, because I talk a lot about generational poverty.
absolutely.
And that is that people grew up in a rough situation, like you've talked about, sometimes didn't know any better, didn't
Yeah.
receive any training.
Yes.
And that's really what felt normal to them even.
Yep.
And so the opportunity just being for you to invest in the life of a young mom, hopefully help their children to have a different experience. And so thank you for taking it beyond Crossroads and working with them.
Absolutely. No, my life at this moment, I haven't been plugged back into Crossroads for a couple years, but my heart is always here, and I think the world of this ministry, and I plug it all the time to either give financially or prayer or donations or whatever it takes to make it work, because as we talked earlier, financially life's a lot harder for not just the homeless but for everyone. And I ponder raising 4 children that we did and now out of the home, but it's like, wow, times are hard.
Yes. Yeah.
Times are hard. The other thing that really I noticed when I've been here is the amount of elderly within your care. That's
Yeah, in fact, on Conversations on a Bench, we're going to have a special guest from the Area Agency on Aging
Good.
to address specifically ministering to the elderly population. And that's one of those areas that I think just shatters the stereotypes.
Oh, absolutely. Shattered mine.
Right. And from 2023 to 2024, we saw a 212% increase of the number of people 55 and older who were coming to live at Crossroads. And just over the years that I've been here, but I have to believe from 1983 to now, that Crossroads and organizations like Crossroads have really had to adapt to new faces of homelessness. So we never imagined that we would be having to clean up someone's bedding or helping them to put different
wheelchairs
pampers on.
and oxygen tanks and walkers and all the health and physical needs that try to be met with those here.
Right. Yeah, so very challenging. I wanted to ask you if you'd kind of share, hopefully from this event, people are just listening in. My hope is for people to do something that really none of us in today's culture are good at, and that's just listen and learn. And so someone, though, might leave this event and go, wow, I really want to get involved. That would be exciting. And what would you share with the community? You've shared about your experience, but why should they be involved?
Because we're part of a community. And if you want to see homelessness decline, I don't know that it will ever not exist, but if you want the next generation to be supported and be encouraged, and no matter if you're teaching a class or you're boxing up food or you're going through the donations, And like I said, a couple hours a week to as many as you want to work, I assume, or as donate. But God calls us to do that.
Yeah.
And if we are Jesus followers, we're going to help our fellow man. We don't stay in our cushy little corner, and we get outside the box, and we're not going to change the world. Christ is going to do that, but we are going to reach out and love somebody that sometimes is unlovable or didn't walk the same walk you did or totally different background than you. But I have learned so much about homelessness by just listening.
Yeah.
And they need a friend. I mean, everybody needs friends.
That's right.
Everybody needs friends.
That's right.
So,
Well, thank you. Something I want to ask quite a few people to do while they're here is if you would be willing to say a prayer for
Sure.
People who are at Crossroads today in the
Sure.
ministry.
Sure.
All right.
Lord, we know you are at work, and we thank you, Father, for all that you do in the community of Hastings and Grand Island and Kearney and Lexington and Broken Bow and all the offshoots of the Crossroads ministry, Lord. We pray for favor upon this ministry, Lord, because we present the gospel. We share the hope that nothing a food box could do or clothes on their back or a roof over their head. Lord, you are the hope. And we pray for each and every one of these people within this community of homelessness here in Hastings, Lord, that they would be encouraged this day, that they would know that they are loved and cared for by the staff here. And Lord, continue to guide Daniel and the board and the staff, Lord, as they make decisions for the betterment of all of those here. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Kelly.
Thank you.
I appreciate you coming on.
Absolutely. They shut us off.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you coming.
So where are you going to sack out?
Right here, yeah. Well, All right. Thank you for joining us for Conversations on a Bench at Crossroads Mission Avenue. And we're going to be here for 24 hours, a live streamed event of just sharing stories of homelessness, sharing time with professionals in the field of mental health or addiction. We may have law enforcement stop by. I've gotten a few texts while we're sitting here of others who said they were going to stop by. And this is to be an open conversation. In fact, if you're watching and you have a testimony you want to share, something you would want to share about homelessness, you're even invited to come to the bench. And we want to fill the 24 hours with just opportunity for the community to be able to listen and to hear and to understand homelessness. And something you'll hear over and over again as we're talking today is that we're trying to do a job today to help shatter the stereotypes that come along with the word homelessness. I know that I've been guilty over time of anytime I think of homelessness, I used to think about someone who's maybe just drinking too much or using drugs or too lazy to work. But hopefully today what we can do is just open people's eyes to the fact that homelessness has many faces and real life stories, situations that are out of people's control. And so 24 hours of me being on the bench, this is just an opportunity. I said the other day, maybe it doesn't hurt for me to sit on a bench for a while and to experience what so many people are going through. Just right here in Hastings yesterday, I met a gentleman who's living out on the streets and unsure of where he wants to go next. But even the thought of coming out on the bench helped me to have compassion towards him, to understand that he has some things he needs to figure out and just to show him love and care. So I appreciate you tuning in, and I hope that you'll listen in to many different voices and to hear what homelessness is all about. And so today I've been sitting outside the mission. One of the things that I've noticed was a lot of people coming to the mission. I've probably seen over the last hour a half a dozen cars of people who are coming to receive food, food boxes that are at the mission. And we're going to have a conversation today with somebody who's in food services at Crossroads to learn what we're doing throughout central Nebraska to meet the needs of people who are facing food insecurities. And I think you'll find that to be an interesting topic to talk about. Here's something that I noticed about it though was most of the vehicles that were pulling up were elderly people. And you know, through the economic situation that we're all living through over the last couple years, we saw inflation just skyrocketing. We've seen more and more elderly people who are just having troubles making ends meet. And that's one of the things I've noticed today. We're also going to talk to someone from Area Agency on Aging and talk about this issue. We've seen at Crossroads statistically a real rise in the homelessness of people who are 55 and older. And so hopefully learning about that and how we can address those issues. And so I do have a guest coming on with me right now though, and get to talk about homelessness in Hastings. And so yeah, come on in, Sarah.
Hi.
Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
So just I guess an introduction for people is if you can just tell them your name and who you are, and maybe start out with how did you get involved at Crossroads?
Okay, well my name is, do I look straight ahead?
You look at me, look at the camera.
My name is Sarah Sweeney. I am the lead case manager for the Hastings Mission. I've worked at Crossroads 8 years now, 8 years and some odd months. What led me to Crossroads is I have a love for the Lord, and I just wanted to serve however He needed me to, and I was hired here. And I've been here ever since. Yeah.
So you actually, people who are working directly with guests, I think you have one of the longest tenures at Crossroads, right?
Yeah, one of them.
So we'll kind of unpack that a little bit. But one thing I know about you is you're a lead case manager. So right now you're a supervisor. You're doing a lot with programming, but that's not what you've always done here, right? Can you talk about your time at Crossroads? Where did you start? What different hats have you worn? And
Sure. I wrote notes. I hope that's
no
okay. So my various roles while being employed at Crossroads have included lead GA, guest advocate, administrative assistant, volunteer coordinator, and now lead case manager.
Yeah, so not too many people have worn that many hats here. That just has given you a lot of experience, right?
Yes, tons.
Has that been helpful to know so much of the ins and outs of the ministry?
Yeah, I feel like I can pretty much do whatever you need me to do within the mission.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's one of the things I appreciate about you is just your flexibility.
Thank you.
You know, someone asked me once how you spell ministry, and then they spelled the word flexibility. And I think that's a key to what we do here. How many days are the same at Crossroads?
None.
No
two days are the same, truly.
Yeah,
truly.
and that's what actually kind of makes it a great place to work at, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't get too boring here.
No,
And
not at all.
Before you came to work at Crossroads, I kind of remember a job interview with you because you put in an application to work here, and had you heard things about Crossroads before?
Yeah, I worked over actually at Menards. I had worked there I worked there in many capacities as well, but the old director used to shop there frequently.
Uh-huh.
And so he would talk to me, just ask how my day was. He was super friendly, and one of the times he asked me if I would be interested in Crossroads, or if I even knew what Crossroads was, which I hadn't at that point. And I knew someone that had worked here, so I just applied, and by the grace of God, I got the job.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Jerry Bumgardner, right?
Yeah, Jerry.
So I don't know if he's watching or not, but he was definitely guilty of poaching.
Yeah, he hired a few of us from there.
Employees at Menards, that was
For
his favorite
sure.
place to find employees.
Yeah.
And so just knowing a little bit about Crossroads, I mean, one of the hopes that we have with Conversations on a Bench is that we could shatter stereotypes. We have a lot of preconceived ideas, I think, of what we think homelessness is. And so do you think that you had those types of stereotypes in your mind, or how has this been different than what you had envisioned homelessness looked like?
100%. I had this idea that homelessness was what's portrayed in movies and books. It's I guess in my head I envisioned like an older guy lying in ditches, people addicted to drugs, like living in parks and benches, just dirty, filthy, criminals, that type of thing. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and so what's been different though? I mean, now in 8 years, I imagine you've met actually thousands of people who are in a houseless situation and having to come to Crossroads. And so how has that been different now?
Our guests don't fit any of those stereotypes. I mean, very few and far between. Most of our guests are just like you and I. Some of them are down on their luck. Some of them didn't have a retirement fund, retired, and now are living on Social Security, which they can't afford rent on. Housing is so expensive right now. Some people get hurt at work and they're out of work. They've used up all of their savings and they literally have no place to go. Like, thank God for Crossroads. We have some families that are just unable to pay the bills, you know, or maybe one of the parents left unexpectedly, and now we have a mom or dad with 3 kids and they have nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
So they come here. Yeah.
Yeah, so lots of different stories
Yeah.
and people from all walks of life.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
What I'd like to do is, before we finish here, I kind of want you to give us the state of homelessness in Hastings. I'm excited because today I get to host Sky Crooks from Grand Island to hear about the state of homelessness in Grand Island. Tim Burney is going to be with us later to talk about the state of homelessness in Kearney and what the mission has accomplished. But I think before we get there with you, I'd like to ask you about if you could share 2 or 3 stories. I think it's always fun for us to think about people who've impacted our lives. In fact, I was talking with Paul Spence the other day, who used to be a director at the mission here. He kept making the comment, and we'll hear from him later. He said, you know, that he felt like the people who were living here were ministering to him more than he was able to minister to them. Do you think that's the case in your experience?
Yes, yes. I wouldn't be here if I felt bored or if I didn't feel like I was serving a purpose. But I don't think our guests would stay long either if they didn't feel like they were serving a purpose. Our goal for everyone is obviously, hopefully, permanent housing, sustainability, but most importantly, finding Jesus, you know, and we all find him in different ways, but I learn every day from our guests here. I'm a better person because of the guests that we host here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so maybe people who are listening in on this today can understand a little bit. I think one of the stereotypes, not necessarily about the homeless in particular, but about homeless shelters, and I've heard it a lot over time, is that it's just kind of a sense that people just go lay around there, and they're allowed in. I've even heard that you can use drugs and alcohol in a homeless shelter. I've heard that you can be a registered sex offender in a homeless shelter. You just hear a lot of things. Could you kind of walk us through, like, what happens? The front door of the mission is right here. Someone comes to Crossroads today. What is the plan for them? What do they do at Crossroads?
Well, our thinking is someone comes to Crossroads not necessarily because they want to. They don't really have another option. So a lot of times someone will come in and they have lots of shame, guilt, they're embarrassed. So we try to always make them seen as a person and make them know that they are welcomed, just give them some dignity. And then we introduce them to our program, what Crossroads is, what our hope is for them, and then if they're interested, we do warrant checks, we do sex offender checks. We don't allow sex offenders at Crossroads, but there are other places we will give them information on that they can reach out. We don't want anyone to be homeless. And then from there, we get them checked in. We go through all of their belongings. We make sure that all medications are locked up. Any knives, any dangerous items, we lock up and store for them. And then we'll have them wash their clothing. And then we'll either the front office person or a guest who has been here for a while that has become a leader will show them to the room and just kind of get them acquainted with the mission.
Yeah, so that's kind of the check-in process. And then do they have to leave the mission during the day?
Well, we like everyone to work if they're able to. So in that regard, yes. But we don't lock our doors. If people can come in and out, we want this to be their temporary home. With that being said, we have chores, we have classes, we have structure here. So if you are here, you're probably going to be staying busy. We don't really let people take naps, sleep around. No, there's always something to do. But yeah, our goal for everyone is this isn't a permanent home. So let's get moving forward. What's the next step? What's the progress in that?
Yeah, so. And your job is to lead case management.
Yeah.
And you have people that you're working with who are also case managers. And so what does that mean, though, to be a case manager?
A case manager is each guest that checks in is appointed a case manager. And basically, we are working with the guest every step of the way to obtain whatever the end goal is, whether it's permanent housing, whether it's assisted living, nursing home. In order for that to happen, though, that's the end goal, we are also working with them on employment, job coaching, getting them referred to other agencies. Do they need medical appointments set up? Are their medications all right? Do they need to get new providers? I mean, there's a huge slew of things that we work with them, but it's just basically getting them set up for success for when they leave Crossroads, they have sustainability and a foundation built. So they hopefully praying to God that they don't have to come back. Yeah.
So I want to throw a statement at you and have you respond to it. The cure to homelessness is just to help people find a house to live in. No? Why not?
I mean, you could give every single person a house in this mission right now, and at this point in time anyway, and I would say I don't want to say what percent, there would be a percentage back because it wouldn't be something that they could obtain. It would not be longevity for them. Yeah.
They can't sustain and maintain that.
No.
And I think it's important for people who are listening in on today to be reminded of that, because there are models around the country of places that might have, I guess, a philosophy of housing first. So if we could just get somebody a house, that would solve their homeless problem, and they could move on. But I'd like to talk about the underlying issues of homelessness, and I think that's what you've described for us here today, is that case managers are really digging in deep with people, right?
Yeah.
and hopefully digging up some of those issues that have lended themselves to the homelessness that they're experiencing, right?
Yes.
And how important it is that we build a relationship, dig deeper with people, and then show them a path forward, right?
It's vital. It's necessary. Yeah, 100%.
So that happens through a day structure. You talked about keeping people busy, and this concept that idle hands are a devil's workshop.
Correct.
How important
Yeah.
it is to have a plan for the day.
Yeah.
But then going past that, even just beyond day structure, is kind of a roadmap, right? Of how do we go from homelessness to whatever we desire the outcome to be. And that's hard to say because of what you talked about, there being so many different life experiences and situations. Somebody might need to go to a nursing home. Somebody may need to go and find mental health care in an institution, for that matter.
Yeah.
Another person, maybe they have to learn to work, right? And so we have a program at Crossroads, right, that helps develop that. Can you tell us about the 4-phase program?
We do have a program. It's called, we call it PRP, but it stands for Personal Resilience Programming. It is a system of phases that we implement in order to get people progressing forward to obtain whatever the end goal is, which, let's say it's sustainable housing, but we can't just give them a house. So usually we start with getting acclimated with the mission, the other guests involved. We have them attend classes, the PRP classes, and there's a lot of different classes within that, but it can go over anything as far as there's habits and addiction. There's, my brain just went blank. There's
Resolving conflict.
resolving conflict. Yeah. There's spirituality and faith. There's usually a whole month of classes in order to get through that first phase.
Okay. So phase 1 is really getting a bed for emergency shelter. And I guess before we go on from phase 1, that's like your basic needs being met, right? Food and shelter.
I didn't mention that, yes. Yes.
Maybe for people who are joining us today, like how important is that? Just if we only had food and shelter here, how important is that?
I mean, it's super important.
Right.
I mean, we need that in order to move forward.
That's
if we
right.
don't have a better food, I mean, what do you do to get past that?
Yeah, that's literally our life, right?
Right.
So meeting those basic needs, but even going beyond food and shelter then is the programming that you talked about. So in that sense, I feel like the mission just goes phase 1 is that. Phase 2 is what?
So phase 2 is the employment phase. If the person is ready and they have medications, they're stabilized, and they're ready for that next step, there's a couple different ways we can do it. We like to refer if we can, so maybe they're eligible for vocational rehabilitation. We can get them going with them. Otherwise, the case manager will work with the guest and apply for jobs.
Okay.
We'll try to, if it's deemed necessary and the other person the guest is wanting to, we can do mock interviews. Just try to set them up for success.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just kind of throw another statement at you to respond to. If they just get a job, they wouldn't be homeless anymore. How true is that statement?
You know, it might be true for some people, but the majority of the people we serve, there's so much more to that.
Yeah.
A job is not going to fix them being homeless.
Yeah, and I think we talk a lot about being job ready, right?
Yeah.
And not everybody's job ready.
No.
Why not?
I mean, again, multitude of reasons, but maybe they haven't been taking care of themselves. Maybe they're detoxing from drugs or alcohol. Maybe they aren't stabilized on meds. Maybe they're undiagnosed and they have mental disorders that they need to take care of first. Maybe they need some serious therapy because they're going through something. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but if you show up to a job not ready, you're not going to succeed in it.
Yeah, and we want, hopefully that people, once they come to Crossroads, stop experiencing failure, right? And start to experience success in their life. And so phase 1, emergency shelter. Phase 2 is finding employment, and then we move on to phase 3 of the program. Tell us a little bit about phase 3.
That's savings And I just lost my train of thought. Can you help me?
Yeah, so savings and really it's a stewardship phase, right?
Yes.
And I think something really interesting about Crossroads is that we're open 24 hours a day, 365 or 66 days a year.
Yes.
And people can come in. It doesn't cost them anything to come into shelter, but there does come a point where they have financial responsibility here, right?
They do. And if it's okay for me to say, we have noticed, I mean, I've been here for a minute, so there was a time that we didn't expect anyone to pay, and it was hard keeping up with the place. It was really hard to keep up with the place. I'll just leave it at that. But when we tell people that they are paying a program fee, they tend to believe like their room is their home, and they take good care of it, and they clean up after themselves, and they find there's a lot of respect for themselves that they're able to maintain a home, pay for it, it becomes their own.
Yeah, I had noticed when everything was free in the homeless shelter that people didn't mind putting a hole in a wall, not cleaning up their area, or not living clean and sober, right? And so people do have to pay a program fee once they have employment or an income at Crossroads.
Yes.
It's $300. You talked about how it creates that sense of ownership. They have skin in the game, and that's a part of their financial responsibility, but also have to budget, right?
Budgeting is huge. I'm a stickler for budgeting, yes. And when someone comes in and we have, we set up goals and we do assessments along the way, nothing is out of the blue. We set them up to say, hey, after you get this job, let's work on your finances. We put into their budgeting, there's a program fee. We don't want anyone to go without. So yeah, we definitely budget. We really have to look at like past debts, do they owe child support, any debts owed. That's really big for us. We want people to pay what they owe. So we encourage that, we include that in budgeting. But besides that, our goal is to have, anywhere between $2,000 to even $6,000 saved before getting into permanent housing.
Yeah, that would be quite a goal, and that would be quite an achievement if someone could do that. And I think about some of the things we're trying to do at Crossroads, and that is to break cycles of poverty. And we talk about people who grew up in a home. Probably many of the people that we serve, there were no conversations about financial stewardship, and so we utilize the great Dave Ramsey program. Talks about
I love Dave.
All sorts of things financial, and so it's been really neat because there have been some people that have saved considerable amounts of money at Crossroads, have learned to save their money and be good stewards. Have you experienced someone in your time as a case manager that's been able to accomplish some of those things? Yeah,
we've had a few guests leave with, minimum a couple $1,000s. I can think of a few others that have had more than that, Yeah,
I remember as a case manager, I had someone that saved $8,000. They were able to pay down medical debts, and really I think set them way ahead just in their time at Crossroads, being able to do that because they have a place that's affordable. And I think that's the difference. If someone is to move out into a home in the community before they're financially prepared, they're really set up for failure, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things we talk about is an emergency fund, right?
Yes.
And so that when crisis comes, people are prepared to do that. And so phase 4, you talked a little bit when you were talking about a leader at the mission here. So what do you hope for in phase 4?
Leadership is, it's a great phase. You finished a lot of the physical work to get where you're at. So leadership is kind of taking new guests under your wing in such a way that actions speak louder than words. We want guests to see, if you work the program, what you can accomplish. A lot of times our leaders, they're humble, don't get me wrong, but they're proud of themselves. They have this air of proudness. So they're the first ones generally to kind of show the new people how things work within the facility. A lot of times the new guest or the guests that haven't reached that phase yet will go to them asking for suggestions for help. They're just, a leader in a lot of different capacities. A lot of guests rely on that.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, so 4 phases of the program, and Let's kind of get into then just the state of homelessness in Hastings here.
Okay.
We kind of talked a little bit about the difference between central Nebraska and maybe the large cities. That in large cities, we'll drive around, you see homeless people. You and I were actually at a conference with our team in Kansas City, and
Yeah.
we definitely saw it, right?
We did.
And
we did.
sometimes we might not think that homelessness is prevalent here just because we don't see it.
Yeah.
And so talk a little bit, we have some statistics today. Can you just kind of run us through some of those statistics so people can understand the impact that the mission has made in the community?
I would love to. Okay. So for 2025, mind you, we're only in October right now. We expect to serve around 600 people at our Hastings mission. And that's just Hastings.
Okay, yeah. And that this facility here, is that just men, women, and families who can come to this facility?
This facility can house men, women, and families.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Yep.
you expect this year to house 600 people.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, those are people who this is their only option during this time in
Yes.
terms of a place to live.
Yeah, this wouldn't be like a one-night stay. This would be permanent, or staying here to work the program. Yes, that type of
Okay.
thing. Yes.
Okay.
So right now we are serving about 23% elderly, and we consider elderly 55 and older.
Okay. So we got to be careful. Somebody might get
I
offended
know.
about that, right?
I don't want to step on anyone's toes. I'm not saying that in any which way.
But even talking about people who are at the age of 55 and older, and talking about the elderly population again, I really hope to bring that up quite a bit over the next 24 hours because that's alarming to me. I think that we all hope that we work our whole career and that we've built a retirement fund.
Right.
But to be at a place where you're coming to a homeless shelter at that age, I think would be devastating, right?
Sure.
What special care do you have to give to people in that situation?
First off, just like giving them like respect and just make them feel seen as a person, and just encourage any way we can, because it is, like I said, it's not easy to come here. I can only imagine. But special care is, what does the long-term goal look like for them? Like 55 is not that old, and I'm not saying that at all. But 55 can look different for everyone. We have some 55-year-olds that are disabled that are not able to live on their own, so maybe they'll need assisted living. Mm-hmm. We have 55-year-olds that are, and older, mind you, but that are able and ready to work. We would just do the same as we would with anyone else. But the older ages, our emphasis is really on long-term care as far as nursing homes, assisted living. We've had a few people go to hospice, sadly. It just looks different for everyone.
So I think just to put the emphasis on that, we say 55, and definitely that's not that old, but I've noticed over the last few years we have seen people in their 70s and even their 80s, right?
Yes.
Who are coming to a homeless shelter,
Yes.
no place to live, and no family. And I think that's very interesting. I think it tells us a lot about the family dynamic. It tells us that society, there's a breakdown in the family dynamic.
Yes.
But I do have to say what an honor and a privilege it is, and I think you would agree to serve those people who fit that category.
I'm sad that they have to come to this place, but I'm so grateful for them in that regard. Like, at least they have Crossroads, and we can give them, given the circumstances, the best we can have right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And probably one of the most heartbreaking things to me at the mission is just seeing people who come here and then they end up just loving it here, right?
Yeah.
And so it's really hard, especially for those older folks when they have to make another change.
Yeah.
Moving outside of the mission.
Yeah.
That can be difficult. So we talked a lot about that today. Talk to me a little bit about families. How many families have you served this year at Crossroads?
So this year so far we've served 21 families, and that includes 37 children.
Okay, yeah. So that creates also another dynamic of what it means to live at the homeless shelter, because they don't necessarily have a 3-bedroom home here, do they?
No, they don't. They do not have a 3-bedroom home. I wish they did.
So kind of small rooms. And what do you hope to accomplish with a family when they come to Crossroads?
Well, we first recognize that is not easy. at all. Kids need to be kids. They need to run. They can be loud. They are kids. So we make them a priority. I mean, everyone's a priority, but families, we want them out as soon as possible. And I say that with all the love in my heart. We want to get them into housing as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So we really stress that.
Get out into a more suitable environment.
Yes.
And, you know, that's a real thing. My wife and I were in foster care, helping out by being a foster home for a while, and it really opened up my eyes one time when a family with 4 or 5 kids and mom were all living in a car in the middle of summer. And I think, again, you know, just bringing light, my hope is to bring light to that in this 24 hours of conversation. That's a real life situation. And so ultimately a small room is better than living in the car.
For sure.
And
For sure.
Getting the kids enrolled in school and just getting
Yes.
really structure, right? And how important that is for children to have structure.
We give them a bedtime. Parents always need to be with their kids. But yeah, I mean, the school part is the first thing we do, and then get them into permanent housing ASAP.
Yeah. So, yeah, we could go on for a long time talking about different statistics of people living at the mission stuff. But again, give us one story of someone that, you know, that person really made an imprint on your life. You loved them. You enjoyed serving them.
I had to write this down because we've helped so many wonderful people. So we have a guy. I don't have his. Do you want me to say his name?
No, we don't have to.
Okay.
No.
We have a guy. He was released from prison. He had been in prison for several years before, and prior to that, he just lived a life of crime and destitution. He came to Crossroads after learning about Crossroads in prison, with basically just the shirt on his back. He started in short term and then moved in long term. He completed our PRP, personal resilience programming, and he just served in the mission where he could. He helped out any which way. It could have been scrubbing toilets. He was thankful to serve. Eventually, with the help of case management, he applied and was able to get benefits. He was unable to work because he was already 65 at that time. And so he was able to get SSI benefits. Then he was also able to get on the National ABLE program, which helps elderly people. They basically get paid to volunteer. And so he was able to volunteer at Crossroads Mission. And then from there, he got a decent savings built up, and he was able to move to our other transitional house, the duplex.
Okay.
And he's thriving, and he's been clean and sober for years now.
Yeah.
And he really thanks Crossroads for everything, but it's really all the glory to God in that.
Yeah, and I think before we just kind of wrap up this conversation is something that's kind of near and dear to my heart. And you mentioned that he'd been incarcerated before. And I think as we kind of get into thinking about homelessness, some people might be just an instant, nope, he can't be helped because he's been incarcerated, and it kind of takes your mind somewhere. But to me, one of the most important things that I might mention is for people who are coming out of incarceration, if they were to leave incarceration with no safe place to be and no plan in place, the chances of them recommitting a crime are extremely high, right?
Yes.
And that's where we see a lot of recidivism.
Yeah.
The recidivism rates just skyrocket when people don't have a safe place to be and they don't have a plan in their life. And so it's really neat to me to hear the story about this gentleman, to hear that he had a place, he had a plan, he had someone to help bear his burdens and to show him a better way to live, and now even talking about him working and being somebody who contributes to society. So again, Sarah, thank you for the many years of ministry at Crossroads.
My pleasure.
Yes, and for your heart. I know that I get to work beside you all the time. I see that you have a real heart for the Lord, and that just overflows into the way that you care for others. I have to say, so people who are listening understand, Sarah's usually an advocate for those who we might even be to a point where we're wondering if they're going to make it in the program, and Sarah's right there advocating for them. And I think that's really special. It shows the heart of Christ, so thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate this time. Okay,
Yep.
I'm free?
Yep.
Free? Okay.
Take care.
Thank you. Is it off?
Just welcome back, and I'm thankful that everybody's joined us for Conversations on a Bench, 24 hours of talking about homelessness and issues of homelessness, really hopefully opening our eyes to real life issues so that we're not just stuck on a stereotype of what we think homelessness is. And I have Laurel with me, and I'm excited to share some time with you and to talk about our partnership between Crossroads and South Central Behavioral. And I want to just share a statistic with you. This statistic comes from our work here at Crossroads, and our statistic is that 80% of our guests, and Sarah just talked to me before you were on, and she said that this year we're going to serve 600 guests at this facility. When we think about central Nebraska as a whole, it's quite possible that we will serve around 1,200 people. So 80% of those people who are coming to Crossroads are telling us that they struggle with mental health issues. And I think it's important for us to talk about that because when we talk about stereotypes, I hear some things out there when people say, well, you know, if we could just get them a house, they wouldn't be homeless anymore. If they would just go to work, they wouldn't be homeless anymore. They must want to be that way. There's a lot of things that get said about homelessness that hopefully we're going to unpack and hear about. And so maybe if you could just kind of introduce yourself and then share a little bit about your role and the agency that you're with.
Absolutely. So Laurel Prevette, and I am a care coordinator at South Central Behavioral Services. I'm also peer support, so I wear dual hats. And we are part of the care coordination team, which is implemented with our CCBHC grant, which we are now certified. We did have the governor recently in our office.
Yeah.
We had a big press conference, so we have that hanging up on the wall. But yeah, we've partnered with you guys. We do a lot of meetings in your wonderful break front area here. And yeah, all of our services with South Central Behavioral Service do kind of correlate with the work that you guys do as well. So we're very blessed to have you be team players in the community with us.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Huge. We were just talking before we came on here about, I've been around Crossroads 10 years, and if I was to think about, for us, collaboration is such a huge thing. So if I was to think about in Hastings, but even in central Nebraska, one of our greatest collaborations is South Central Behavioral. And I'll say this, not only from just an agency professional standpoint, I love what you guys do. I think it's really incredible. But I have seen the team from South Central Behavioral show care and friendship to people that I just think is incredible.
Absolutely.
And as we talk about the issue of mental health, how important is relationship?
Oh, relationship is huge. When we look at mental health statistics, we also have to talk about substance use. A lot of times those go hand in hand. We have a lot of individuals with mental health situations that will try to self-medicate, and sometimes then that can turn into addiction. I'm an addict myself, almost 17 years sober. So when I do peer support and when I do care coordination and do that connection piece, I can really walk the walk and talk the talk.
Yeah.
The lived experience is huge. Paving that pathway for individuals so that they know that there is something different than the path that they're currently going down.
So states, cities, our nation as a whole, I think, just grasping at straws, trying to find a solution for mental health issues.
Yeah.
I think we can all acknowledge that this is something that maybe was stigmatized in the past.
Oh, for sure.
And so we didn't address it like we should.
Yeah.
And so talk to me about, you just talked about the governor being here.
Yeah.
You talked about these funds. It sounds like Nebraska has a plan.
We do. I've got some statistics here. I printed them off because 3 kids later, my brain's not what it used to be. May 2023 is when Governor Pillen signed LB 276. That led to CCBHC implementation. So CCBHC stands for Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic, and he actually signed the Certified Community Behavioral Health Clinic Act because we like acronyms that are really hard to say.
Wow.
Yep. So this increases access to care for all people. It enables providers to incorporate evidence-based practice and then further establish care coordination. And I think that's something that you really see with South Central as a whole and with you guys is When you need some additional support for individuals in your services, you know who to call and who to reach out to. Same goes for us. If we need additional support in the community, we have a binder full of people that we know that we've built that relationship with, and we can reach out and get individuals served in the way that they need. The other nice thing about CCBHCs is our crisis response. So we do have a 24/7 crisis support team. So we're a mobile crisis unit. So for our area, when somebody calls or texts 988, and if that person on the 988 line needs some additional support, they call us.
Okay.
And so you get somebody local.
Someone might be watching, they might not know what 988 is.
Yeah, absolutely. So 988 is the suicide lifeline prevention number. It used to be a much longer number, but now it's only 3. And it is super adaptable because you can text, you can call, you can access it on a computer. You can do like a chat messaging style. So it's one of those things that there is hope and there is resources. And I know for individuals, I also had 2 suicidal ideation plans that I did not follow through with. I'm still here. So working through my own mental health journey, there is hope, and 988 is a great resource for sure.
Mental health is a really broad term, right? And I think that we just kind of throw it around, and then we see it in the news and we talk about this issue, but what is it exactly that so many people are facing? If you could kind of talk about specific areas of mental health that you're trying to address.
Oh, for sure. So I think that, again, looking at the whole individual and how mental health and how emotions and feelings and boundaries and all those things were instilled, and the stigma behind it, especially from past generations. And the past generations did the best they could with the knowledge at hand. But now it's time for change, and it's been time for change. So when we actively are evolving with the way that we think about those things, we see a lot of trauma. So trauma responses, whether it's childhood trauma, trauma at any age. So that will lead to occasionally that mental health piece. Of course, physical violence, sexual violence, domestic abuse. Right now the economy, like right now, individuals unable to afford bills or unable to get enough jobs to pay for rent or enough jobs to feed their families. I mean, that's going to lead to some thoughts of despair and some thoughts of hopelessness. We're getting attacked by an insect here. So when you already kind of have some things within you, whether it was stigma or how you were born or raised or people around you, or the trauma responses, when we have factors that play in, relationships, jobs, the stress of the world, that can really kind of exaggerate the already instilled mental health within a person. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. Man, woman, child, there's nothing to be ashamed having that conversation.
We have someone excited about conversations on a bench. I didn't think it would be that popular, but here we are. People are shouting about it. And, I want to talk a little bit about our work as a homeless shelter, and when we kind of couple that with mental health. I mean, we try to do a job here at Crossroads where we're determining underlying issues of homelessness. And there, as we talked today with other people, there are lots of issues that can lend to the homeless situation. And
Absolutely.
I think mental health is certainly one of those things. And one of the things we hope to do at Crossroads is have that evaluation period of asking a simple question, have you been diagnosed before with a mental health issue, or is there something that you want to talk to us about that you've been struggling through? And as I said, a large percentage of people have struggled through that. And so if you were to look at people who come to Crossroads who are struggling with mental health issues, if they didn't have the resource of a safe place to be, knowing where their next meal is coming from, and knowing that they had a stable environment, how does that affect their mental health? It's something that happens every day, but it's a real thing.
It is.
People
That's
are in
a
that
heavy
situation.
question. Those hierarchy of needs. When we don't have those basic needs met, how are we going to function? How, when you don't have a fed tummy to fuel the brain and the body, How are you going to function to look for jobs or to take care of your children or whatever the day might throw at you?
Right.
So making sure that those places to lay our head, a meal, access to medical care if we need it. All those things are very important. And really, I think that's why Hastings is so great as a community, because of how much collaboration we all have to help meet those hierarchy of needs for an individual.
Yeah.
Because if we didn't have a place such as your services, oh my goodness, that it would be so heartbreaking.
Yeah.
So heartbreaking.
Yeah, and I've talked about this a lot. So from somebody who's in the community working, to address mental health issues, if let's just say if I'm just going to use a name, if Susan, is struggling with mental health issues and she comes to your agency, she's seeking assistance, but she has no place to live, and you don't know where you're going to find her tomorrow. How do you help her? That makes it difficult.
That does make it difficult. You're right. So that's what the care coordination team can really assist with. We can look at our Tri-Cities. So of course, if Hastings is full, we would then assist with advocacy for trying to get her at least somewhere to lay her head and get some food, maybe a shower, whatever she might need in that moment. And then, we would be able to step in and maybe assist with connecting her to places who might be able to help with transportation needs. So meeting those basic needs and goals first, and then we can look at the whole person, whether it's mental health, whether it's behavioral health, substance use, all of those things kind of coexist together. So that would be, there's a lot of times that we've had people walk through our doors and we get out our big binder and we get into our work phones and we start making calls. Because sometimes, especially if somebody's down without food, as we all know, for a while, they aren't really quite able to advocate for themselves in that moment.
Yeah.
So we like to walk alongside. We are never, none of us are in a different hierarchy than anybody else. We walk alongside with our individuals and we let them know that they are seen, they are heard, and they are valued.
Sure. Yeah. And I think a lot of people might not know about Crossroads, that we don't necessarily hire therapists, we don't hire counselors.
Right.
We're here to meet a very specific need, and that is a place to live, and not to be. I tell people at Crossroads, you're not homeless anymore.
Right.
And obviously, you've been in the mission before. Is it terrible?
No.
It's pretty
I love
decent.
to come here.
Yeah, it's a very decent place, and the basic needs that you talk about are met. And so it's really not a homeless situation in that sense. You're not.
Right.
You're no longer on the street. You have what you need.
Right.
And able to build from there.
Absolutely.
And so, having said that, we don't hire the therapists, we don't hire counselors. That's where we just believe in referrals.
Oh, absolutely.
And being a referral agency, that is to reach out to professionals in that field.
Yeah.
Help connect people.
Yeah.
And I think that's so powerful, because our desire is that once somebody's done here at Crossroads and they found a place to transition, that they would have continued connections within the community.
Right.
Because at least from my standpoint, I feel like isolation is a very dangerous place to be, right?
Absolutely. Isolation is a coping skill and a technique, but you have to tread very lightly with that isolation piece. It can take people from one level of just, I need a break. I'm overstimulated. I need to step back, and maybe I'm going to go hang out under my comforter in my bed.
Yeah.
But when we're there for a week, that's when it starts to become a little bit of an issue. But then if we work together and collaborate and help the individual set up a safety plan for when I do feel like staying in my bed for a week, what's the next steps? What's the follow through? It's not just an end all be all. You don't just help individuals transition and then hope for the best.
Right.
I know, a lot of your staff firsthand, and it is that follow through piece.
Yeah.
And it can be a follow through piece for years, because we are in such a tight knit small community that we're going to see each other at events. We're going to see each other at the parks and out and about.
Yeah.
So to be able to see people thriving, when at one point we saw them maybe at their lowest point, it's really why we do what we do.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So I kind of talked about, people come to Crossroads, us connecting them out there, but before we came on the live stream here, you were telling me that there's times where you need the assistance of Crossroads, and you're referring someone. Can you tell me a little bit about that?
Absolutely, yeah. So we work on a sliding fee scale. So even if people don't have insurance, anybody can come through our door. Well, sometimes that looks like people might be coming through the door who just got released from the hospital, or maybe they came from a different town and they got dropped off at our front door, or maybe they are individuals who were currently incarcerated and their support system is no longer. There have been times that me and my other peer support specialist, Tyler, have called on you guys, even just for a night, even just for somewhere to lay their head and a meal, so that they can then wake up the next morning and try to figure out what the next steps are. And you guys have always listened. Even when we've called in panics, oh my goodness, it's raining and I have somebody walking all the way from H Street. You've opened your doors, you've waited for the individual. So that open communication between us as an agency and you guys has been so grateful.
Yeah, that's incredible. It works both ways.
Yes.
We appreciate the work that you do, and definitely from my standpoint, I've had quite an opportunity in my time at Crossroads. I started out as a men's case manager. I like to joke with people because when I got a job here, my first day on the job, and just like we're supposed to do, I dressed for success. They put me in the kitchen and I was sorting rotten strawberries.
Yes.
And so I ruined my clothes.
Oh,
but,
no.
going from there, my first job was working with men in the program here at Crossroads, and then various roles to where I'm at now. But over the years, I have seen people who struggle with mental health issues. And I think what's really unfortunate is when I first came to Crossroads, it was almost like something we needed to hide. And you talked a little bit about, how the change that's needed, and we would almost hide that because we wanted this picture of success to be that someone was homeless and then they got a job and they saved money and they went on to live the American dream.
Right.
And that's really good. But for sometimes in severe cases where people have just so much to overcome mentally, the success is to be stable, and the success is to keep your place to live.
Yeah.
And to keep your relationships right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
and sometimes that looks like a higher level of care.
Right.
Sometimes we have, individuals that they just need a little additional support.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
Right. Yeah, so I kind of talk about that now when we talk about success at Crossroads. And this conversation is intended to be really transparent and raw in that sense that I have been saying for quite a few years now that there are people that I believe we will support for years to come. They'll call Crossroads home, maybe permanently in some cases. And for us, we've celebrated that's success. They may not move out of here. They may not go on to do some things that others may be able to, but the success is that they have a great life.
Right.
They have a community. And maybe if you could talk just a little bit about a community that understands.
Absolutely, yeah.
I have a story real quick about mental health and not, I guess, fitting in. Is I had a gentleman that we served here for a while, and then he got involved in a local church. And they called me one day and they said, we love him, but could you tell him to stop shaking the sofa for change? And it got hard because it just wasn't a place where I guess it seemed that he fit in well. But when he came to Crossroads, he fit in so well. And I think it transformed his life.
Absolutely. Sorry. Gotta take a water break. Those stories of transformation are really, really big. I also have raging ADHD. What was the initial question before your story?
Just the importance of community and fitting in, and that there is a place for people, even if they're in a difficult place mentally, that they have a place that fits in, and how important that is. I think because, and sorry to keep talking about it, but we talked about money and bills and, the government signing a bill, the governor, and I think that's all very important, but then there are some things that money can't fix. Right.
Yes. Yep, absolutely. So when you look at the CCBHC guideline and that community circle, we really look at it as the individuals that we are assisting. In the moment, we are providing just this full circle kind of, warm embrace around them. And sometimes that does look like connecting them to other agencies within the community, connecting them to medical providers, teaching them how to apply for any forms of assistance or forms, paperwork in general.
Yeah.
There's a lot of individuals who maybe didn't ever have those skills taught or didn't need to have those skills, something that they were, a teachable moment. So we have every interaction with every individual we meet with, we have the chance to not only assist, but then to teach.
Yeah.
And so at South Central, really making sure that the stigma piece of mental, behavioral, substance, all of that, we try to incorporate it so that people can understand with as little additional judgment or hurtful judgment, because we are all human, and that is just a part. It's a very noisy street today. It's dangerous for somebody with ADHD. But we really, as a CCPHC, the future of behavioral health is huge. So collaborating and having that communication piece, and again, teaching individuals that we work with to communicate effectively between medical providers or landlords or bosses or people within their own family. And I like to, some of my people on my peer support side of things, I learn so much. Every day I go to work, I learn. Whether it's from coworkers, whether it's from individuals who walk through our door. It's just, it's a huge blessing to be where I'm at, to do what I do, to be able to interact with the individuals, and learn and grow, really.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I
Absolutely.
appreciate what you do. And if you're joining us on for Conversations on a Bench on the live feed, I'm visiting with Laurel from South Central Behavioral. I just have to say the work we do at Crossroads to bring support to the homeless, we couldn't do without South Central Behavioral, an important community asset, agency that has a great plan to address mental health issues within our community, and something to really be celebrated. I just appreciate you spending time with me today.
Yeah. Thanks for having us.
Good to meet you.
You too. I know we always are coexisting at events, and I'm always like, oh, there he is. But we haven't really face to face. So this was great, and you have beautiful weather. So
yes, perfect.
And a great tech team. So fantastic.
So well, thanks for your time. And
you betcha.
Thanks for coming on the bench.
Absolutely.
Have a great day.
Did you get
And
it
I think I can
right?
keep this here.
Okay. Is it just a continuous loop?
Maybe.
Okay. Well, have a great evening.
You too. Take care.
You.
Okay, we're back with Conversations on a Bench, and 24 hours of conversation. The conversation is surrounding homelessness, issues of homelessness, and just hopefully opening our eyes to the needs that are in our communities. And I say community, I mean central Nebraska. Crossroads has changed a lot over the years, and we're going to hear about how from Paul Spence later on today, talking about the ministry, how it's grown throughout the years, starting in Hastings in 1983, growing now with a broad footprint across central Nebraska, meeting the needs of thousands of people who are homeless and have no place to go for various reasons. And just now heard from South Central Behavioral, who's a great community partner, the needs that they're meeting in the community, but also how we work together to meet needs. And that's so important that we have community collaboration. And so I'm excited today to have two really good friends with me on the bench talking about homelessness, but different things that are going on at Crossroads. And the first one, I'd like to, Leandra, thank you for coming and having a conversation with me.
Absolutely.
And you may have to hold the microphone a little bit close so it'll pick you up with a lot of street noise and stuff. But just wanted to have a conversation with you today because you have some lived experience when we're talking about Crossroads, the work at Crossroads, needing a place to be for a time. And so I was wondering if we can kind of go back a little bit to the day that you walked through the doors of Crossroads. What brought you to Crossroads?
Okay, absolutely. Well, you know, I was walking a path in my life that, you know, I hadn't walked, and I had been doing it for a couple of years, and, you know, really I had gotten into trouble and needed a safe place to go. And I was ordered to come to Crossroads from the court system. And yeah, when I showed up, I was very apprehensive. I was nervous, but you know, I was welcome. There's a lot of great people here, and it couldn't have been a better move for me. Yeah. I always say it was my divine intervention, and God was in works with that one.
Yeah, that's incredible. And you know, you talk about the apprehension and coming to the homeless shelter. Had you ever been to a homeless shelter before?
No.
No, and so I think it's important. Part of what we're trying to do with Conversations on a Bench is to address the stereotypes and the stigma that comes along with homelessness. And sometimes when I think people think about homelessness, they don't understand what a step that is to go into a homeless shelter. There are a lot of fears of, can you unpack that a little bit? Like what made you nervous about walking through the doors here?
Well, really because you don't know, you know, what you're going to be walking into. You don't know what to expect. You don't know what kind of individuals are going to be around you. And just, you know, with many different personalities, there's, you know, just multiple outcomes played over and over in my head for, like, you know, worst case scenario. I'm kind of an overthinker and a worrier as is, but yeah, it was just a lot of the unknowns that really made me nervous about the situation.
Sure. Yeah. And so but you got here, and was it different than you thought?
It was much different than I thought, yes.
What ways, what things were different?
Well, it wasn't as bad as I had made it out to be in my head. Like, of course, you know, with the stigma of being in a homeless shelter, like I, you know, just had the vision of like what it's like in the city. Like you're going to walk in and there's like cots laid out all over the room, and then people have to sleep right next to each other, and then, you know, just bag meals. But no, there's actually a dining hall, and we're served up, you know, good food, and you know, there's good people, and the you know, there's different areas for, you know, different individuals, from the men, women, and children. And yeah, it was just all sorts of different people that I never expected would be, you know, at a homeless shelter, because there's a lot of different stereotypes that come with being homeless, and that's not what I was met with here.
Sure. Okay. So if I remember right, the area that you moved into in the mission was kind of actually I think it was just newly remodeled.
Yes.
And so coming in, is it comfortable? Did it feel at all like a place that you could call home for a time, or what?
It did. Like? It did. It kind of felt like as if I were at like a college dorm room or something like that. So yeah, you know, it was nice. It was safe, and you know, I had a nice room, and you know, it was secure. So it made me really comfortable and eased my fears with that aspect of it.
Sure. Yeah. And then we talked with Sarah earlier today, who's the lead case manager for Hastings. She got kind of into this 4-phase program that we have at Crossroads, and so I think that there is a stereotype of homeless shelters in general that, you know, people go there and they just kind of lay around, and there is no purpose. Has that been your experience during your time you were at
Not my
Crossroads?
experience at all, no, because Crossroads is more than, a homeless shelter. Like, we run a rescue mission, really trying to help rehabilitate people and, show them that there is a better way of life and, what the steps are to actually achieve that.
Yeah. So you didn't just lay in bed all day.
I didn't lay in bed all day.
No. What did you do?
I tried to at first, but I was soon got and said, hey, you need to go do your chores.
Okay. Somebody came to your room.
I was a
huh?
little scared. Yeah, I didn't want
Okay.
to interact with people too much, but yeah, I came full circle.
Sure. So I think the first time that I had met you, I was filling in a little bit of time, and that was part of your day structure, right?
Yes.
What did you do there?
So I had to do community service work, not only, helping the wheels go round with the requirements of what Crossroads had with their programming, but I was required to do community service as part of the drug court program that I was on. And so, yeah, being down there, I got to do lots of fun stuff. I organized from top to bottom the kids area at first.
Yeah.
And though, it got messed up quickly, we got it organized. And then, yeah, just like sorting clothes, hanging up clothes, organizing things, cleaning, like it was just part of the day-to-day activities that I was doing.
I talked to Sarah a little bit earlier, and we were talking about people who come, say, on drug court, maybe come from incarceration or different situations like that. We talked about how important it is to have a plan and a safe place to be,
Yes.
and how without that there's a high chance for people to recommit a crime and to be reincarcerated. Do you think that statement would be true?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, because, given, the fragile state of mind that these people are in anyways, coming from such a structured environment like, being incarcerated, when they get out, they still need a lot of structure in order to not fall back into their old ways.
Yeah. And you'd gone through a lot, and kind of sounds like your life had fallen apart, and there was a lot to put together.
Yeah.
And so tell me about that process. How did God start bringing all these pieces together? You had just the need to have your life back on track in terms of what you were doing. You had your family. You had to get a job. How did this all come together?
Yeah, so I had to full circle everything because, like you said, I just about lost everything. And so not only was I committed to, staying clean and not following back down the path that I was on, but I had to get a job. I had to stabilize myself. So I had to get full-time employment, and I had to, get a house, get my car back going, and yeah, just the basic requirements that you need to live a secure lifestyle.
Yeah. And I think what's really neat about the program at Crossroads is you do have these steps that you work through. And as people work through the steps, there comes a point when they're met with opportunity.
Yes.
And it's not just an end of the road, I finished a program, now I just go back to my life. It is life, and it's a new life, right?
Yeah.
And it's a different direction and a different path. And so somewhere along the way, God brought you opportunity,
Yes.
which is your current place of employment. And what is that?
Yeah. And so, like you had said earlier, I started volunteering or doing community service down at the thrift store. And so after I was offered a job and started working for the thrift store, and then a couple months after that, I was offered the management position. And so now I have been the Hastings Mission Avenue thrift store manager for over 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you've done a good job.
Thank
and I
you.
just want to say that, you've done an incredible job. I hear from a lot of people in the community who love your personality. I think that sometimes they're not even going there to shop, they're just going there to see you.
To socialize.
And, that's part of their daily routine.
Yes.
And I think that's kind of a neat thing, like when we talk about community. Because a lot of what we're talking about, addressing issues of homelessness and these types of things, it is being a community. I spoke to Kelly Kreitz earlier. I asked her, why should people be involved? And she said, because we're a community. And that's what it means to be a community, is supporting each other. And that's what's neat to me. The store is very much a community.
Yes.
Do you see the same people in the store?
We do. I mean, we have, our regulars that come in, and building the meaningful relationships with people. I don't know, words, it just makes you happy. It just brings extra spark, to your heart when you see these people. And I'm good for them and they're good for me.
Yeah. So I guess before we kind of go on, God did something else special in your life. You have a beautiful little person
Yes,
in
I
your
do.
life. and you also had the opportunity to kind of reconnect with your kids and really to put your family life together.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yep. I have 4 kids, and they mean the world to me. And you don't really know what your life is missing until you have it. And I believe God has truly blessed me, and I couldn't be, happier for where I'm at in life right now. And because of you guys, because of Crossroads, like, I was able to achieve the status of where I'm at right now.
Yeah, it's an incredible testimony, and I think there's things as a director at Crossroads that I hope for, and I think just in being transparent, this is meant to be really transparent and raw. There are so many times when we serve people at Crossroads that we just don't quite get to where we wanted to with them.
Yeah.
And that's very unfortunate. I think that's why second chances and third chances are so important.
Mm-hmm.
Your testimony, though, is like a dream for someone in my position to feel like that something significant happened here, and to see your life story. And I guess before we kind of move on to, you're kind of on to another, I guess, season and adventure in your life, right?
I am, yes.
There might be someone watching today who's never been to Fresh
and Press, yes.
Tell
Fresh
us a
and
little
Press
bit about that.
Hastings. So my brother and I decided, we've always had a dream about opening something up, and everything kind of just fell into place. And so, yes, we'll call it a fast casual cafe, but it's called Fresh and Press, and it's located next to Little Caesars in Imperial Garden off of Burlington. And we have panini press sandwiches, we have a full salad bar, we do breakfast sandwiches all day, smoothies, we have gelatos, and we do all sorts of specialty drinks. And I couldn't be more fortunate for these blessings that have transpired in my life. And again, like, I owe a lot to Daniel and the whole crew at Crossroads for helping me, guiding me in some of my most vulnerable and weakest times. And they saw something in me that I didn't necessarily see in myself, and now I'm trying to achieve my dreams.
Well, thank you for sharing. And I think that what we understand is when people have learned something and they've learned it well, or when somebody's been helped and their life's been transformed, we see that somebody goes from receiving to giving.
Yes.
Right? And so Mission Avenue Thrift, is that a place where you feel like you're able to help people?
It is. And like I've said before, like, I was once in a position where I needed help, and now I'm in a position where I get to help people. And so far, Mission Avenue Thrift has helped with over $19,000 worth of goods and basic necessities, clothing for over 600 men, women, and children in need in Adams County and surrounding counties. And it's very fulfilling to be able to help people.
Yeah, and so we want to make sure that people go away from here too understanding resources in the community. And you kind of mentioned about the resources that were given to people who were in need at the time. How do people have access to these items?
So they really just come into the store and ask for a community needs form, and we'll help them on the spot. And if we have what they're in need of, then we can go ahead and get it taken care of with. Other times there's like a wait list we can possibly put them on, like for beds and things like that, because beds are in a really high demand. But just as long as you speak up, we're here, and we'll try to help you as one of the resources available.
Okay, and that kind of takes us on to another important topic, and that's why I have Erica here with us. Hola, Erica.
Hola, Daniel.
So Erica is with us today, and Erica, what is your role at Crossroads and Mission Avenue Thrift?
So I manage all the thrift stores. I look up. So I look and see how they're running, and making sure that everybody, every manager has what they need, and the thrift stores are running okay, and making sure that anything they need, I'm capable of doing it.
Yeah, you play an important role at Mission Avenue Thrift, and I think it's kind of interesting because I've talked a lot today about volunteerism. Like, what I hope from conversations on a bench is that people's hearts would be moved towards compassion, and that they would desire to roll up their sleeves and get involved. And I think back, Erica, is that the first time I met you, you weren't in a management position, though. At Crossroads, you started out as a volunteer, right?
Yep, I was actually a volunteer for a whole year. I see what was going on at Crossroads, and I got really excited. Then later on, the manager just decided, he just went on, and I was offered a job. I was working part time, and the other manager had left, and so Daniel offered me the manager position, and so I took over. I was a little nervous, like I am right now, but
Yeah.
but yeah, it's been very excited. I see a lot of things that happen here, and it's exciting. It's seeing how we can help others just with what we're doing. It's amazing. It's something that I would do it again.
Sure.
So I'm very happy to be here.
Yeah, I think what's interesting too, like the thrift store's over on Elm Street now, but when you were here and you were volunteering here, it was in the basement of the homeless shelter.
Yeah, so it's a different change. It's amazing what we've accomplished.
Yeah.
It's now I look back and I think of how we had water in the basement sometimes, and now looking at these beautiful floors in the store, and everything has just changed so much that I think the community appreciates it too. So everybody's excited to have a brand new store.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful.
Yeah. And that's really interesting because when it was in the basement here, you were rubbing shoulders with people who were living in the shelter.
Yes.
They were coming there for their needs to be met. They were coming there to help with their community service for the day, like Leandra talked about. Today is about removing stereotypes. We have preconceived ideas about homelessness. You volunteered, you came here, you were rubbing shoulders with people who were in a state of homelessness. And how did that change your perception of homelessness?
Daniel, I've seen it. Anybody can come here. It does not matter where we came from. We can all have a fall, and this is not about people that don't care or people that are here just because they made the choice. It's something that we can all go through. Mm-hmm. I've seen wonderful people, successful people, like I have one right here beside me, and it's very, very excited. Throughout the time I was downstairs, I met a lot of people, and you get that feeling, how sometimes they struggle for some reason, but then seeing them and trying to do something better, it makes it very special. Everybody's special here. Yeah. So it does not matter where you came from, we're all special. Yes.
Yeah, and we've seen your heart here at Crossroads and a desire to serve. And I think what's interesting about the program too, and Leandra's kind of in that fits that scenario, is that we've been able to be in a position with Mission Avenue Thrift where people who come here, they have no job, they have no home, they have no plan, but they get to that point where they can work at the store. And you have, both of you now have supervised a lot of those people who come through the program, who get a job opportunity at Mission Avenue Thrift, a real paying job. Yes. With if they're there long enough, they can have retirement benefits, they can have vision insurance and dental insurance. And so, have you found that people who are coming through the program make great employees at Mission Avenue Thrift?
Yes, Daniel, and I don't just see it here at Crossroads, but we also get a lot of volunteers from different organizations, and then we've actually had a bunch of employees too. Just a few months ago, well, it's been going on, but we hire them. The organizations get really excited about it too, because then once they learn the job, they can stay on it, and then they get paid, and so they get really excited about it. Yeah. And so, like I said, I haven't just seen it here, but I've seen it throughout all the organizations that help us out and brings us our wonderful volunteers that help us out a lot. Yeah.
So yeah, there's a lot that goes on. I want to kind of hit a sensitive subject though, and I see sometimes in the community people get on wonderful social media and comments about the price of items, or that they're selling items at Mission Avenue Thrift. I think that I want to just bring to light today though the importance of what's happening at Mission Avenue Thrift in terms of the support that it offers for this year. This year we're likely to serve up to 1,200 people who are in a homeless shelter, who are receiving assistance. They have hope in their life. And can you talk a little bit about every dollar that's made has a purpose at Mission Avenue Thrift?
Yeah, so we've made $57,000. We actually we helped with $57,000 so far.
So that's throughout central Nebraska.
Yes, throughout central Nebraska. We've helped with that we helped almost 2,000 people.
Wow.
Yeah, we also had, like I said, like I was talking about the volunteers, we've had 688 volunteers, and we're so grateful to have them because every hand helps.
Yeah.
And so by that they put in like 8,200 hours of work.
Wow.
Yeah, throughout these years.
Yeah.
So it's been
why should people shop at Mission Avenue Thrift then?
So any all our proceeds go to the homeless, to
Yeah.
Crossroads, and because
And we couldn't do
We
what we
couldn't-
do for everybody without our customers and donors alike,
Yeah.
so we really
Yeah.
are very appreciative.
I think it's a unique
Yes.
way for people to support the ministry, and I think something really different. There are a lot of thrift stores. A lot of them do support a good cause. I would say that we're the only thrift store that's supporting an actual house for somebody to live in,
Yes.
and a program for them to get on their feet, and that includes men, women, and families, right?
Yes.
And the hope that they can have. And so I just appreciate both of you coming on. I said that I have two friends coming on. Both of you are good friends to me.
Thank you.
In my position at Crossroads, it's important when you're in leadership to have people that you can count on, who stand next to you and who work hard. And both of you are incredible in
Thank you,
every
Daniel.
one of those aspects, and the work that you do at Crossroads makes a huge difference. So I
Thank you,
appreciate
Daniel.
you. Thank you both for coming on the bench.
We appreciate you for having
Thank
us.
you for always
All right.
being there
Yes,
too.
thank you,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you for trusting us.
Have a good evening.
All
Thank
right.
you as well.
Got it.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Daniel Buller from Crossroads Mission in Hastings, Nebraska. Daniel, great to be together.
Yes, thank you. It's good to see you.
Looking like a beautiful day in Hastings.
Oh man, we couldn't have better weather. I was a little bit nervous about that, but here we are.
Hey, good. I just love that awesome conversation you had with two of your colleagues. That was really great. Who were they?
Yeah, so one was Leandra, and a neat story about Leandra was just her story of coming through Crossroads. Came out of incarceration, no place to go, and really just like sin does, it had taken everything from her. She didn't have a family, she didn't have much going on, but coming to Crossroads, it was neat to sit with them today because they're helping to run stores that help support the ministry, and they're leaders now at Crossroads.
You look at that and you say transformation isn't just being able to see people grow and change, but it's actually to become what God created them to become, and ultimately to be able to see the impact of their lives in the lives of others. So great stories. Thanks so much for that.
Yes, absolutely. And, you're exactly right to see transformation in Leandra's life and restoration. You know, anytime we see a family that can come back together, for a mom to be with her kids, and it just doesn't get any better than that.
That's great. And we were together just last week in Kansas City, which was pretty awesome. And great to be able to be part of conversations on a bench together. What have your conversations been like so far?
Well, it's been really fun, you know, to have people here that I think the neat thing about being at Crossroads here is getting to know so many people throughout a 10-year time span, and to work with them over and over again. I had Kelly, who's she'd been volunteering longer than I've been at the mission here. I had Sarah, who came on staff in my time here at Crossroads. She's worn about every hat, just like, as you know, at a homeless shelter, how many hats people wear. And she's seen the ministry inside and out. And we also had a great community partner from South Central Behavioral, and we're talking about this issue of mental health and how that plays a role in homelessness, but there's got to be a solution for it. So they've been great conversations.
That's great. Now, you are not just in Hastings, but also have a couple of other locations there in Nebraska, don't you?
Yeah, you know, God has really blessed the ministry of Crossroads throughout the years, expanding the territory of the ministry. And it started out in 1983 here in Hastings. Don't know, Tom, if you've ever been to Hastings. We're 25,000 people here. It's not like some of the cities that have missions, you know, that you see. They're bigger cities. This is a small community. And I think what happened is we became a mission that was serving regionally anyways, because for a 300 miles stretch, if you were homeless and no place to go, this is where you needed to go to. And so God has allowed us now to work not only in Hastings, but central Nebraska, Hastings, Kearney, Grand Island, and we're actually under construction about an hour and a half away. In the new year, we'll be opening up a new mission.
Very exciting with that, Daniel, definitely. And I think it's a great thing to be able to show and also be able to share that it isn't just about urban ministries, that really situations where people experience homelessness aren't just in cities. They are in rural areas, and they're all around the country. And it really allows us to be able to say Christians in any part of the country are able to reach out and help and care for their neighbors in ways that can bring change and transformation. And really appreciate you doing that too, Daniel, with you and your team there in Hastings.
Yeah, absolutely. I have to tell you, one of the most exciting things to me when we talk about rural communities and we talk about rural ministry, if we get out to some of these places, I don't know, some of these towns I don't know if they have 30 people or if they have 300 people, you know, but they have these small churches, and what's been exciting to me is seeing churches who have a congregation of 50 people who, you know, they just don't want to be content with their small community. They have a heart and a desire to be missionaries, to reach out to other people, and for them to come and be a part of Crossroads. That has just blown me away. Sometimes they're the smallest churches that give the most financially to make sure that the work is possible. Sometimes they bring the largest group of volunteers, and that's just really a unique aspect of serving out here in Nebraska.
I love that, and people are so generous and they give, and I think it's part of what's going on too with Citygate Network. We have 320 plus ministries around the country, but 95% of the money that comes into our missions and ministries is really through private philanthropy and through churches that choose to give, and generosity, and recognizing that as God has given to us, we're able to pass that on, be able to share it in the life of others. I think of the words we read in 1 John 3, where we're really told, just as Christ has sacrificed for us, ultimately we should be willing to sacrifice for others. And a great testimony and a great story there. How is that living itself out as you look to open another facility in the new year?
Yeah, obviously part of conversations on a bench is overcoming stereotypes and hopefully leading people towards a heart of compassion towards those who are really struggling. And it's been really interesting to be throughout central Nebraska over the last few years. I keep telling people, if you want to meet new people very quickly, go into their small community and say you're going to open a homeless shelter, and you're going to meet a lot of people very quickly. All of a sudden, some of them are interested in going to a city council meeting or a planning and zoning meeting. They might not know what that was before. And so, but it has just opened doors, because it might be that they would have never known about homelessness, that it even existed in their community or in the region, and then just opens their eyes and their hearts to it. And so I've been really excited that sometimes it does begin as a bit of a hostile conversation, and that's okay. And it's not something that I need to be pushing back against or trying to defend a position. It's just what we're doing here today. It's the opening of a conversation, and it is a conversation about what God wants our response to be towards those who are struggling in life and who need a hand up. And so we've seen, especially in Lexington opening the mission, the process, and the process has been a lot of what God had wanted to do in my heart. Teaching me patience, teaching me perseverance. So many days it might have been easy to say, you know what, we have 3 homeless shelters, that's okay. We don't need to open another one. That just wasn't a fun day at city council or whatever, but God had just really, every time I come back to Hastings, Kearney, or Grand Island, I look in the face of people whose lives have been transformed. It just gets me fired up again, and it's like, no, that's worth it, let's go.
I love that, and love your leadership too, Daniel, in the way that you're willing to have those conversations. And there is a lot of not in my backyard, but then when you're able to kind of share the stories from the other 3 centers that you have, and being able to share how God does work and how that does change ultimately people's hearts and destinies and future, and saying you want to bring that into a new community, there does end up being a lot more openness to that. And it is not a posture of really pushing back against, but wanting to help and to care and to bring support and services into those areas. So thanks for your willingness to have those conversations, to continue to push in and lean in ways that are sensitive, in ways that do care, and ultimately are able to share the love of Christ. And really appreciate that. Look forward to seeing what that new ministry is going to look like as you open up in the beginning of the year.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. And it is a real honor and a privilege to be able to serve the people that we do. Some of my best friends are people that I've met right here at Crossroads, and I just love that. And I do have to say, because a lot of people that might be listening in on right now don't know what Citygate is, Tom. And may even be a little bit confused when I say, we're a part of Citygate. And I was just wondering if you might be able to explain a little bit for people to understand what Citygate is, because in Kansas City, I was very inspired when you talked about a movement.
Yeah. And I think what we really look at that way, Daniel, is to say that for missions, and there are about 320 missions and ministries across the U.S., Canada, and the Caribbean, to say you're not alone, that we're really on this journey of bringing Christ's love in action across the country together. And knowing that at Crossroads there, you're part of one of many. And we've been around since 1906, over 120, almost 120 years. And has continued on, and being able to not only provide shelter but addiction recovery, also in residence programs, transitional housing, sometimes even permanent housing, and being able to do case management around mental health. And this happens from New York to LA, from Seattle down to Miami, but also especially in the heartland and in the Great Lakes, and along in the South as well. And it's great to be able to be part of a movement together where God's at work in changing hearts and changing lives and helping people move from ultimately from suffering to flourishing.
Yeah, thank you for that. It's exciting for us to, we went to Kansas City and to be with others who, here's what we found out is, it can be a very difficult ministry and a difficult mission field to work in. It was so refreshing to be with other men and women who were in the trenches with our staff, who could identify with the struggles that they face in ministry, and actually had a lot of fun. It was very encouraging.
Yes, and that really is to be able to share, best practices and ways of effectiveness and help to be able to do those things together. So really appreciate Daniel being part of this conversation and continuing to pray and partner together, and grateful. Please express our appreciation and our thanks to your entire Crossroads team there in Hastings.
We sure will. Thank you for joining me here.
Yep, blessings. Bye-bye.
God bless you. All right, well, welcome back to Conversations on a Bench, and this is about community, people stopping by. I wasn't sure if anyone would stop by, but I had some visitors who came by, unexpected visitors. Can you introduce yourselves?
My name is Gabe Hewitt. My name is Luke Hewitt.
All right, well, very good. What brought you guys out to Conversations on a Bench?
To bring you some snacks.
Yes, you're my favorite people. You brought me some snacks, and I appreciate that. And since you guys were here, though, I thought that it would be really interesting for people on the live stream today to hear from you, because you guys have been here at Crossroads before, haven't you? What did you do when you came to Crossroads?
I helped in the kitchen for the Thanksgiving, and then I helped in the kitchen for the Christmas dinner, and then I helped during the Caleb when we went
Unite
over
the
to
City.
the store and helped.
Yeah.
I helped with Thanksgiving in the kitchen, and I helped with the kitchen at Christmas.
Yeah, well, thank you both, and I appreciate you, especially during the holiday season, because a lot of people, when they're in a homeless situation, I think that it can be a really sad time of their life. And that's because maybe they don't get to see their family, or they start to remember bad things that happened in their families. And so you were able to be someone that was able to bring joy into their life and to show them the love of Christ by serving them. And so what was it like for you guys to come and volunteer here?
I really like to go and help the people on a holiday, because we got to come out during Christmas and help homeless people who needed some help, and I liked it.
I enjoyed cleaning up after them.
Oh, you did? You like cleaning up afterwards. Good. And so, a lot of people, they don't know, if they should come volunteer. What would you tell them about an opportunity to volunteer? Would you encourage them, or?
I'd tell them to come out and help volunteer, because they'll figure out something to do when they're here, because there's always something to help with.
Yeah, very good.
I would say how good it is and how you should come here, and you would get something to do.
All right, very good. And just kind of one last question would be about the people that you served, and did you get a chance to kind of get to know them at all, or to talk to them a little bit?
I got a chance to talk to a few people, and they seemed very thankful about what Crossroads is putting on and how we were able to come out and help them through some of their hard times.
Yeah.
Everybody that I talked to, they seemed really happy and joyful that I was talking to.
Yeah. Well, guys, thank you for coming out, and thank you for bringing snacks, because I didn't want to waste away. 24 hours is a long time, right? And you brought snacks for me, but the opportunity to share with other people too why they should be involved. And what's really neat to me is to see two young men who set the example for others and how to serve your community. So thank you both. All right, high five. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right.
Here's your snacks.
All right, very good. Thank you. Peanut butter. All right, we're back to Conversations on a Bench, and we just had a great time with a couple of visitors, the Hewitt boys, who came and brought me some snacks. I got some grapes, cheese, crackers, and what they called peanut butter energy balls. I think those are going to come in handy about 3 a.m. While I'm out here.
Those look like unbaked cookies. They look delicious.
Yes, yeah, I can't wait to try them. And we are here for 24 hours on the bench, and Conversations on a Bench is an opportunity just to have conversations, inviting people to the bench, really talking about the issue of homelessness, talking about homelessness here in central Nebraska. And my desire is that we would leave after 24 hours knowing a little bit more, because we've had the opportunity to listen and to interact. And so I've invited someone who I've got to know a little bit over the last few years. And Brandon, I feel like kind of been on a journey with you a little bit, even just going to the radio station every once in a while.
Yeah, it does feel like that. And it's interesting you say that, because it's kind of how I feel too. I feel like, when I do these morning shows and these interviews, I don't want it to be hey, here's this executive in here, or here's this expert in here, and let me ask you A, B, C, or D. Man, let's have a conversation. Let's talk. And, when we're talking about whatever you're dealing with, whether you are the executive director of a nonprofit or you are the coach of a football team, I want to ask you more than just, so you're on the 4-3 defense, right? And we talk about stuff. We talk about the definition of homelessness, and how it can be different for everybody, and how things can change, and how people can be homeless in the blink of an eye.
Yeah.
And so something can happen and change things for people, and how there are a lot of determining factors that play into that. But we, I think, to your point, when we get to know somebody, we get to understand their experiences, we get to understand what makes them them. And I've truly enjoyed getting to know you over the past couple of years, and just stand in awe of the work that you guys do here. You guys do a great job.
Yeah, thank you. It's exciting to be a part of this work, and it's always fun to go down to the radio station, and I get to do a lot of these types of things. I'll go to various places to do an interview, but I always enjoy going down to visit you guys. Number one, you have a team that just looks like they really enjoy what they do.
Yeah.
And so that's fun to be able to talk to you guys. But, something that came to mind, we were talking about doing Conversations on a Bench, and just being able to offer the community insight, unscripted insight, raw conversations about homelessness. Brandon, was a time when I was at the radio station, and you had commented to me that you had some life experience around this issue of homelessness.
Yeah. And I just got a tour of your facilities here, and you guys have, first of all, a great facility, and you do a lot of good work, as I've said. But seeing what you guys have there, from the food pantry, the large food pantry, to the big kitchen you guys have, which is amazing, and the different the wings that you have where folks are living, it brought me back to being 8 years old, getting out of foster care the first time, and my mother had just got custody of us. And the state of Nebraska, because she didn't have a job or a house, made her go through this program at the Salvation Army at the time in Omaha that allowed us to stay there. And where we were basically at was a big room that had about 9 or 10 beds in it, and we all just stayed there. Women and children stayed there, and it being in there, it kind of brought me back. And I'm usually not trauma prone or prone to being shot back to where you were or things like that, but even the smells, even the, I'm getting ready, the chicken was being prepared, it was just, there was so much that brought me back to being a little kid. And what does that make me think? Where have I been? Where have I come? How have I gotten here? And, work like this can make a difference. That's what really hit me, just walking through your facility.
Yeah. And, a lot of times when we're talking about people coming to homeless shelters, we can kind of just get into the routine of things, and we see people come in and come out all the time. But it is interesting for me to stop sometimes, have a conversation like this. I mean, what does it mean for your family to have a place to be when you're 8 years old?
Man, I tell you, there was, just even, I'm feeling and thinking some of those same feelings and thoughts I had. There was so much in my mind. I was so glad I got out of foster care. I'm back with my mom, right? Wow. There was that realization. I'm back with my sisters. I got separated from them in foster care. We had stayed in the same house first and then got separated, and we were in 2 different homes. And so to be back with them and to be back with my mom, there was some sort of normalcy that I had from the early 8 years of my life. So to have that was amazing. But then to have this place where it was different, there were rules that were different that we didn't understand and that mommy couldn't quite articulate, or maybe herself didn't understand, I guess. It was interesting to see, but yet also I knew, even at 8 years old, we were in a place where mommy was living for free and somebody and a lot of other folks were helping to make this possible for our family so we didn't have to live outside.
Oh, yeah.
And, I mean, it was November.
Yeah.
So it makes a difference.
Yeah. I was sharing a little bit earlier. I had Sarah Sweeney, who's our case manager here at Crossroads, lead case manager, about family. My wife and I were doing foster care for a while. Yeah. Had some young kids living in our house, and that we were able to have that opportunity with. But when I learned about their situation, there was 4 boys and mom who were living in a car and really kind of going around the Tri-City area, just wherever they could kind of land, but most of the time living in a car. It was the middle of summer. It was like over 100 degrees with them living in the car. And just, sometimes we live in Hastings here. It's a beautiful place. We don't see a lot of people laying on the streets. So homelessness looks a little bit different, right?
It definitely does. It looks a lot different here, and it can mean things from as simple as, hey, next week we don't know where food's going to come. We may have to choose between paying one of these bills that we just got in the mail today, or getting a week's worth of groceries, or man, I hope this $15 lasts us for a few more days until food stamps come in. Right? I mean, those are conversations we had. I mean, those are things that people are seeing. When I was on the roof, we talked about food insecurity and how everybody's feeling that crunch at the store. They're feeling the numbers going up for the price of beef and the price of this and that. The number of folks that are food insecure in this county, in Adams County, one of the counties in the Tri-Cities, has gone from 11% to 15.5% from 2021 to this year. That's amazing in a bad way. It's terrible. And that's 4% of people represents hundreds of people in this county who are now food insecure, who are now having to ask themselves those tough questions, having to make those tough decisions, or looking to know where to turn.
Yeah.
Even though there are places to turn like Crossroads.
Yeah, that's right. And so part of what we're trying to do today is, I just keep using the term shatter because I hope that's what happens, is shattering stereotypes. And, we do a mobile food pantry in Lexington. We'll see about 500 families come through within about an hour and a half time span at that mobile pantry. We're getting ready to Saturday to do one in Broken Bow. But I'll start to hear people make comments like, look at the car they're driving. Do they really need that food? Yeah. And that's what we hope to work on and to help people to understand the real life stories. As I've been sitting here today, Brandon, I've been watching by the front door here. We have a food box program where people who are facing food insecurities can come. They can get it's a banana box. It usually has meat, dairy, fresh produce in it. And what I have noticed, because I try to watch, who is it that's coming in the car, and I just noticed that there's a lot more elderly people who are coming and seeking food assistance. So it's just been really alarming to me to watch that dynamic.
I think we all, and I see those comments too, and it's disheartening because it exists, but it's heartening to know that it's not the majority, and it's not even a big percentage of folks. And I guess I also want to put myself in their shoes, the folks that are making the judgments shoes, because I've been there too, man, judging people just like them. Mm-hmm. We have to remember what happened when Christ happened upon the man who was blind, who came to him. What happened when Christ found out Lazarus was dead? Did he say, well, how'd you die? How'd you get blind? No, he didn't. He didn't ask him. He didn't. So we're asked to give. We're asked to be more Christ-like. We're asked to be judgment-free and remember the plank in our eye, right? So how many times a day do I have to say to myself as I'm driving down the road, they're a child of God. They're a child of God. They're a child of God. And that reminder, even though we laugh and jest, is truth. Yes. And that is the reminder we all must remind ourselves. Yeah. Even our enemies are a child of God.
That's right. Yep.
And how that just hits you when you really think about it. So.
Yeah. Well, I think it's been really cool because part of our I guess our values at Crossroads. One is involving the community in Christian ministry.
Yeah.
And it's so neat to me to see when somebody is willing to do something to help people who live at Crossroads or people who are coming for food. And over the last couple of years, you've done the event up on the roof. And so when I hear your story, I'm like, wow, that's not just an event, but that must have, there's a lot more significance to you.
I'm busy during the day up there because there's interviews and people coming and climbing the steps and helping me, and I love it. But when that hatch closes at night, and I'm up there by myself, and you'll experience that here. I mean, you could, I guess you could walk home, but I was on a roof and I had to wait for them to open the door the next morning. But when you're up there, there are certainly times, and there were this time. I took my time on that second night to just think to myself, like, what are you doing? In a good way. Like, look what you're doing, and look what you're trying to make a difference to help. Look where you started from, you big goofball. And you got people who are sending in letters, dropping by checks, stopping by to give food. You've got local grocery stores that are offering discounts on food. You have all these businesses and people coming together to make their community better. And it's not like this is the only time they've done it, because many of them belong to so many service organizations, and they give back to their church and into their neighborhood, into their city, and into their community in so many different ways. But this is just another example and another layer to the cake, right? That's what makes Hastings and Nebraska so great.
Yeah.
But we can't forget that, right? There's a duty when you, not just when you're successful, there's a duty to remember the folks who are least among us, period.
Yeah.
No matter where you're at on any societal ladder you think you belong on, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's pretty cool, like seeing the line of work that you're in, being a voice on radio, face of radio, and just how you're using that to meet those needs. How did you get into the work that you're involved in?
In high school. So when I was in foster care the second time, I was in a halfway home. My father, not to get into the woods here, my father killed his girlfriend when I was 13.
Oh.
And in the time between all the stuff happening, they thought he was going to get out of prison and kidnap me. So the state of Nebraska put me in a kind of a halfway home. I wasn't in trouble. Most of the kids there were dealing drugs, getting truant from school, beating up mom and dad, whatever the case may be, whatever trouble they caused, they were there for their own knucklehead reasons, right? Like kids mostly, make mistakes are. But I couldn't go to school. They wouldn't let me leave to go to school because, again, they were afraid my father was going to kidnap me. And I wasn't allowed to leave the building even to go to the park when all the other kids would go play pickup football or the YMCA to play basketball. But what I could do, and we lived on a point card system, which was similar to Boys Town, which is you have to earn arbitrary number, 500 points a day to get certain privileges. You hit 500, you get a candy bar after dinner. You hit 600, you get an hour of TV after dinner, and so on and so forth. You could also get negative points. And if those happen, well, you know what happens with that.
Uh-huh.
So one of the privileges I could earn was an hour of radio every day. Now, I couldn't go to school, and they wouldn't let me go to take a nap because I don't know for whatever reason that was, but I could get an hour of quiet time with the radio. And every day I turned on the radio and I listened to CD 105.9 in Omaha. Steve King was on the air from 1 to 3, and I listened to him every day at 14 years old. This was in the year 1999. And so I think back to how little 14-year-old Brandon, these flies are killing me, by the way, how 14-year-old Brandon was enamored and starstruck and shaped by what radio meant to me. Because it saved me in a lot of ways, right? I could have gone off the deep end at 14 years old in a halfway home without my mom or dad or any family or any connection to anything on the outside world. But I turned to radio, and I turned to Husker football too. But to answer your question, that's how I got into radio. When I was a sophomore in high school, a couple of years later, I got into this trade program called the Career Center. So I did that. I didn't go to college. I worked full-time out of school or out of high school in a call center basically until I was about 25. Then I quit a full-time job to become an unpaid intern at a radio station, which I don't suggest doing. And I worked my way up from unpaid intern to news anchor to sports reporter, news reporter, de facto news director. And I went to college then when I already had the experience. And I applied as a junior in college to be the statewide radio host and reporter for statewide Nebraska public media as a junior in college, and I got it. Now, because of the connections I had and some of the work I'd done that they had seen. So proof was in the pudding, so to speak. But you never know what is going to happen with the opportunities you are afforded until you take that first step. You believe in yourself, and by golly, Daniel, you see somebody else look at you and believe in you too.
Sure.
I still remember being 15, 16, and 17 years old in high school and remembering Mr. Behrens took me to my first Husker football game when I was 15. I mean, he knew what I had gone through. He knew, he knew I wasn't a knucklehead either. I was out of trouble and I was a good kid. And he wanted to help any way he could, But I remember him saying, Brandon, there's something special about you. You're a good seed, or something to that effect. He probably doesn't even remember saying that to me, right?
Right.
But that had such an impact on me that it hit me like about a year ago. I remember that conversation. I don't think about it often, but I remember that conversation and I was like, wow. So 40-year-old me got to experience 14-year-old me's mindset, or I got to bring 14-year-old me along with me to the journey to see where we're at now. Kind of thing. And it was a cool deal, man. It was a cool deal. The heart of it is you never know the impact you're going to make just by trying, believing in yourself, and then once you're successful, and this is what's great about your program, to then turn the corner, turn back around and say, okay, now who can I help?
Yeah.
That is what makes community better. That is what makes giving back better, because then I look at you, Daniel, and I say, you see the work they're doing down there at Crossroads Mission Avenue? Golly, we could do better. I want to do what they're doing. How can we be a part of making Nebraska great? What can we do about making our community a better place?
Yeah.
Period.
That's right, yeah. And I think what's really cool is, again, God has clearly given you a talent of what you do on the radio. Your voice, your personality, just all the things that you do are really fascinating on the radio. And that's what volunteerism is about, is using the gifts and abilities God has given you to bless other people, right? And just want to say thank you, first of all, what you've done for Crossroads, the times that you've been up on the roof. Even more, every time you open up the radio station for us to come down and share about the work at Crossroads, spreading the word about what we're doing, giving us an opportunity to invite the community to get involved. God has used you in tremendous ways. You may never know the total impact that you've been able to make through using what gifts and abilities you have and the influence you have. And so that's what we hope today too, is people come away from conversations on a bench really ready to roll up their sleeves and get involved. What do you say to people about getting involved?
Do it. I mean, honestly, it's like anything else. Do you remember, I don't know if you were in high school, were you involved in a lot of outside like sports and
not a lot
activities?
I wasn't.
That's fine. But it doesn't matter if you were or weren't, right?
No.
High school was what you, like everything,
That's
is
right.
what you made it.
Correct.
And the folks that took the time to be a part of these groups, these clubs, and made friends that lasted a couple of years, a lifetime, whatever the case may be, they saw the fruits of that labor, right?
Yeah.
And so you have to put one foot in front of the other, and you have to say, to your point, what tools do I have? Where can I give? God gave me a lot of money. I can open up a checkbook. God gave me a voice. I can talk to people. I can share my message. I can try to help people. Whatever the case may be, you can give. No man is an island, right? We have to come together to try to make our community better, try to make what we're doing better. And what's great about what you said was, what we did. No. Like, I look at what we did with the roof, and I think to myself, there was 6 people at KHS on the ground working. There was probably 2 or 3 from Crossroads, 2 or 3 from Hastings Food Pantry. There was hundreds upon hundreds of people who donated over those 3 days. There were countless organizations and business leaders and public school systems and private schools here in town who came together to challenge their students, to challenge the families that belong there, to say, we're going to do this, we're going to help, we're going to make this a cool thing. It wasn't just me, right? Yeah. But that's what it's about. When you create something and people believe in it and you can see the fruits of that, it's going to grow and grow and grow. And be a part of something that makes a difference. Be a part of something that makes you happy and that truly makes your place better. I see a bunch of trash over there in the park. Not a bunch. We could go right over there and pick it up, and that would make our community better just a little bit, right?
Uh-huh.
And it would help folks out. You're going to pull out a stick and give me a bag here soon, I know it. But that's the kind of deal. Like, where and how can you help? What talents do you have? Ask yourself that question, and then reach out, because there are folks who need your help right here.
Yeah. And it's not just Crossroads, and hopefully today people just inspired and excited to get involved. I know getting into the holiday season here, there's going to be coat drives, there's going to be opportunities to prepare meals with various nonprofits in the community and help serve meals, take presents to kids who might be in foster care or other situations, and the opportunities are just endless. And so Brandon, thank you for coming and sharing your story.
Yeah.
And again, thank you, and I'm going to say you, and I understand what you just shared, but thank you for the ways that you've been so intentional to be involved and to help as the community ministers to men, women, and families who are homeless. God bless you.
God bless you too, brother.
Yep.
Much love.
Same to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, it's evening time, and some people might be getting off work, just starting to join us on live stream for conversations on a bench, and that's just what it is real life conversations with a variety of people. We've had unique opportunities today to talk about homelessness. We've had people who are working at Crossroads and who are case managers and helping out. We had a good conversation with South Central Behavioral, who's doing tremendous work in our community to address issues of homelessness. Even got to hear about on a state level with the governor and legislature making possibilities for people who struggle with mental health issues and providing resources to be able to address mental health within our communities. And I just want to say too, before we move on from that, is the importance of collaboration. That agencies, nonprofits, churches, all sorts of people come together within a community to make sure that we meet the needs that are presented in our community. And just got off with Brandon McDermott from the local radio station. His story was just incredible, really compelling, encouraging people to get involved, to give their time. Brandon just spent time on a roof again, raising awareness, but also challenging people to bring food to fill up the food pantries. And so I thought it would be really neat to bring on a friend and my pastor, Pastor Tevin, to come on, because when we talk about the work of Crossroads, when we talk about homeless individuals, really issues of poverty and the different things that present themselves in a community, it is important to understand that the ministry at Crossroads is an extension or an arm of the local church. And so Tevin, thank you for coming on. And I guess maybe a lot of people might not know you in town. I think some people do. You've been a part of some exciting things here, but would you just take some time to introduce yourself, where you're from, your education background, where you serve?
Sure. Yeah, and thanks for having me. I think this is an awesome thing that you're doing here, and bringing this conversation to, I think, even a larger audience. So I love that. I appreciate the connection there with church, and been at the church now for almost 2 years at Hastings Berean. And my background, my dad's a pastor, so I was kind of raised in the Christian environment and this type of thing. I was homeschooled, really close to I have 6 siblings, so wow. Big family growing up. And, we even had a little bit of exposure to helping the homeless. There were some things we did, a 24-hour fast at one point, and helped serve at a soup kitchen and things like that. And always wanted to kind of be close to people who are close to God's heart, of course. So appreciated my upbringing in the church and everything from scripture memory to, just stuff to keep you grounded in the Word. But some of that became even a performance base for me, a bias that, I just kind of felt like I had to be at a certain level or else I was letting everybody down around me, and it was hard for me to be vulnerable and to let people in and be real. And so, that's something that God's had to grow in me. And, I became a Christian when I was 4. I was baptized at 9, again, came by it honest. But there's just something, it was actually when I was a sophomore in high school, around the time we did that 24-hour fast, actually, with the homeless ministry, and that I had a Awana leader at the time sit me down, and he's like, Tevin, you are... your pride is making it so that the people in this group can't connect with God to the same level. And it's something that I think my parents had tried to tell me previous to that, but I needed a trusted other adult, other than my parents in that time, to really break through. And that kind of got me started on that path of humility, and something I'm still working through, of course. And it's almost ironic that God called me into the ministry. I pushed against this call for nearly a decade of my adult life, working in higher education, and I got my biblical studies undergraduate degree. I always thought I would go into music in the church and this type of thing, and got my Master of Divinity, and just love the Bible, love teaching about the Bible, but kind of pushed away from the call to the pastorate because my dad was a pastor, and I saw the hard parts of that.
Yeah.
You know, and the saw what my mom went through, saw what I went through, and my siblings as pastors' kids, and knew I was called to get married, wanted to have kids one day, and was like, I want to shield my family from some of those pressures,
Sure.
you know, of ministry. So, it was not easy, and God really had to convince me. But again, it's been almost 2 years ago now, and He basically plucked us up from where we were at down in Phoenix, Arizona, the metro area there, a city of 5 million plus,
Wow.
you know, that area, to come out to South Central Nebraska and the Midwest, and awesome people around here, yourself, your family included. And yes, I've enjoyed getting to know the community, and it's interesting because I thought, man, I become a pastor and I'm going to struggle with all this pride. My ego is going to get inflated. If anything, God has humbled me more.
Oh, interesting.
Being in ministry, because it's like, if I'm going to get up and stand in front of people every week and speak from the Word of God, I better be living this.
Yeah.
It better be backing up, you know, my entire life should be backing up what I am encouraging and challenging people with. So, yeah, I've been really blessed and challenged through that, and digging in, you know, to my prayer journey more specifically, and the Word, and not just reading these words and knowing them, but letting them get ingrained into me.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's been a blessing. I've really enjoyed it, and it feels like I've been here a decade.
Yeah.
You know, 2 years in, not even 2 years in.
Yeah. Well, it's exciting. And so you were in Phoenix, and how long were you guys in Phoenix?
Yeah, so my wife, basically her whole, you know, life up to that point, so nearly 3 decades that she spent in the area.
Okay.
And so it was a huge faith step for her
Yeah.
to jump on board with, let's head out to Nebraska where we don't know anybody.
Yeah.
But the Lord was here.
So how was her first winter?
Very cold, as you would expect. Yes, my poor children. So my oldest is 9 years old now, and at the time she was 7 when we moved here. 7, 5, and 3 were my 3 girls, and just the fact that we got a white Christmas that first year. I don't know if you remember 2 years ago, white Christmas, and we had just moved here 2 weeks prior to that, and so they were over the moon. They're like, Dad, the TV shows are real, you know, like seeing snow on the ground for the first time. So I think that was fun. But yeah, we had a furnace go out that first year during a really cold snap. And so we learned firsthand the trial by ice instead of the trial by fire.
Yes. Well, I think it's kind of interesting that you guys come from Phoenix, and you know, we've been kind of on the topic today a lot about central Nebraska, what homelessness looks like, and just kind of that point, like homelessness looks a lot different out here. That I don't know how it was in Phoenix. You can kind of share what you saw, but at least my experience of the larger cities was that you see it. It's just there. Someone told me the other day. They said, unfortunately, that they just kind of got used to it. It's just a part of life in the city, and it's just around them, and so they actually didn't even notice it anymore. And so what do you think? You know, you were in Phoenix and you're here. Does it look different when you talk about homelessness?
Yeah, that's a good comparison. I definitely would say so. You get so desensitized to, you know, the people on the street corner with their signs, the people who are, you know, kind of bunked down in their you know, sleeping materials or pushing their shopping carts or this type of thing. And there were whole encampments, you know, of tents and things like this just out in the desert, you know. And during the winter time, I don't think maybe quite as concerning because the weather's nice that time of year. But man, during the summer, just the heat-related deaths and all these things, it was so sad. And there would be times where I don't know that I ever physically saw somebody like this, but you would hear the stories of just somebody was laying out there and they just had to go get the body, and you know, and this was a recurring thing. Just because of the extreme heat down there, and you know, it's so dry, and I don't know that there were enough resources in a huge city like that. There just was a lot that just slipped through the cracks.
Sure.
You know, we worked in foster care as well down there, so we saw some of that. Even we adopted a son that his mother was a homeless person.
Oh yeah.
And but he was abandoned, you know, and they couldn't find her.
Wow.
And so there's things like that just hits really close to home, because this is my son. He's 2 years old now.
Wow.
You've met him.
Yep.
And I can't imagine, this sweet baby boy who wouldn't be here if it wasn't for, his mom who has the baby, and then, and it wasn't even at a hospital facility, and and then he's taken there, and we met him 3 weeks later and fell in love with him instantly. Yeah. This is obviously a human being made in the image of God, and it doesn't matter that he was technically unhoused, before, and his mom was, from outside the typical, cultural bounds and stuff. So, yeah, it's something that was near and dear to our heart, and, sometimes you just wish you could do more.
Right. How did you guys get involved in foster care? I mean,
yeah, that's a good question. We, my wife and I were maybe a little different in that she and I were just friends in college. Having met each other in college, we went to a little Christian school. It's called Arizona Christian University, and it was like within a mile or two of her childhood home, and it was about 1,200 miles away from me. I grew up in Montana, and so went down to school there. But we met, we were friends for maybe a year or so, and then even before we started dating, we would talk about foster care. Mm-hmm. And I didn't have any experience in my family. Again, I have a lot of siblings, and so I don't know that my parents needed another mouth to feed or something like that, but just how clearly foster care preaches the gospel to ourselves, to our kids, because we wanted to have our own biological kids as well, and even to others. Like, this is the invitation of God, is to invite people into his family, to love on them, to give them his name, who didn't previously belong, who were outside and looking in, and it's just the heart of God to invite people in. So yeah, even before we were dating, we were talking about some of this stuff, and always knew that we wanted to jump into it. Wound up having 3 daughters, just basically 2 years apart, each one of them, and like, we could wait. A lot of people were telling us you need to focus on these 3 kiddos first and then get back to it, and we're like, or we could just jump in.
Sure.
And so we did, and there were moments that that's challenging, but God grows your faith. And then there were times like one instance, we took in a teenager who had a 1-year-old son. And so we always kind of joke and laugh about this, but we were grandparents in our 20s for a year then, to this girl. And so, there's, we really appreciated, I think, just being involved with this and seeing the human experience for more than just what we went through. Yeah. Just the people around us. It opened our eyes up that there's a lot of well-meaning, loving, caring individuals who have fallen on hard times or made 1 or 2 wrong decisions, or maybe a bunch of wrong decisions, but they're still worthy and valuable.
Yeah.
So it was important for us, and now we're actually even fostering again here in Nebraska, and this type of thing. So it's something we've really enjoyed. It's hard. My wife is the rock star in all of this. I get to be here talking with you, and I think she's at home with some of these kids, but
I don't know if I ever told you, my parents were foster parents, and it was really interesting growing up, seeing a lot of kids coming in out of the home, and just their heart to minister to kids that many of them abused and had bad homes. And so actually I was adopted, and I was born in Costa Rica, and so it just really, what you're saying really speaks to me, that heart of God, and the fact that he would adopt us into the family of God and call us his children. And I just admire what you and your wife are doing, ministering to those kids and giving them a safe place to be, and also having that opportunity to breathe into their life. And being in the work of a homeless shelter, what I often see, and I know that many of the people that we serve grew up in foster homes, and they grew up in group homes, and what we're addressing here at Crossroads, I think is very unfortunate, is cycles of poverty, and a poverty mindset, and people who a lot of times just don't have a sense of self-worth or value, because they grew up in such rough places. I think what's unfortunate too is some of them grew up in really rough foster homes. And so I just really admire what you're doing. And I guess maybe just a question for you, like, what do you and Lexi do? You have these kids in your home. You don't know how long you're going to have them in the home, but I'm sure you're intentional with them and how you help train them and shape them during the time you have. What is that like?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And a lot of the kids that we have taken in are young, you know, so babies or toddlers or this type of thing. So certainly you're teaching as much as you can to their level. The teenager who was in our home, you know, we would have good gospel conversations with, and she wasn't a believer, you know, and she didn't become a believer in the time she was with us, but we were able to show her that love and connect it up with the love of God. And one thing that's really near and dear to our heart too is as much as we want to invest in these children, they also usually have parents and usually have extended family and caseworkers and all these government employees who are part of the whole process. So we viewed our ministry within foster care as kind of this whole, you know, you're trying to minister to everyone you're coming in contact with, being the hands and feet of Jesus. And a lot of times it's just being available, being that listener, when you could make an issue for something, instead choosing to kind of be a supporter for the parents.
Wow.
And, you know, I mean, when the case plan is for unification, to be like, we want the best for you guys too. We do trust that you love your kids, and we'd love for you to have your kids back. And, you know, it being intentional about referring to someone's children as their children, and not just, you know, somebody who's in our home or this kind of, we want to be supportive of that process. And that's not easy, because you're right, sometimes there's abuse, sometimes there's really negative things that have come into the process even before a child comes into our home. But what we can do is stand in that gap and say, regardless of what happened in the past, how can we support you? How can we encourage you, you know, moving forward? And we really have been blessed by that.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lady in Arizona in particular. Our first placement was newborn twin girls,
Wow.
identical twin girls. And yeah, so little, and we had them for over a year. You know, I mean, they were in our family, and we absolutely loved them. And their mom worked hard, you know, made some really important decisions and turned her life around. The girls went back to her, and we were in tears. You know, it just rips your heart out. But then we had a continued relationship with her, and we would still babysit on the weekends sometimes, and she still, to this day, sends photos and updates, and we miss you guys, and things like that, that, again, you're planting those seeds, and some of them grow. And it's just been so encouraging to see. You know, it keeps us invested in a ministry like that, even on the days when it's really hard.
Sure.
You know, and the cases that you just don't understand, or the, you know, the doctor appointments or visits or the extra things. And sometimes we look at each other, we go, are we crazy? You know, like, but I think God likes a little bit of crazy.
Yeah, I
That's
agree.
where your faith grows.
Right. Well, that's really cool. And just to shift gears a little bit, kind of going to your time here now, you're at the Berean Bible Church here in Hastings, and being a minister there, and we're talking about homeless ministry, issues of poverty, and Berean Church has a benevolence ministry, right? What does that mean? You know, I grew up in church, but I'd never heard the word benevolence for a long time.
Yeah, when I first saw that, I was like, I generally know what the word benevolence means, but that's interesting, because, yeah, it's literally like a budget. You know, like a separate budget, even from the general fund. But basically, the concept is this is money that's to be used to care for people who need it. And so that might be someone in the church family, you know, who's fallen on hard times, and this is a way to show the love of God. That might be a neighbor, you know, someone who has reached out to us. Maybe they're associated with, you know, a partner organization in town or something, and then they get referred to us. And we've talked about this a little bit in the past, but it's so important to me and to the other elder, Bill, who's in charge of this ministry at our church, to not just give this handout. Here's some money, here's some, you know, maybe some gas for your vehicle, or kind of a one-time. we're always looking for an extended relationship.
Yeah.
And so, okay, now that you have maybe that initial need taken care of, all right, we put gas in your car. Can we talk with you about Jesus? You know, do you need a Bible? And we put a Bible in somebody's hand. Do you have a church home if you're here locally? Well, if you don't, we'd love for you to check out Hastings Berean, and not just so we can grow our church family or something, but so you can be surrounded by godly community.
Sure.
And, yeah, your heart just goes out to people that, I mean, they're in need maybe for a moment, but you recognize it's so much stronger and more lasting to teach a man to fish than just to provide the fish and, all right, move on to the next. And that's not treating a person like a human being so much as just kind of a charity case.
Yeah.
And so, our heart is always for that extended relationship. And can we pray with you? Can we help you with maybe a budgeting course or something? And if somebody is in need of some extended services, I mean, we've even referred them over to Crossroads as well. And, hey, here's an organization that we're partnered with as a church that does great work. And, you know, can we make that personal connection for you?
Yeah.
So we've seen a lot of benefit from that, of not just passing people along, but caring deeply about them, connecting them up to other local resources.
Yeah.
The Community Impact Network is another group that I've been able to be involved with, and some of the resources there through United Way and stuff like that, that even just being able to talk through things on the phone with someone who then says, ooh, reach out to this organization, you know, here's something that you can get food with or housing with or, you know, job assistance. You might be familiar with their Bridging Forward program.
Yeah, great program.
It's a small sample size. There's just a few groups that have gone through it, but tremendous results.
Yeah.
And so, and I love the concept of pairing up, you know, needy people with mentors and kind of somebody to guide you along the way. And it has made a huge difference for those who have gone through it. So
absolutely,
anybody that is in a space where I'm like, hey, would you like to change your situation? Mm-hmm. You know, of course, first I tell them about Jesus. But then secondly, there really are some great community resources like Crossroads that we love to partner with.
Yeah. No, that's incredible. And, you know, I've been working over the last few years. We've been expanding throughout central Nebraska. And I think what's been interesting to me working in some new communities is to see the ministerial associations, pastors who are working together, which is really interesting. I know you're really passionate about this, but crossing denominational lines, coming together, like despite some differences in the way we believe, but coming together, and what I've noticed is really on board supporting our efforts to open new homeless shelters. And the more that I get into those conversations, it's like someone could come to a church and, you know, without a place to live and say that they need assistance. A church is often only able to help for just a short period of time, right?
Right.
And so we just noticed a lot of pastors saying, yeah, we need long-term solutions for people, just like what you're talking about, where they can be there for an extended period of time. Some issues can be addressed, underlying issues of, you know, it's not very often that someone's just homeless here in central Nebraska. There certainly are cases like their health went south, and that's not their fault. Or we had a family in Minden, mom and kids, their house burnt down. That's just not their fault, and so to be there for them was incredible. What we see most of the time is that there are some pretty big issues to be addressed with people who are facing homelessness. That doesn't make them bad people. That's what we're here to talk about today, is just that stereotypes, sometimes the perception of helping the homeless, and how that can be a blockade for people who have the capability to help, but it's just stereotypes and mentality sometimes gets in the way, right? Yeah. And so I wanted to ask, just from a pastor's perspective, if you could kind of address that issue.
Yeah, no, I think that's very needed. And again, God has done a personal work in me on some of this stuff, because I would say my upbringing, very, you know, highly religious, highly conservative, some of these things, occasionally you would look at someone and just say, like, why don't they get a job?
Yeah.
Or, you know, aren't there resources for this person? And it would be with judgment. You know, it's like the parable Jesus told that we always refer to as the Good Samaritan. Well, who were the people who walked by this guy who was beat up on the side of the road first? The people that were supposed to be helping. The church people, you know, the Levite, the priest, and these leaders are walking by on the other side of the road, and then it's this Samaritan, this hated, you know, Samaritan. The Jews didn't like them, but he was the one who then showed mercy to this man who on the side of the road and helps him get taken care of, and then follows up, hey, if you still need more money to take care of this guy, like, I'm gonna help. And of course, sheepishly then when Jesus when Jesus asked the guy, who do you need to be like, the guy says, well, I guess the one who showed him mercy. He's like, yeah, go and do likewise. Like, that's the person who was a neighbor to this man. And it's so important to see people as people. I go to James as well, James chapter 1. At the end of the chapter, he talks about someone who thinks they're religious but doesn't bridle their tongue, and he says that person's religion is worthless. And again, that kind of hits home, you know, because sometimes you just let your words get the better of you. But then he says true religion is this. He says to visit orphans and widows in their affliction and to keep oneself unstained from the world. And so there's two aspects to that, and sometimes we tend to lean more heavily on one or the other. But this showing of mercy to people, and of course, orphans and widows are not exclusive categories. You know, well, she has a husband, so I don't have to care for her. You know, they have parents; those kids do. I don't have to care for them. These are the needy. God's heart is for those who are in need, but in so doing, would you then keep yourself in a place of holiness, unstained from the world? And it's possible, like in the case of Jesus and his ministry, to spend a great deal of time in the company of sinners and tax collectors and those in need, those who needed food, those who needed healing, those who brought their children to him just to touch. And we see this time and again in the example of Jesus. And of course, if you really go down to it, Jesus was a homeless person for something like 3 years of his life on this earth, and just reliant upon, the people around him for financial support, for food, for housing, and he was there to do the work of his Father, which was to seek and to save the lost. Yeah. So there's something powerful in the example of Jesus, and I'll just finish with this. Matthew 25, to me, one of the most terrifying passages in Scripture, but the parable that Jesus tells about the Son of Man coming in his glory and then kind of dividing people out into the goats and the sheep. And to those, who are the sheep on his right, and he says, hey, enter into my glory. And they say, wait a minute, why? Why do we get to come in? And he says, because you saw the stranger in need and you took care of them. And these kind of, initially he says, you did it for me. They say, wait, when did we see you hungry or thirsty or naked and in need of clothing and these types of things? And he says, well, whatever you did to the least of these, you did for me. That is the heart of God our Amen. Father, to take the plight of the needy upon himself. Yeah. And of course then he turns to those on his left, the goats, and their destination is not as secure, because he says, whatever you did not do to the least of these, you did not do for me. He says, depart from me, I never knew you. Yeah. So there's something very near to the heart of God in caring for those who need that love, need that real touch of Jesus. And of course, we're not just here to do charitable acts. Right. And that's what I love about Crossroads, how it's always connected up with the gospel. And you're not just, oh, Daniel's a nice guy. That's a nice ministry. Isn't this great? It doesn't make you feel warm and fuzzy inside. No, this is kingdom work. Yeah. And I love that. Yeah. I love that.
Oh, that is exciting. And kind of lastly, before we end here, one of the had to have been within days of you arriving in Nebraska. You came to visit the homeless shelter, right? Yeah,
that was awesome.
So you got to walk through, see the facilities, meet some of the people, and a lot of people that even live in our community. It amazed me, actually, after 43 years of ministry in this community, and in central Nebraska as a whole, how many people maybe drive by, they've never seen inside. They only know what they've heard, and they don't really know what this is. And so what was your experience like walking through? Pretty scary place?
No, not at all. I loved it. That's so important.
Yeah.
You know, and not just in life, but for eternity to come. I love that.
Yeah. Well, Tevin, I want to thank you for coming on the bench, talking from your heart, your life example, the example you give of serving people in foster care in Lexi as well, and just encouraging us from the Word of God to be involved, to reach out to others. And so I was just wondering before you leave if you'd be willing to pray. Pray over the ministry, pray for people here at Crossroads. Today we have 70 people here at Hastings Crossroads.
Wow.
We're probably sitting like around 150 people today in shelter at Crossroads in central Nebraska.
Incredible.
So,
yes, I'd love to pray.
Right.
Absolutely. Heavenly Father, God, thank you so much for your heart for people. It says in your word that you so loved the world that you sent your only Son. God, this is John 3:16, that any who would believe in him would not perish but have eternal life. You've always been motivated by love, God. And thank you for the work of a ministry like Crossroads that is spreading your love to people who absolutely need it. Some who don't even know how much they need it, Lord. And thank you for the 70 people here in this building right behind us who are currently in shelter because of this ministry. God, thank you for using this ministry in tangible ways. Thank you for the 150 plus people, God, across our state who are being ministered by Crossroads and the awesome employees here. Would you lift up each person who works in Crossroads and volunteers here and gives of their time, gives of their resources, Lord, and is willing to serve and to care for others, Lord. I pray that you would bring even more people in the places of need, whether it's staff positions, God, but especially volunteer opportunities. Burden our hearts more and more, Lord, with this kind of work, to say, how can I care for my neighbor and love them as I love myself? That's how I love God with all my heart, soul, mind, and strength. So grateful, God, for opportunities like this. And thank you for even a conversation like this to be had here with Daniel, and grateful for his work. Would you bless him, his family? Would you encourage each of the people involved in an undertaking like this, Lord? And anybody watching, listening, Lord, that you would help them, reveal to them, Lord, what is their next step of faith? Where do they need to be stepping forward and stepping out and saying, you know what? I do have a lot of blessing in my life. How can I extend that blessing to others? How can I be bold with my faith and invite others into the family of God and treat them as family, no matter their background, no matter any issues or problems, Lord, that they just encircle them with love. And that I'm challenged by that too, God. Thanks for meeting us here on the bench, and thanks for listening to us even now. It's in the name of Jesus Christ I pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. God bless you, Tevin.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good to see you.
All right, we're at Conversations on a Bench in front of Crossroads in Hastings, and we've been rolling through the conversations. They actually seem to go quicker than I thought they would, and we've had some good conversations. We just finished with Pastor Tevin Eddy from the Hastings Berean Bible Church. Really, I think with the heartfelt message of what God says about the poor and our responsibility to be involved in ministering to the poor. And so I wanted to invite some very special friends with me on this occasion, and I'll start with Gail Bonas. And Gail, thank you for being here with me.
Thank you for inviting me, Daniel.
Absolutely, and I'm excited because you have a long history with Crossroads. Well before my time, you were involved with Crossroads, right?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me exactly how long because I can't remember. I would say at least 13 years I've been on the board.
So do you remember how that came about?
Well, I work at Slumberland Furniture, and we do a bed giveaway every December for people that are without, sleeping on the floor. And I reached out to Crossroads. At the time it was Jerry. Mm-hmm. And he said, sure, they were expanding and needed some beds. And so that's how I initially learned about Crossroads.
Okay. So how did you go from, offering mattresses to serving on the board of directors at Crossroads?
Well, I've always had a place in my heart for the homeless because I was homeless at one time in my life. I found myself just in a financial stressful situation in my young 20s, and I didn't have parents that I could reach out to for money, so I had to live in my car for a while until I saved up enough money to be able to get an apartment. Okay. And so that's why I have a heart for the homeless, because I know it looks different in many situations.
Yeah. Where were you at when you were homeless?
Los Angeles, California.
Wow.
Yeah. I showered on the beach, actually.
Okay.
And went to work at the airport.
Uh-huh.
Thankfully, if there was any leftover airport food that I was able to get from work. So that's how I lived for almost 4 months.
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, that happened and you found yourself living in a car, but did you know approximately how long that would be, or had a plan, or you're just taking it a day at a time?
Well, I had a plan to save every penny I could, and I knew you needed first month, last month, plus deposit, and even back then, Los Angeles was very expensive, so as soon as I could get all of that together, I had a place lined up after that.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that's a really interesting story, and I guess during that time, did you have others that took time to reach out to you and to help you, or did people know that you were homeless?
No, they didn't know I was homeless. There's a lot of shame to that.
Yeah.
And so I didn't really share it with anybody, and just did the best I could and kind of fought my way out and utilized beach areas for public restrooms and showers and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And part of Conversations on a Bench is that we do want to kind of just bring to light that stigma that comes with it, and we're hoping to address stereotypes. I think I've been guilty of this in my life, that sometimes we see people who are struggling, who are homeless. We just got done talking with Tevin, who's from Phoenix, Arizona, with 5 million people, and just how we become desensitized to people being on the streets and holding up signs, but we hope that through Conversations on a Bench, people would see real faces and hear real stories and be encouraged that these people need help, and it's worth taking the time to help them. And you've given a lot over the years, even just in time of being part of the ministry at Crossroads and directing it. I mean, it's a volunteer position where you're going to board meetings and you're giving up your time and stuff. And tell me how that's been throughout the years. How has God blessed you through that?
Wow, in a lot of ways. I've done a Bible study here. It's been quite some time, but I met some women that blessed me, and I've seen a few of them at the grocery store every once in a while, and we still remember each other and pray for each other. I think the thing I learned the most when I first started here was, I was one of those people that, being a business owner, you have to follow the rules and be real strict, and somebody comes in drunk or drugged out, then you just kick them out. Yeah. And it was Jerry actually that showed me God's love through that, and it's different than A, B, and C, and you're kicked out or whatever. It was more of showing God's grace and love, because some of these people need more than the 2 or the 3 chances. In fact, one day I walked into Crossroads in Kearney, and there was a young man that had pink hair and nails, looked, different. And I kind of gave Jerry kind of a wide eye, and he looked at me and he said, "You know what, Gail, you would look like that too if your dad raped you every night for this many years. You would try to make yourself look different or unattractive." And that really stuck with me, that you can't just walk by people and judge them or assume things, because you really don't. And that's God. God knows, and he's the judge, and you're just here to help them find him.
Yeah. Yeah, I've learned a lot about that too over the years here at Crossroads, and you bring up an important topic, and that is first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth chances. When somebody comes to Crossroads, I just wish that it was cookie cutter. Right. I wish that they came in and we had a 4-phase program and you could just kind of stamp it out and their life was fixed, but it's just not that simple.
Right.
I think when you're telling your stories, I think back to a young man that we've served for years who, according to his testimony, started using methamphetamines in Lexington, Nebraska with his mom when he was 11 years old. And so that's been his life, and that's what he knows, and that's what felt normal to him. But it also affected his body, his mental health. He has, in his early 20s, no more teeth, and homeless, because obviously that destroys relationships as well. So no more relationship with the family, and really left at 20-some years old, knowing nothing, expected by society to make it, and to get a job, and to do the right thing, but no wherewithal to be able to get a start even. Right. And so, but we think about that though, that's not far from our experience and how God treats us, is it?
No, it's not. No, we all fall short. We all make mistakes. It's just in different ways.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's really interesting how that plays out at Crossroads, because when you give people chances, it makes for a messy ministry.
Right. Right. And that was the first, one of the first things I learned, and I was really glad I did, because I thought, come on the board and here's how it's going to be, and Jerry really showed me it's not like that. This is God's children and grace and love, and so I learned a lot.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I had an interview with Paul Spence. He's the director before Jerry Baumgartner here. Something that I've appreciated. Jerry's actually going to come on tomorrow and visit with us on the bench, and Paul did a recorded interview that we'll play later today. Just kind of a rich leadership that God provided to Crossroads to help it succeed so that his work could move forward. Paul said something to me though. He said, when I went to minister at Crossroads, I thought it was helping all these people, but they did more for me ministering to me than I did for them.
Absolutely. Yep.
So that's really neat how that works. I was kind of thinking though about 13 years of being a part of Crossroads, being on the board, serving in that capacity, like you've seen a lot in terms of the ministry and how God has expanded the territory of Crossroads.
What I know for sure is when you're in the will of God and you prayerfully are considering your decisions with a spirit-filled board, all doors open and all things are possible. And learning to make steps in faith and trusting in the Lord will meet you as you take that step out. And that's what we've done. And with, great leadership and staff and spirit-filled board, I think that's, God is blessing Crossroads for sure.
Yeah, he's opened up a lot of doors and just allowed us to meet a greater need. If you go back when Crossroads came to the building we're sitting in front of at Sunnyside here, really what it was, this was a homeless shelter that served a region. And even when I came to Crossroads about 10 years ago, I quickly recognized that if you were in central Nebraska and if you were in a situation of being homeless, this is where you came to. If you went to the local hospital and said, I need help, it's 30 below out, I have no place to go, they called Crossroads. If you were in a mental health hospital and no place to go after that, they called Crossroads. If you were coming out of incarceration in a local jail, they called Crossroads because that's the place to go. And I think what happened was it really became overwhelming for one community to bear the burden and the responsibility of ministering to those people. And so it's been exciting to me to see how God has opened the doors in Kearney, Grand Island, and now Lexington, and to spread that out so that communities could take care of their own. And so from a board perspective, that has to be exciting.
It is, and I love helping when you hand out food in Lexington, the food drive and Broken Bow. I haven't been there yet, but just to walk up to the cars and say, God bless you, or can I pray with you? And they're all so thankful to receive the food boxes, and to even be at a place of work and say, one of our employees once, they had this horrible thing happen with their grandchildren. All of a sudden they find themselves moving in with them. They can't afford clothes. I just called you. I said, Daniel, can you help? And he said, just go in, have them go in and pick out some clothes for them. It's just a blessing in so many ways.
Yeah. And something about that growth too, I think, is our pastor talks a lot at church about God-sized prayers and faith. Just this last Sunday at church, we talked about faith that could move mountains. And, I think something interesting about this whole process with Crossroads, I think you might agree with me when we say that taking those steps of faith and growth, sometimes it seemed impossible to get to the next step.
Yes. Some board meetings, we'd sit down and be like, okay, this is what God's speaking to me. And you see some of them like, what? Oh, okay, and how much money is that going to cost, or what's the needs there? And it's just like, again, you're in his will. That's what you're obeying. Things just open up. Doors open. Things happen.
Yeah.
God's moving.
Yeah, and I think maybe you would agree with me, if we hadn't committed to taking those steps of faith, it wasn't like the resources were there and then we said we're going to take a step of faith, but really believing that God had moved in our hearts to say, what, it's time to serve another community, and we're going to trust God with what's needed to make that happen. It came later.
That's right. And when you're standing in faith, you also expect opposition and struggles, but knowing that it's best on the other side. It's darkest right before the brightest hour, and God showed us time and time again that it's faith.
That's right. Yeah.
Yep.
Faith moves mountains, and I have to ask myself all the time, as a director of the ministry, there are a lot of wonderful nonprofits, both in the secular world and in the Christian ministry, who are doing incredible things around central Nebraska. And so I often ask myself, what's different about Crossroads? If I was to share with someone today why they should volunteer their time, why they should give financially, what's different about Crossroads, and I continue to come back to our core values. Number one, Jesus Christ is the center of our work. Yes. And we have a program at Crossroads for people who are homeless. It's not just a place to lay around. It's not just a place to be, but a program, personal resilience program. And it talks about a lot of different areas of life, finances. It talks about overcoming habits and addictions in our life. It talks about resolving conflict. It talks about how to be a good steward of what God has given us, all centered around that principle that Jesus Christ is our leader. He is the center of our life. What difference do you think that makes with that element of faith in it for the guest?
Well, he's everything, and once they realize that and invite him into their hearts, all things are possible, and joy happens, and restoration happens, and healing, and now you're living for him and not yourself, and now you feel joy that's unspeakable because you didn't feel that before. You didn't even know what that was necessarily. And hopelessness, when bad things happen in your life and you don't have Christ, you feel hopeless and everything's like this big mountain and, horrible situations. But when you have Christ in your heart and in your life, it's okay.
Yeah.
You can overcome. You can do everything.
Yeah, and I think you really hit on something. I had South Central Behavioral with me earlier today, and we were talking about even the state government and their focus on mental health. And I think appropriately allocating funds to help address mental health issues in our community. We all know that issues of mental health are rampant, and it's really affected people in our communities. And while I do believe that it's important to allocate those funds, it's important to be able to provide doctors and provide medicines, and I've seen firsthand how many of those things can help. But I know this too is without that relationship with Jesus Christ, it's just not a holistic approach, is it?
No, it's not.
No, and we talk about that specifically about life in personal resilience program. We have a portion of classes that we go through, and it talks about how anxiety can control our lives. Things can become too big for us. They can even be minor things, and we call it making a mountain out of a molehill. But without Christ in our life, people call it different things, a higher power, different things. At Crossroads, we believe in that relationship with Jesus Christ, introducing people to God's saving grace and being filled with the Holy Spirit, that it changes everything. We can actually face anything in life. We can be, the Bible says, more than overcomers because of that relationship with Christ.
Yes, absolutely.
So that's I think one of the most exciting things when I answer the question, what's different about Crossroads, is that aspect of what we do, not only when we minister to guests who come through the door, but even the leadership on our board of directors, people who have faith in Christ, people who want to take steps of faith, and I appreciate the leadership that you've offered over the years.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
But I do have to get one thing straight.
What's that?
When you were mentioning earlier the elderly population.
Yeah, I knew we had to be careful.
I would say youthfully challenged.
Okay.
Or 55 on up.
Yeah.
Sounds a little better to me.
Right.
I just had to say that.
No, absolutely. Yeah, we have to be careful with that. I've been in a few places where I got some glaring looks, from people that are going, "What are you talking about?" With that one. But that has been an interesting dynamic, Gail, to minister to the homeless and always watching, who it is. We use that term homeless or homelessness or things, and I think there's kind of a danger there of just using these terms, right?
Right. And, the last time I helped with the food boxes, I did see some older or youthfully challenged people. Uh-huh. And a few of them had tears in their eyes and said, my Social Security check just doesn't quite get me by. And I was like, but I'm so thankful that they know that they have Crossroads to help with things like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's a natural thing sometimes when we're helping people. I don't know that there's anything necessarily wrong with it. We just kind of naturally question, like, did they really need that help? And sometimes that's an appropriate question to ask. I had the same experience of you when I went to Lexington one time. I saw people who were youthfully challenged, who sat in line for an hour and a half waiting for a food box. And I just knew if someone is willing to do that, it's very important to them and could make a huge difference in even their monthly budget to have that little bit.
That's right, yeah.
So it's exciting to be able to meet those needs. What are you talking about Crossroads, just the financial needs of the ministry? It takes a lot. You serving on the board of directors, you get to see every month the expense of what it takes to house approximately 1,200 people per year, to make sure that they're fed, to make sure that there's staffing so that we have good structure, that people are safe, that the program is able to help move people forward. That's quite an expense. And what would be your encouragement? Part of Conversations on a Bench is to encourage people. They have a way to give. We are asking people to give financially to the mission. What would you say to people?
I would say that when you are sowing into a ministry that is good ground, the blessings will come back to you 60, 100-fold. And I know Crossroads is good ground. Everything is revolved around Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. And I have seen people saved, redeemed, rescued, restored, and, back to what we call, I guess, more normal conditions. But every life is worth it. Jesus loves every single person, and sometimes it's hard to look at homelessness and feel like maybe it's going to waste, but really Jesus wants everyone saved. And this is what Crossroads does, is they step in and help save people.
Yeah, thank you, Gail. I appreciate your time. And I invited someone else that came with you today, Pastor Tim. Thank you for joining us for Conversations on a Bench. And I think that conversations are so important. We learn almost daily the importance of having dialogue. And unfortunately, I think it's something that we've really lost in our country, is the ability to come and talk together, even continuing to have conversations if we don't agree with each other, right? And how important it is. And so this is an opportunity for the public, those who maybe don't know about the ministry at Crossroads, to learn more. And certainly throughout the 24-hour time period, they're going to hear a lot of perspectives. One of the perspectives that I had really hoped for, and appreciate you coming out, Pastor Tevin coming out, is the perspective of a pastor, somebody who's shepherding folks. It's something that I've actually, I don't know if you remember when you met me, Tim, you had come to Crossroads here to this building, and I think you were talking about a motel in Grand Island and meeting some needs, right? Yes. What were the needs you were seeing?
Well, we have people that have come to the church regularly that are homeless and need a place to stay. And, as a church, we're just not equipped to do that. Mm-hmm. And a lot of these people needed long-term stay. If they need a motel room for a night or 2 nights, that's pretty easy to do. But kind of some long-term. And also, the training and such. And so I looked for entities, organizations that are already doing it. And so when I learned about Crossroads, I thought, you guys are doing a great job. And rather than us trying to reinvent the wheel, we'll just give to you, and as a church, we do support Crossroads, and because you've already got a great ministry put together, and we can refer people, and I've referred people to the one in Grand Island,
Mhm.
and here, and so I just really appreciate that. Because as a church, we can't be all things to all people. We can't meet all needs. I think God raises up ministries like this to really focus on that, and how really valuable that is.
Sure.
And we had a motel in Grand Island that was came up for sale, and it was extended stay now. People can rent it by the week. And we thought, well, if we could buy something like that and kind of turn it into a ministry where homeless people could come and stay. And so we looked at it, but then the guy decided not to sell.
Yeah.
So that didn't work out. But you know what? We really appreciate Crossroads and being able to come alongside and to help. And in fact, we're looking at other ways that we can help. And with Gail on the board, she keeps us informed as well. So we really appreciate what you're doing, and the people that you work with. We have a guy in our church who works with homeless veterans, and he'll find veterans on the streets of Grand Island, and he'll find housing for them, get them clothes, food, furniture, whatever they need to kind of get restarted in life, and take care of their immediate needs. And so, I've kind of worked with him and kind of seen what he's doing and how he's doing it to the veterans. And a lot of those veterans battle PTSD, and I had to get educated on that, because, I grew up, my dad was a cowboy, and it was suck it up and go,
Yeah.
and so, I kind of grew up with this attitude of, you need a kick in the rear, now let's go.
Yeah.
My dad wouldn't let us stay depressed. He wouldn't let us have bad attitudes, and his approach to it probably doesn't work real well for adults and such today, but he did train and teach me that. And so, here I'm in pastoring, and I kind of carry that attitude with me, and I've had to realize, what, I got to change.
Sure.
And so, by working with homeless and people that are kind of down and out, and the battles they have, the struggles, the season of life that they're going through, has been a real learning experience for me.
Yeah.
And where you realize, what, God is very merciful. I need to be merciful too.
Yeah, amen. Yeah.
So.
And people might not realize, about the process of Crossroads moving into Grand Island and the need that was presented. We started talking about homelessness in Grand Island simply by just watching our statistics. Who was coming from Hall County, really, that was coming to Hastings or to Kearney that needed assistance. And that was in about 2018 when we started to kind of study it a little bit. We saw that approximately 70 to 80 people were coming to us from Hall County saying they needed assistance.
Yeah.
My theory was those were the ones that were lucky enough to have a ride, have some kind of resource to get them to a homeless shelter. And we started working with the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, and there's a group who studies the state of homelessness around Nebraska and what's going on, how many people are homeless. And what we found out was that Grand Island in 2019 had the highest unmet need for men's homeless shelter services in the state of Nebraska.
Wow.
And that's kind of amazing because you consider the size of Omaha or the size of Lincoln, and to think that Grand Island had that unmet need. And so it was really exciting. Again, getting into that process, you want to open a homeless shelter, where are you going to go, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
But God had brought some really neat people along the way that helped to find a place that's appropriate, and to open a ministry relatively quickly. And I don't think we had to convince the community of Grand Island of the issue. Sometimes we go to communities and it's like you almost have to convince them in a sense that there is a problem, or help open eyes to the problem because they're just not aware of it. But in Grand Island it seemed that people were aware of the problem. Had that been an experience of yours just in ministry there?
Yes, I've seen that. It amazes me, for the size of Grand Island, how great the need is. And I think per capita and percentage-wise, Grand Island has lots of needs.
Yeah.
And and so you have a wonderful center in Grand Island. You've been there many times, and I really appreciate what you do, and how you really help people in that capacity. So I think basically Grand Island as a community, we have a lot of people are willing to sacrifice and give to help others.
Yeah.
And I would encourage, churches or businesses or individuals even, get involved and come alongside. And one of the ways you can do that is financially, and because we're not equipped as a church to minister to the homeless. We don't have facilities, and we don't necessarily have the education and to do it either. Anytime you start something new, there's an education with it.
Right.
And that costs. All education costs. And so we thought, well, let's just give to Crossroads. They're doing it, and support what's already being done by someone.
Yeah.
And so I think in the Christian community we have all these different areas of ministry, and learning to work together and support one another and such can make a really powerful impact in the community.
Friday night, talk about Friday night that our church did.
Yeah, we kind of Friday night we came with and did a hope night.
Mm-hmm.
That was our theme, was hope, and realizing that people go through seasons in life, and some of those seasons are very devastating. And once you get knocked down in life, it's hard to get up. And you got all this mental battle and the emotional battle and such, and you look at your life, you look at life in general, and you say, what I expected in life is not what I'm getting in life. And the greater the distance in that, we all have unrealistic expectations, and the greater the distance between that and the reality of where we're living, the greater the depression and discouragement. And so, we came to bring hope. The Bible says when you lose your hope, your soul becomes sick, your thoughts become very negative, or your emotions are very painful, and it's a tough deal to get out of. So we came with the idea of let's bring hope, and so we brought a worship leader. We just get into the presence of the Lord and allow the presence of the Lord just to love on the people, and to let them know, what, God loves you. God knows right where you are. God cares, and He's willing to help.
Yeah.
And we had a guy gave his testimony. He's a businessman now in Grand Island. He's really turned his life around, and he did a great job, I think, of connecting with the people. And he said, I've been where you are. He said, I've been there a couple times. He said, I've been to prison twice, And so I've had to work my way up out of that season of my life that was very negative, painful, and where I felt real loss and failure. Twice I've had to work myself out of that. But he says, you can do it. And God helped me. And today he's got 2 businesses in Grand Island, and he's flourishing and doing very well. I think that speaks hope into those that are maybe in the midst of, going through a tough time. And, I even personally, there was a 7-year period of my life. I had pastored for probably 20-some years, and then I went through a desert experience where, man, just everything fell apart in my life. And I've always been involved in business and ministry both, and man, I got knocked down in business. I mean, financially, and lost everything. I went through a period of time where the only thing I didn't lose was my relationship with God and my family. I was out of ministry and never thought I'd be back in. I thought I'm washed up, but I kept spending time in the presence of the Lord and leaning on the Lord, and I told God, I said, I think I'm washed up. I'll never be in ministry again. And then all of a sudden, doors started to open, and God moved me back in to pastoring, and I'm back into business now, and things are really going well and flourishing. So I've seen, but from experience, that God can take you in a season of great loss and seems devastating, and He can turn that around.
Amen.
And and when we were here Friday night, and as we were there, and I seen the people, I thought, you know what, these people, God loves them, and God has gifted them and given them a plan and a purpose for their life. Amen. And as they can connect with that, then God can lead them out of it. So we just wanted to come and encourage them along those lines of, you know what, this is a season, but it's not a forever thing, and you can get out of this. God will help you.
Yeah, amen. Thank you for that word, and I just think that kind of brings to light, sometimes we don't get involved because we think there's going to be, it's going to be a big burden. It's going to take a lot of our time, a lot of our resources. But what your church was able to do the other night was so incredible. I spend every day here at the mission. I can tell you from the time that you guys started, I started to see guests lighten up. We were getting into the music. They were hearing a testimony of someone who was able to overcome great obstacles and things in their life. And when you guys left, the morale of the place was completely different.
Yeah.
And I think what it is, sometimes it's even just the sense that you were recognized, that people see you.
Yeah.
And that's an incredible ministry.
Yeah. Well, there's a phrase that I've kind of base on. People don't care how much you know till they know how much you care. Yeah. And I think that if any entity in the world ought to care, it ought to be the church. Yeah. And then we ought to be an expression of God's mercy and God's grace. And everybody in life goes through hard times. I mean, it just seems to be life. Life happens. And we just need to be there to help encourage and support and help lift people up.
Yeah.
You know?
And that kind of, just so people know, volunteering at Crossroads is something powerful. It doesn't take a lot of time. People can volunteer a half hour a week. They can volunteer on a daily basis if they like. Churches can come through. We've seen your church coming through with the time of worship and prayer. We had bingo night, a church was doing. Coming other nights, decorate for the ladies to get together and to decorate. Christmas ornaments and help people kind of get in the spirit of the holidays. And so it's very easy for churches to get involved in that way, and I appreciate you bringing that up, because we do want to encourage people to come to the mission. It's something that I would like to really work on at the mission. I think it's not necessarily that we had closed the doors, but not a lot of people were coming through the door unless they were living at the homeless shelter. And we just want people to know that the door is open. Come and see for yourself what it's like here. Come and be involved. Know that you can give of your time and enjoy what's going on.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, it's good for me to hear, because it really makes me think of, okay, what are some other ways in which we could come alongside? We have, we call them life groups, or meeting homes, or around the community, and they're just sharing life together and growing in God together. And one of the things we want every life group to focus on is look at 2 or 3 times a year where you can go and serve some entity, where like sometimes we'll go to the Salvation Army and serve a meal, or we'll help the homeless, the veterans that are homeless, the guy that leads that in Grand Island, they'll come and help haul furniture or move people and things, and so I think that's so important, that there is a level of growth that comes through serving that you don't get from a book. It comes by experience. And so much of life and spiritual maturity and understanding comes through serving, not just mental learning. And so we want to step that way a little more. And so, I think for us to look at Crossroads in Grand Island, and even here, okay, let's look at ways in which we can send people in just to do some special things, know. And
sounds like my life group.
All right. Got one.
Got one signed up, ready to go. It's the younger life group.
Yeah. It's a radical one, but it's it's a good one.
Right. Well, both of you, I
Yeah.
appreciate your time coming here for conversations on a bench, people being
Yeah.
able to hear your perspective,
Yeah.
sharing from your hearts. And what I want to do is just see if we could end with the word of prayer. And
Mhm.
Tim, if you'd be willing to
Yes.
lead us in prayer.
Yeah. Yes. Well, Heavenly Father, as we've gathered here today, and Lord, we thank you for Crossroads. We thank you for Daniel, Lord, and his leadership. And Lord, that you're doing and working in this place and in all the locations, Lord, of Crossroads. You've raised up people with a compassion and of mercy and grace to reach out and bless people that are in seasons of difficulty. And Father, I thank you that you're working mightily here and in this ministry. Now, Father, we also agree together, Lord, for finances to continue to be released for the ministry that you have called them to. Father, stir the hearts of people to say we want to be involved, we want to be givers here, and we agree with what's going on here, God. What you're doing here, God, we believe is very vital. And so we give ourselves to come alongside and to help. And so, Father, we thank you for that. Lord, we pray for those that are here. Pray for your blessing to rest mightily upon their lives. Father, I pray that they understand your love for them and your kindness, Lord, and that the eyes of their understanding will be opened up. And, Father, they'll come into a relationship with you and realize that you are a source in life that they can turn to and that you'll help bring them out of this season. And so, Father, we just commit this all to you, and we thank you, God, for all that you're doing and are going to do, Father, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. All right. Well, thank you both. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Daniel.
which is between myself and with Rich Stearns. And Rich is the President Emeritus of World Vision and been a good friend for well over a decade. And Rich, so appreciate your leadership of World Vision globally, especially in reaching out to helping children, and especially in the area of really crisis and being able to say, how do we serve and love in the name of Jesus? But as president of World Vision, that really wasn't your initial calling, or maybe it became a calling, but really your background was more out of the business world. And why don't you share just a little bit of your time at Lennox and how God worked in your heart to begin to move you into a place of humanitarian aid and being able to care for people as how you lived out your faith.
Where they do something.
Well, sure, Tom. Thanks for having me on the
Recording
program
in
today.
progress.
And yeah, back in the late 1990s, I was the CEO of Lennox Fine China and Crystal, America's Fine China company,
You and your dad.
back in New Jersey. And as I like to say, I was minding my own business when one day a recruiter called and said he was representing World Vision, and that World Vision was looking for a new president. Now, my wife and I had been donors to World Vision for about 15 years at that time, so we knew of World Vision. In fact, we knew the president of World Vision, who was then planning to step down. But I basically said to him, well, that's a hard job to fill. You need somebody that's, part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana
We'll get her
Jones.
done.
And, good luck with that, right?
Okay.
Finding somebody. But, and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision? And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves, and I said, me?
Better be okay to use your
Surely
picture
you don't
because
mean
it's
me.
on everything.
And, Tom, at the time, I had never been to Africa. I knew nothing about global poverty. I had no theological degree. I had never done any fundraising. I had never worked for a nonprofit. I mean, I was a terrible candidate, I thought, for the president of World Vision. And I won't get into all of the details because of time, but this was clearly God knocking on my door and asking the question, are you available? Are you available? And I didn't want to be available. I was at the top of my career. I was 47 years old. I was, I had made it to the CEO chair in a wonderful company. And I call it my rich young ruler moment. And we all know that story from scripture where this rich young man comes to Jesus and says, Rabbi, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus gives him a stock answer. Well, keep the commandments, worship the Lord at the temple, keep doing the things that, the scriptures command you to do. And of course, the man who might have been a little cocky, he said, well, I've done all of that. You can check me out. I've covered that base. I keep all the commandments. I'm a faithful tither. And then as I like to say, the young man made one mistake. He decided he would ask another question, and he should have quit while he was ahead. He said, is there anything I still lack? And scripture tells us that Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, you lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give it to the poor and come and follow me. And then you'll have treasure in heaven. Well, I wish at the time World Vision was calling me, that story was resonating in my head, because metaphorically, what World Vision was doing was saying, Rich, sell everything you have, quit your job, quit your career, sell your dream house, turn in your company car, pack up your family and move them 3,000 miles to the West Coast and follow me.
We are in Charlotte.
In other words, give everything you have to the ministry with the poor, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. And at that time, I was more interested in treasure on earth than I was in heaven, to be honest. And so it was a difficult decision, but the way that story ends in scripture is tragic, because it says the man went away very sad because he had great wealth. So kicking and screaming and fearful of, this is a career suicide, I did quit my job. World Vision offered me the job. I quit my job, and we sold our house, and we moved all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I showed up that first day terrified that the Lord had made a terrible mistake. And as I cried out to him, I said, Lord, if you don't show up, this ministry's in trouble, and we're both in trouble, because I don't know what to do next. I feel helpless and totally dependent on you. And I felt the Lord was saying, I've got you right where I want you. You are totally dependent on me. Now keep showing up and watch what I do. And that's what I did. And I served for 20 years. I ended up being the longest serving president in World Vision's history. So yeah, that's how the Lord got my attention.
I love that, Rich, and really thanks so much for sharing your story because I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that God could be knocking on their door or inviting them into a second chapter of their life and leadership, and maybe hearing of your courage to be able to step out and follow might allow them to do something similar. So really appreciate that. How about though, as you began to kind of think about that role that you had as president of World Vision, it began to inform and impact kind of your understanding of the
And I'm
gospel.
feeling a lot better
And
and
one of the things I
very safe.
appreciate that
I feel
is the book that
I
you
got to
wrote,
build that
The
connection with my
Hole in Our
kids.
Gospel,
Definitely, I
which
feel
was
like as
really
long as you are
significant and
open to
almost
change,
shares for you of
it'll
certainly
be
coming to a
worth it.
place of faith in Christ, but then this second conversion of looking at what does that faith really mean, or how do we live it out, or engage or act in it? And I just wanted to kind of read a quick excerpt out of that I've appreciated over the years
For
that
a
you
long
wrote
time, they
out
saw
of
me not
The
happy.
Hole in Our Gospel, when you
And
say we're the
I
carriers
refuse for them to
of the
see that
gospel, the
anymore.
good news that was meant to change the world.
Hi, my name is Serena,
Belief is not
and
enough.
I've been in the
Worship
program
is
for
not
about
enough.
4 months now.
Personal morality is not enough.
So a lot of
And
chaos,
Christian
a lot
community is not
of,
enough. God
abuse, that
has
type of
always
thing. I have
demanded
4
more.
kids.
When we
Time
committed
goes on, you
ourselves to
get
following
tired.
Christ, we
So
also
I
committed
just,
to
one
living
day,
our
I
lives in such
finally
a way
packed
that
up
a
and left.
watching
Originally
world
went to
would
Serene
catch a
Harbor,
glimpse
and
of God's
then they have
character,
a
his
time
love,
frame on the time that we can
justice,
stay there. So I
and
started
mercy
looking into
through
other
our
options.
words,
And so I
actions,
found
and
it.
behavior.
When
We
I
are
finally got the
Christ's
call, it was just a
ambassadors,
state
wrote
of
the Apostle
relief.
Paul,
I didn't have to
as though
worry about
God
that
were
time
making
frame
his
for Serene
appeal
Harbor. I
through
didn't
us.
have to
God
scramble
chose
about
us
where
to
I
be
was
his
going to go live
representatives.
my
He called us
head.
to go out to proclaim the good
There's a
news, to
huge
be
difference
good
in my kids'
news, and to
behavior being
change the
here just
world.
because there's
Living
no
out our faith
chaos. There's none of that.
privately
And then
was
since being
never to
here,
be an option. And what might you hope, as you kind of look and have penned those words for Christ followers across our country, as they would reflect and glean on living out their faith today, how that perspective maybe changed your heart a little bit, and how you would hope it would change the hearts of other Christ followers?
Well, Tom, let me first say I couldn't have said it better myself than that quote. But I would add a couple of things. I think, first of all, I would say that we need to understand as followers of Christ that he did not call us to a life of comfort. He called us each to a life of service, a life of loving other people with the love of Christ in our heart and demonstrating his life to that watching world. You know, most of us go to, if we're Christians, we go to worship every Sunday. We go to Bible studies during the week. Our kids are in Sunday school. But the Lord, I don't think, is impressed with all of those activities unless they result in putting what he taught us into action, right? So there's some great scriptures about this. In the book of James, James says this: suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth, so we will be confident when we stand before God. You know, just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? Um, the Lord gave us the 2 greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a third great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can understand. We all know the question used to be these little bracelets. What would Jesus do? Right? WWJD. Try substituting the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love do about homelessness? What would love do about refugees? Don't ask what a political party would do or, what should the government do? What would love do about refugees, about homelessness, about those struggling with mental illness or addiction? We need, as Christians, to ask that question, what would love do, and then attempt to do it.
I love that, Rich, because we're really talking about being grounded in love and then saying that our faith has a tangible expression that lives itself out that ultimately impacts other people. And being able to do that. Oh, that's great. Well, one of the questions I have, and again, coming out of your leadership position a little bit, you really engaged in two significant humanitarian crises. One was AIDS and HIV in Africa. The other was around refugees and migrants, especially in Syria. And you've had front row seat to humanitarian crisis. And as we look in the U.S. today at close to 1 million people that are experiencing homelessness and issues with addiction recovery and mental health challenges, what, from a leadership perspective, could you take from your engagement of a large organization that was helping to bring solution to those situations globally to what we're trying to do here on the homelessness front in the United States? What kind of leadership insights could you provide?
Well, I think for those that might be listening, big crises are often overwhelming. When I used to talk about to our donors and child sponsors at World Vision about global poverty, and I had the statistics of global poverty that 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day, and 29,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of preventable causes, and I throw out these huge numbers, and what I found is people were overwhelmed by these big numbers. Like, how could I possibly make a difference? How could I possibly make a dent? In other words, those facts were having just the opposite effect that I wanted them to have. Instead of inviting them to make a difference and do something, they kind of, oh, it's hopeless. We can't possibly make a dent. But what I learned about any crisis like this, no matter how big, it always boils down to helping one person at a time. The world has changed one person at a time. So no act of kindness, no donation is too small to make a difference. We can each do our part. There's a part in Scripture where Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, you can be thrown into the sea, and the mountain will be thrown into the sea. And, I always struggled with that. Really? I've tried that and it didn't work. I tried throwing a mountain into the sea and it didn't work. But then I turned it around and I said, well, what if he meant a mountain of mustard seeds, right? In other words, if each one of us as Christians has our mustard seed of faith, what if 100 million Christians in America took their mustard seed of faith and pitched in? I bet 100 million Christians, if we each picked up our shovel, could throw that mountain into the ocean. We could throw that mountain into the ocean. And I think if we each picked up our shovel on the homelessness crisis, we could also deal with that crisis, one person at a time, everybody doing their part, everybody doing whatever small or large role they can play. God is not asking everybody to quit their job and move their family and go lead a homeless ministry somewhere in America. He may be asking some to do that, but he's asking the rest of us to just, be involved and do our part, So I think if we all pitch in, this is a manageable crisis, and we can make tremendous progress in helping these desperate people who live in our streets.
I kind of look at that, Rich, and you would probably say at some point in your leadership at World Vision that the situation around AIDS and HIV was unsolvable, irresolvable. I think probably as we look at people living on the streets in the U.S., that many would have kind of a similar feeling that we can't fix it. Yet your history would say some of these irresolvable situations can be fixed. What hope might you give us as we look at trying to help those experiencing homelessness, that we could get on the back end of this and be able to bring some kind of resolution?
Well, first of all, I would want to say to those that are already serving and giving toward the end of helping the homeless in our country, thank you. You're doing exactly what Christ calls us all to do. Every single person you are helping is precious to God, created by God in his own image and precious to him, no matter their circumstances, no matter their religion, no matter, where they are in their life. And many of them are in addiction or struggling with mental illness or just, financial disaster in their life, and they can't afford to have a home. Even women and children, as you know, are on the streets, living in automobiles in terrible conditions. So, but to those who are standing on the sidelines, I might say it's time to do something. We all have three things that we can offer: time, talent, and treasure. We can all do something, no matter how small. My wife and I, we're big boosters of World Vision. We're donors to World Vision. We have been for 41 years, but we give to 3 different homeless ministries in Seattle where we live. Because we read the scripture and we see Christ's passion for the least of these. And I can't think of another group that title fits better, the least of these, in our country than the people that are so poor that they're living on the streets and they're living hand to mouth. So with time, treasure, and talent, you can give, you can volunteer, you can advocate to your local government officials for this in favor of doing more. We can all do something. We have to remember that Jesus is going to ask every one of us what we did for the least of these brothers and sisters in our world. When I preach on Matthew 25, that famous passage where the sheep and the goats are gathered together, right? And it's the judgment day. It's not a parable, it's a prediction. And Jesus tells us this story. He gives us this prediction, and he basically, goes through, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. I was in prison and you visit me. I was sick and you cared for me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And people say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Lord, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked? And when did we visit you when you were sick? And he says, I tell you the truth. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. And of course, the people that did those things are welcomed into the kingdom of everlasting life. And the people that didn't get a very different treatment. And, I like to say in Matthew 25, this is the final exam, right? This is the final exam. It's the judgment day. And there's only one question on the final. What did you do for the least of these? And fortunately, and that's the question Jesus is going to ask each one of us when that day comes. And fortunately, we all still have the time to work out our answer to that question. Right. And I don't want to get into the whole theological thing. Of course, I believe in salvation by faith alone. But the evidence of faith is what Jesus is looking for in our lives. How will he know whether our faith is genuine? He'll look for the evidence. And the evidence he's looking for is, what did you do for the least of these, of my brothers and sisters? So anyways, I would just encourage people to get involved, no matter how small. If you can give $25 to a homeless organization, that'll make a difference. That'll change somebody's life. If you can give 25,000 or 25 million, that'll help even more. Or if you can volunteer once a week in a volunteer program in your community, that'll make a difference. And everybody can pray. We can pray for the homeless. So those are some words of encouragement.
Those are great words of encouragement, Rich, and just really appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the friendship that we've had over the years. Appreciate really, again, your leadership and your involvement and influence for the kingdom. And I think a lot of the things that you shared and have experienced certainly apply to what we're trying to do here today in raising awareness of how followers of Jesus Christ don't stand on the sideline, but jump into the fray, commit themselves, support, engage, volunteer in order to share the love of Christ and live out their faith in tangible, relevant, and significant ways. So thanks so much. Appreciate all that you've shared with us and look forward to how that's going to impact those that are listening during this 24-hour period of Conversations on a Bench.
Well, thanks, Tom, and I appreciate what you and Citygate are doing to pull this off and get the word out and invite people to join what you're all doing.
All right, good. Blessings. Thanks again, Rich. We'll see you.
All right. Bye-bye now.
Many of you are having awesome creative conversations. In fact, here's a creative conversation right here. My friend Billy, man, hey, thanks for stopping in. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you for having me.
You never know who's just going to pop into Houston and have a conversation.
You never know. Houston, we have a problem. Billy Baldwin has arrived.
That's it. Now we're going to be able to fix everything. So, hey, thanks so much for stopping in and us having a conversation about what's happening and what you've seen. But before we do that, I've got to let people know how we know each other, because there's probably a lot of reasons people think we might know each other. But what you don't know is Billy and I actually starred in a movie together.
Define starred.
Well,
or define we, because I starred in this film. You were in this film. Did you have any lines?
I walked by.
Yeah, and did you make it into the final cut?
These are all semantics that really don't matter.
Okay, so it's called Being Left on the Cutting Room Floor. People, look it up. And his picture, Brandon, is right next to it in the dictionary. I got left on the cutting room floor. Now, we made a wonderful film about homelessness, and then it spun off a documentary on homelessness. The film was called No Address. The documentary was called Americans with No Address, and now it's spun off another documentary with a group of people we were working with, Dr. Marvin is our buddy, our partner in solving homelessness, and on fentanyl, called Fentanyl Death Incorporated. The feature was a scripted feature with Xander Berkeley and Beverly D'Angelo, Ashanti, myself, you, of course.
Of course.
The fabulous Brandon Thomas. And we had a great time, forged some very, very important, meaningful, strategic relationships. That was years ago. What year was that? I don't remember.
Oh man, that
19,
was
21?
No, it was probably 22. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, it's still years. And it's forged some partnerships and some alliances that I think are really, really critical to addressing this issue, raising awareness concerning this issue, and coming up with meaningful solutions. Really gaining some headway, because this problem, because of COVID and because of the fentanyl crisis, as we're now experiencing it on an entirely different level. So,
without a doubt. So I'm going to say this. One of the things I've loved about getting to know you is really how, and again, not trying to be funny, but how smart you are. Like, you have a depth of knowledge, and what's been really awesome, and I know a lot of my colleagues who are currently on the bench right now as well have experienced is when you do a role the way you did the role in the movie No Address, is you really immerse yourself into it. And part of that journey was immersing yourself by visiting several of my colleagues and friends across the country who, many of them you might know, they're sitting on the bench right now. Could you tell some of the things that you learned about that journey and how that influenced even what you're doing today with Dr. Marba?
It sort of reintroduced me. I had been doing it decades ago, and I was doing a lot of advocacy work, some for the homeless. In fact, I did a panel discussion on homelessness at the Republican National Convention in Houston, Texas in 1992. I've been to every DNC and every RNC since 1988. And I actually went to the first DNC in '88 in Atlanta. And then in '92, the DNC was in New York and the RNC was here in Houston. And we did panel discussions on homelessness here at the RNC back then in 1992. And I've been to every RNC since then. Sometimes we've been effective and productive, and sometimes we've been arrested. No, I'm only kidding. We got ourselves into trouble. But yeah, it's great to be back in town here. It's great to be working on this important issue. And you know, I've learned so much. I've been inspired and motivated. First of all, you know, it's weird. You have that line like, I'm not a homeless advocate, I just play one on TV. Well, I am both. I play one on TV, hence right now, and I also am one in real life. But really the credit goes and the thanks goes to you and everybody, all of the CEOs at Citygate and all of the missions across the country, because you are the people on the front lines, down in the trenches, rolling up your sleeves, getting your hands dirty in a meaningful way, you know, 70, 80, 100 hours a week to try and move the ball down the field, to try and raise awareness, to try and improve lives, but ultimately to make people self-sufficient, independent, and save lives. That's the stuff that you guys are doing. That is not my day job, and I really want to give you props for that and credit for that, for the incredible work that all of you are doing. But I've learned a lot. I've heard Marbet say, we learned from someone who had graduated from a mission and was working in a mission in Seattle or San Francisco, I think Seattle, and he said, compassion without accountability is enablement. That's one of the things that I've learned. Compassion without accountability is enablement. One side has tons of compassion. They accuse the other side of not having enough. One side wants a lot of accountability. They say the other side does not have enough accountability. Well, guess what? Now, because the crisis has gotten so much more complicated and bigger and worsened, if you will, because of fentanyl, because of COVID. Homelessness, I think these numbers may be wrong, but in Sacramento, it went from 4,000 to 17,000 over COVID. LA City, LA County went from 54,000 to 76,000 over COVID. So you factor in the fentanyl issue, we're dealing with a crisis that's unprecedented. And what it's done, it's created an opportunity when it comes to mental health, when it comes to homelessness, when it comes to addiction. You now have this bipartisan opportunity because everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of humanity. Everybody wants to talk to one another on this issue of compassion, getting people back on their feet, self-sufficiency, independence. So we have the left and the right, not in total agreement, but willing to work together in a time where, you know, we're relatively, you know, maybe more divided than we've ever been in my lifetime, you know, perhaps since the Vietnam War, to say the least. So the fact that the left and the right are willing to sit down, be civil, be respectful, to work with one another to advance the cause of, like I say, it's not really a homeless crisis or an addiction crisis as much as it's a mental health crisis. The fact that we're willing to talk to one another, work federal, state, local, faith-based, nonprofit, corporate America, having us all finishing each other's sentences. We're not quite there yet, but you know, all working in concert with one another to get the kind of results that you're having here is amazing.
Awesome. Well, I think about my friend Jarrell right now, who's at Light of Life mission in Pittsburgh. And what they're doing there, kind of the theme of their bench is about being a good neighbor. Obviously the home of Mr. Rogers. And so they're kind of using that theme, which I think is pretty cool. What would be your advice as you've been an advocate and you've worked in this space for so many years, and for somebody who's just kind of watching this bench event play out in their local, with their local ministry, what would be your advice for just somebody who's kind of stumbled upon this on social media, they're watching, you know, their local mission? What would be your advice to them to be a good neighbor when it comes to serving and helping those experiencing homelessness?
Boy, I have several answers to that, but the main thing is, in my experience with people that are struggling with homelessness and addiction and mental health issues, is that they want to be seen and they want to be heard, and that's one way. You know, obviously volunteer. Obviously, if you can, write a check. No check too small. $5, $25, $50, $100. You know, no check is too small. But when you're volunteering or when you're encountering, you know, homeless people in your community, to make them feel seen and feel heard, I think goes a long way in sort of making them feel helping to sort of restore their dignity rather than going to the other side of the street or putting your head down and pretending you're on the phone, looking them in the eye, saying good morning, ask how they're doing, ask what their name is. Just looking them in the eye and smiling, saying, hope you're having a great day, is such a beautiful thing. But when it comes into the nuts and bolts of the activism beyond volunteering and beyond writing a check, we have to do this in bipartisan way. We have to cut through the bureaucracy and the red tape. We have to bring in new partners. It has to be faith-based. It has to be government. It has to be corporate. It has to be nonprofit. It has to be social workers. We all have to be working in concert with one another. And we have to try new things. I travel the country like barnstorming with Dr. Barbet, and he's, too busy analyzing and assessing and sometimes critiquing where we failed on the right to go after my people. And I'm too busy going after my people to say, look, we had these well-intended programs. I'll give you an example. Well-intended programs, and we implemented this policy 15, 20 years ago, and we're realizing now it was well-intended, and it's not working as effectively as we would have liked it to, or it's not working at all, and we have to course correct. One of them was harm reduction and no harm, and housing first, taking people off the street and putting them and providing housing. Well, that is wonderful. A person that was formerly unhoused is no longer homeless. They have a home. But if you're not addressing the treatment, comprehensive 360 treatment to deal with the mental health component and the addiction component, you now have a homeless person who's no longer homeless, who's struggling with a mental health crisis and an addiction crisis, and it has to be addressed, like I said, in a 360 universal way. A lot of people say, and this is where I talk about being bilingual, you have to know how to speak liberal English and conservative English, because when I talk to my my liberal friends, they sometimes will just try to sling a lot of stuff against the wall, regardless of the cost, to see what works and what sticks, and we find out 15 years later what's working and what's not working. My more conservative friends, where it comes with the compassion without accountability, they want accountability, and they're like, wow, universal 360 care, that you may be treating somebody for 6, 8 months, 12 months, that sounds awfully expensive. Who's going to pay for that? And what I say to them is, when you call 911, firemen, sheriff, police, nonprofits, paramedics, you're paying. And sometimes they're calling on the same person in a state of emergency, a fentanyl overdose, 2, 3, 4 times in one day. So they call all those resources in, you pay. They go to the emergency room, you pay. They get admitted to the hospital, you pay. They go into the legal system, judges, courts, lawyers, you pay. They become incarcerated, you pay. You go downtown, property values, Small Business Administration, Department of Commerce, Department of Tourism, all being adversely, negatively affected. So we are already paying an enormous price to not do enough. If you're addressing the mental health component and the addiction component, along with life skills, getting these people off the street and preparing them for a life of independence and self-sufficiency, a job, livable wages, affordable housing, job placement, these are all the things that you're doing here. It's improving lives, it's saving lives, it's restoring dignity, and it's getting people on a path to self-sufficiency and total independence, so they're out of the system. And that's the work that you guys are doing. And I just sit here and get to thank you, because I do it when I can. It's not my go-to gig. And nobody's doing it better than you. Nobody's doing it better than Citygate. I love the corporate and faith and government sort of intersection of all this with the nonprofits. And that's my cue. That's a wrap, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, right there.
We broke it for lunch.
That's the deal.
We broke it for lunch.
So last question, or last thing, we have...
Who has the best Citygate in all of the 300 Citygates?
And that's what you want to know, right? And you're going to answer that right here. It's probably your co-star and friend. I'm totally kidding. Don't do that, all right? I can't let that go, man.
He's begging for it. He's begging for it.
Yeah, I'm working hard for
that's
it.
You know what? I just did this 5 times while we were sitting here. But that's the problem. The press gravitates towards me. I helped with Olympic wrestling, right? and Olympic wrestling was restored. And they're like, oh, Billy Baldwin, he saved Olympic wrestling. No, I was the face that the media paid attention to. I got to do all the talking points. I was the one on camera, but the reality is you are the one that's addressing homelessness. You are the ones that are improving and saving lives on a daily basis in a big city like Houston, one of the biggest cities in America. And I am not taking credit for it. I'm happy to enhance whatever it is that you're doing and assist. I'm happy to be your wingman, my brother, right here on the bench.
Well,
I'm his wingman on the
lot.
bench, and I'll do whatever I can, whatever is in my power to keep moving. I don't care if it's a 80-yard bomb for a touchdown or if it's 2 yards. As long as we keep moving the ball down the field, that's what I'm here for, and that's what I thank you for.
Well, thank you, sir. Last thing, many of my friends and colleagues are watching right now around the country, sitting on the bench themselves for 24 hours. Any words of encouragement for them, as it might even be a point now where their rear ends are a little sore and they're ready to go home and take a nap. Any encouragement for them?
Yeah, lots of coffee, and you are on a bench, so if you need to at any point, just catch a quick a quick power nap. I encourage that. I think that's not allowed, huh?
Oh, it's absolutely allowed,
they are.
and I do plan to do that myself here in a little bit.
I want to get footage of that. You and I on the bench together, spooning, taking a nap.
Well, typically that would be to keep us warm, but we don't need that in Houston.
Yeah, 24 hours of doing this. It's I've done marathons like this before, and make sure you, I would say make sure you get a couple of workouts in the days leading up to it, eat very well, stay totally hydrated, and do some flexibility work, because if you're not flexible and you're sitting on that bench for 24 hours, it's not going to feel good when you're about 2 or 3 hours into it. So take a couple of yoga classes, hot yoga, stretch.
There you go.
Loosen up.
Awesome. Well, guys, keep up the great work. We appreciate y'all, and I can't wait to hear stories of how your bench event's going.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the work you're doing.
All right, we're back to Conversations on a Bench in Hastings in front of Crossroads. A 24-hour live stream conversation talking about homelessness and issues of homelessness, hearing testimonies from people who've been able to overcome, hearing testimonies from people who are in the thick of it all, and trying to work through the things that they're facing in life. We've heard from South Central Behavioral, we've heard from local ministers, and it's been a lot of good conversation. Now I'm hanging out with two of the roughest guys in Hastings, Nebraska right here.
For sure.
But this is my son Noah, and Noah came to bring me some supper tonight before night falls, and he has to go to bed. Noah, tell him how old you are.
I'm 7.
7. Where do you go to school?
Hastings Christian School.
All right, good. And so Noah wanted to be on the live stream, and he wants to share something that he memorized.
John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he sent his one and only Son, for whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life.
All right, good job. Thank you. Thanks for coming on the bench. All right, well, yeah, it's been good. A lot of conversation. It's starting to get dark out here. and the mosquitoes came out kind of thick, so we got a can of off and ready to spend the night. So this is where it gets real, because the night's going to be pretty long. And I'm excited about the next person I've invited, Sonny, to come on the bench to share with us about his experience, what God's done in his life. And so, Sonny, thanks for coming out.
Yeah, you bet. Glad to be here.
Yeah.
Have this time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
So wanted to kind of hear from you, just your testimony, if you could start just growing up. And obviously we're here to talk about homelessness, so I know that you have some experience at Crossroads, and just kind of take us through your journey.
Yeah. Yeah, I've spent some time at Crossroads, but before that, as a young man, I don't know, about 12 years old, I guess, I really just started making really poor decisions in life. And the world and all the things that were out there, all the stuff just really caught my attention. And so I just jumped in. I just jumped in with that kind of life and was really rebellious. I mean, I guess if there was one word that described who I was, ultimately it was rebellious. I did not appreciate authority, I guess, at that time, whether it be my parents or whether it be teachers at school, whether it be the police or whoever it might be. And so I just thought I knew better. And that led me to get involved in drugs. Drug addiction really was the thing that really took a hold of my life. And I always quote Romans when I talk about that, because Romans says something to this effect, that what you offer yourself to, it's your master. So if you offer yourself to sin, it's your master. And I did. I offered myself to sin. I offered myself to drug addiction. And so I lived that life from, really hardcore, I guess, from 18 to 25. Methamphetamines ran my life. If it said do this, I did it. If it said go do this, if it said steal this, I just went. And there was just really nothing else in my life I wanted, was just meth. And until a lady, obviously I knew the truth growing up. I knew things about God. In that, I was rebellious too. No, I don't want that. I want to do things my way. But a lady in county jail here in Nebraska, I'd been coming to this same jail over and over, and we knew each other by name now. And she said, "Sonny, how many times am I going to see you coming back in here? If you want to be done with this life, I can tell you how." And so it resonated. It stuck with me a little bit. And she started coming to the gate at night, talking to me and 3 other guys. And one day she said, "You just need to confess." And I think the Lord used that to just finally break me of my rebellious pride. And in the jail cell that night, I broke down and just asked God to take my life. And I didn't care if I got in trouble anymore. I didn't care what the consequences were for all my crimes. I wanted to be done with the life, and I asked Christ to come into my life and to take it. And that started a journey of just seeking him and following him. And I still went to prison for 2.5 years. And then, of course, we'll get to the part where I was homeless. I guess living the homeless. But after being in prison for 2.5 years, I didn't really know where to go when I was going to get out. And the lady, the jailer that led me to the Lord, said, "I've heard of a place." And I said, "Okay, all right, I'll give it a call. I'll call them, and if they say they got a place for me, then God, I guess that's where I'm going to go." And I called and I talked to somebody for about 3 minutes and said, "I'm getting out this day, this, and this. Would you have a place for me?" "Yeah, we got a place. Just come when you get out. Just come here, and we'll have a place ready for you." And sure enough, when I got out, my family picked me up. They brought me here, dropped me off. And that just kind of began my time here at Crossroads. So anything I'm missing you want to ask, Dan, in the middle of that?
Well, yeah, I want to ask you, we do a certain amount of ministry, I think, when we talk about the homeless population and we talk about the judicial system. I think there's a great deal of overlap in terms of who we're serving. just because of the nature of street life, the nature of drugs and addiction, and all those things that come with it. And I guess my understanding, Nebraska's done a lot of work helping to find places for people when they come out of incarceration that are safe places, that have a good program in place, and that can help people kind of even get their basic things in line, like a social security card, a driver's license, some of these things. They say that if people don't have that kind of support coming out of prison, that the chances of them recommitting a crime are extremely high. What do you think in your life experience?
What I witnessed, I guess, most when I was in was a lot of people. I just remember one guy, and I'll just call him Eddie, it's for short. And he was my guy right next to me in bunk, so we were in a dormitory style. And he'd be sitting up on the bunk, and he'd be saying, "Man, look at these guys. They just keep coming back in. That guy was just in. That guy was just in." And then guess what? He got out, and just a few weeks later, he was rolling back through the door, and there he was coming in.
Wow.
And if you ask people what happened out there, is they went back to the same things. They didn't have a place to go. They went back to their family. They chose to go that route. And that's why I think the recidivism rate is so high. You can't go back to that same playground and do those things. And that's ultimately why I think the Lord led me to Crossroads, to be honest.
Yeah.
There was structure. There was godly influence. I was trying to walk that path anyway and doing that. And when I got here, that next morning we're singing songs in the morning, doing devotions and, praying and getting in the Word that first day, right as I got out. And they're just encouraging you to live that kind of life and then also help you with everything else.
Yeah.
And I think that's missing. When you don't have that, it is so easy to fall back. There were so many times I've been in and out of jail, only once in prison, but in and out of jail. And same thing for me. Every time I made a really bad decision to go where I never should have gone, and that was it.
Sure.
And it was just that quick.
Uh-huh.
You can fall right back into it just that quick.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So how long were you at Crossroads?
That's a great question because it's been some time, I would say around 6 months.
Okay.
But we really established something when I was here. I was working with my advisor, my guy here. I started going to college, started working, really started building. I was able to buy a car by the savings program that you guys have here. So I had a little car, $600 car.
Yeah.
Had to rip the carpets out. It was very dirty, but anyway, it was awesome. I loved it. I had a car and could get around and get to school and get to work. And so it didn't take long for me to kind of get on my feet that way. Mm-hmm. And in fact, my sister was here in town, so we ended up living together for a while. And I helped her and her son for a long time, for a while when we lived together. Yeah. So I wasn't here a super long time.
Sure.
But I will say I think it was exactly where I was supposed to be. If I haven't said that already a couple of times, I think I have. But that God led me here, and it was where I was supposed to come. And yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of probably really abbreviated. I mean, going from the life that you were living to, experiencing a relationship with Christ, and then your years of moving forward. Did you have other struggles along the line? Was it difficult to?
Yeah, for sure. One thing I think, that God took away from me, I'll say, June 19th, 2006 is when I got sentenced. That's a date that'll forever be etched in my mind. And from that day on, I started doing something every day that was opening the Word and praying for myself. And so there'd be these times when I'd be walking the yard or something like that, where there would just kind of be like this light bulb moment, like, wait, when you get out, you can't go back there, and it resonated with me. And then I started hearing some of the words that were coming out of my mouth at that time still, and I was like, wow, that's not that great either, so there was that. When I went in, I think God really just rescued me from the the power that meth had over my life finally. And that was, I give all credit to him for that, his grace in that. Of course, you have those weird dreams and all those things that kind of happen when you're coming out of that life, and they're really vivid. And I would just wake up and go, no way, this didn't happen, and it didn't. You know, but so there's definitely been things, and I still have family members that are still in that game, and that's been a hard struggle to be around and set the right boundaries in those places and stuff like that. So yeah.
Well, you know, that's really interesting. I kind of talked today about just being a leader in a nonprofit, and I ask myself a question a lot, and that is, what's different about Crossroads? There's a lot of nonprofits that are doing incredible things, meeting huge needs, and so I like to think about that. I think something that does set us apart is our faith, and that is that Jesus Christ is the center of our work. That's in our core values at Crossroads, and that we really believe that recovery comes from Christ. And I talked about this earlier when I was in a conversation with Gail and Pastor Tim, you know, just talking about that's really the holistic approach. There's a lot of help out there. There's medicines, there's counselors, there's therapists, but really having that relationship with Christ, you're saying that's what really ultimately changed your life.
Yeah, I 100%.
Yeah, amen to that.
100%.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amen to that.
You know, one other thing I think about Crossroads was there was a lot of options before me as I was going to get out. And those options were halfway houses, 3/4 way houses. And I did watch guys struggle going into those places. Sadly, you know, some of those places can be tainted a little bit. And it just, sometimes it didn't really work for guys a whole lot. But what Crossroads offered was a free place to come without the pressure of having to have it all figured out right away and getting these things to go and having a job right away and all that stuff, you know, and start paying rent right away and bills collecting, you know. And I think there's some of that pressure sometimes that drives people back to the money or back to the game. Does that make sense to you? That oh, I got to do this. I'm not making it.
Sure.
And I think that's one thing I forget about sometimes, but the Crossroads really did was take that stress off so that you could just do one day at a time and kind of walk, and you weren't forced into anything. And that was a huge blessing. A huge blessing.
In your journey and along the way, had you been homeless before that?
Not for extended periods. I did a lot of sleeping in random places, more like a sleep on the couch kind of guy and stay here and bounce here and do that, and slept in some awkward places every now and then, but no extended periods of just being homeless. Could always kind of find a place to land, I guess, but
sure.
Yeah.
Well, when you left Crossroads, you said you went to college and you got some training. What did you do?
Yeah, so I got an associate's degree in automotive technology, and so I've been a professional mechanic now for 16 years, and I fix cars sometimes. Sometimes Dan's fixes them instead of me.
Hardly.
So, so I went out to college there and did that, and then got a job here in town locally at a dealership, and been there for quite a while now, and it's been really good. So yeah.
But I've seen you quite a bit in a different role. And that is in ministry. And really, what's amazed me about you is using your testimony, your life experiences. I guess when I think about it, it's what the Bible says, that Satan meant for evil and that God used for good. And over the years, God's really been able to use your life experience.
Yeah. So that would have been one of those walk in the yard kind of days where God just kind of gave me something. That I was walking and this thought just came to me, if this isn't used for good, then it's kind of pointless. And so when I got out, came to Crossroads, a man came and was given a devotional one day, and he was talking about going out to the regional center, working with boys who were in drug treatment, young. And when he was done, I just said, I would really like to go with you and just help, just be a volunteer. And so he looked at me, like, I don't know, I don't know. But finally he said, yeah, I think you could come out and check it out. And long story short was I was there for 6 years, working with boys in drug addiction, sharing stories, sharing the word with them, growing in that, trying to help these young men just see that life for what it is and point them to the one who can help them, Christ. And so through that, the church that I was attending saw my passion for youth, and they said, hey, there's this youth position open at our church. Would you come and do that? I said, no. I said no for a year. And then finally decided, we'll do that. Yeah. And so we've done that for 13 years as youth. And through that, I've done some Bible college and done some training and different kind of things for that to grow and to encourage people and to point them to the one I believe is absolutely everything, Dan, and that's the Lord Jesus Christ.
Yeah, amen to that.
So, yeah.
Well, a huge thing we hope to accomplish with Conversations on a Bench, we're hoping that people are tuning in. I just really believe that there's definitely a lot of stereotypes when people think about homelessness. I've been guilty of it myself, where I come past someone who's sitting beside the street on the sidewalk with a sign, or different things like that, where I would be guilty of stereotyping them and thinking that they almost choose to be that way, or they want to be that way, or they're too lazy to do something better. And we hope that through this, God would develop in people in our communities in central Nebraska a heart of compassion, that each person who faces homelessness is a real story. It's a real person. It's someone who has real struggles and who deserves help.
Yep.
And when they're ready for help, that it is the responsibility of Christians especially to respond to that need. What message would you have for people? I mean, in your situation and the life that you just described to us, what did it mean to you that people were willing to help you and not just write you off?
Yeah, wow. I don't know if anybody's ever asked me that question, actually, Dan. Well, there was a guy working here before, and Jerry. And as soon as I walked in the door, Jerry gave a big hug. And you didn't feel demeaned, I guess. You didn't feel any less of a person, just coming out, not knowing really what to do with life. And so I clung to him a little bit when I was first here, and just, I think it just helped.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say it any other. It's just that I didn't come in and feel like, you're just another one of these guys, It was, no, you're here, you're welcome here. And that made all the difference. I mean, if everybody would have turned their back and just said, we want nothing to do with you, I think the results could have been different, I suppose. But,
sure.
Yeah, that's a tough question, actually, Dan.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to that. And I know from my point of view, being a director and people coming in, trying to be intentional, I have a guy that I've had the privilege to kind of know for about 10 years here, and he just always talks about, you guys said thank you to me every time I did something around the mission, and that really helped me, like to know that I was cared for.
Yeah.
And that I wasn't just another number.
Right.
And so there is something really special about people caring and reaching out to others and lending them a hand. I do want to ask you about, because you talked about being in and out of jail multiple times, and I think a ministry like Crossroads can be a very difficult, and I think I would just use the word messy ministry, because sometimes people don't have that same experience of just being set free.
Yeah.
Especially maybe if they're not ready to, I guess, commit their life to Christ, or to surrender or repent, or whatever word you want to use. Mm-hmm. And so that can mean like a lot of failed attempts, right?
Yeah.
And, just talking to you, how does it match up with the gospel when we give people multiple chances.
Yeah. Well, Jesus said, how many times do we forgive our brother who sins against us? This may be a brother, even a close friend. It's 70 times 7. But isn't the same grace extended to us over and over again? Maybe us who even have our life all together. Isn't it still God's grace that's bigger than, we haven't landed. We haven't arrived. One thing Paul said, I don't act like I've attained it, this righteousness already. I press on towards the goal so that I may attain this prize, And it's the same for all of us. Some of us just have a messier, you can see it easier, so to speak, right?
Yep.
But all of us have things, and it's all God's grace that covers us in that. We're all in need of it.
Yeah.
And if we can remember that as we deal with people, and I need it just as desperate as the guy standing on the corner with the sign, or who's probably drunk laying in the ditch. I need grace just the same as him.
Amen.
I need grace just as the same as any other person in this life, and that's what God offers. Is His grace, His mercy, His kindness to us who don't deserve it. He gives it. We can't earn it. We give it. And I think when we do that with the people we come in contact with, we imitate the Father's character more than any other time, is when we pour out grace and mercy to those who don't deserve it.
Amen.
I think,
Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Just for those who might be listening in, I talk about those chances over and over again, and having been here for quite a little bit here at Crossroads now and working in the ministry, there are a lot of people who come in, and I just want to share a little bit about our program. And our program is, hopefully people get it right off the bat. A lot of people, they do have failed attempts. They try and they try again. I think something very unique about Crossroads is that we open the door again and again. I remember one night taking a guy to the door. He was not well. He'd been drinking very heavily. It became apparent he could no longer be at the mission. It just wasn't going to work out, and typically people aren't in their best moment when they're intoxicated like that. But I walked him to the door and I said, when you're ready, you can come back home. And it was so interesting to me. It was almost like he got sober for a second, because he just looked at me and wept because of what was said to him, that he was welcome back. And I think about the story of the prodigal son, right?
Yeah.
That guy, he went and swindled everything. He took his inheritance and he wasted it. Everything that he grew up in a good home. He had a good father.
Yep.
And he made bad decisions, and he just wasted it all, right? And found himself where sin always leads us, and that was without. And wishing he could eat pig food. And
doesn't sound too good to me.
Doesn't sound very good. I've seen that. It doesn't look very appetizing. But really, what's amazing about that story is when he returns home, and from a distance, his father is excited and ready to welcome him home. And even to celebrate. Beyond just joy is even a celebration of welcome home. And
I've heard that, it's not common for Jewish men to run, and we see that he runs even, and so there's this pursuing, just letting it all down for the sake of this one coming home. Isn't there kind of that idea?
Amen. Yeah, that's I think a very clear picture of what happens a lot of times here at Crossroads, and that is a big part of our program. And I know that had we not opened the door for people over and over again, some of them, thankfully God ultimately has His plan and His purpose in people's life, and He's pursuing people. But I do believe that opening the door was so effective in their life to know that they had a place called home, and to minister to them in that way. So I appreciate you coming on and sharing your story and how you had the experience here at Crossroads, but really ultimately what God's done in your life, and just being willing to be vulnerable in that way.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate it. I'm forever grateful to the Crossroads and what they've done and helping me. So
and I've had a few pastors on today. You're a pastor, and
Luther.
what I've asked is, that they just take a moment, if they would, to pray over Crossroads.
Yeah.
And, I firmly believe in prayer. The Bible says that the fervent prayers of a righteous man availeth much, and we just want to cover Crossroads in prayer.
Yep.
This is ministry. It is a spiritual battle for the souls of men and women. I see it all the time when someone makes a decision. They say something like, today's going to be the day I'm going to get sober. Today I want to give my life to Christ, or whatever life change they're hoping to make. Just how what a battle they face. And I've just seen things. It's so evident that it's a spiritual battle. You just know that Satan fights against them and desires that they would turn away from that decision. And just asking if you would pray over. We have 70 guests here in Hastings today.
Yeah.
We have about 120 to 150 guests on any given day in central Nebraska. But would you take the time to lift them up?
I'd love to pray, for sure.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, Heavenly Father, God, we are just grateful to you. We are grateful for all that you have done for us, Lord. That we could be partakers of your grace and your mercy in Christ. Lord, I do pray for Crossroads tonight. I pray for the ministry here. I pray for Dan and all the staff. Lord, I pray that you would gift them with the abilities to love these people that come through the door, to extend your grace to the hurting, to the poor, to those in desperate need here, Lord. I just pray that they could find a place of refuge, healing, and Lord, ultimately that they could come to find Christ here, Lord. And so I pray for all the guests. I just pray for your mercy to be upon them, Lord. I pray, Father God, that you would just uphold and undertake this mission and all that's going on with Crossroads in the state, Lord. We just pray for that. God, do a work in these people's lives. We just pray that you would, Lord, in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Sonny.
Yeah, you bet.
Appreciate you coming out.
You bet.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right, we're back with Conversations on a Bench here in Hastings at Crossroads Mission Avenue. We're here for the duration of the night. This is a 24-hour live streamed event of having conversations around the topic of homelessness and people who are facing homelessness, stories of people who've overcome homelessness. We've had a lot of good conversation with local ministers and even another agency in Hastings and in central Nebraska, South Central Behavioral, about homelessness. And in the meantime, we've had a lot of other visitors in the form of mosquitoes who are starting to visit us tonight. Had a squirrel that almost came on the bench, and that was kind of exciting. But I have with me Tim Burney, and Tim, thanks for coming on the bench tonight.
No problem. Glad to be here.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring you on the bench. Actually, we'll kind of get into it a little bit to talk about homelessness in Kearney, because we are talking about central Nebraska and the issue of homelessness about central Nebraska. But let's just get introduced to you a little bit. Where are you from and who are you? And
well, my wonderful wife and I live in Minden, Nebraska, and I'm a men's case manager at the Kearney Crossroads. So basically grew up in central Nebraska though as well. Broken Bow is where we actually grew up. And then so yeah, I'm used to the central spotlight, I guess.
Okay, yeah. What were you doing before you came to Crossroads?
Oh man, I've been around since the dinosaurs walked the earth, so I've had a lot of jobs and different things that I've done. But I've done a lot of, I've welded, I drove truck, I did underground work, as far as fiber optics. Also worked in radio for 8 years, in radio, did sports broadcasting, and just enjoyed that as well. Even done some sales in the past, so a little bit of working with the public people and then also hands-on stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's a big change, I think, going from some of those really hands-on jobs and hard jobs, now working at Crossroads. How did that happen?
Oh, wow. Well, to be honest, I was at a Crossroads. So at that time, I'd been working underground with my sons. They were in a company my cousin owns, and he gave me the opportunity to work with them, with my sons, and it was just getting too hard on my body, the everyday battle of digging and doing all that stuff. And so my wonderful little daughter-in-law, Kristen, said, you ought to look into Crossroads and talk to Daniel. And so you and I got together at that time, and it worked out, and that's kind of how it got here.
Yeah. And, you know, I think being in the ministry at Crossroads is so different from just a traditional job. I mean, you must have had some kind of heart to be in ministry to make that kind of a change, right?
I do have a heart for that type of ministry, especially when you get into the addiction side, having a son who you just listened to here a little bit ago, and also myself. I struggled with that myself in my early life. And so, yeah, you kind of want to try to help those that you can help and some of your past experiences. And then Christ came into my life, and he just gave me a love for people and that I'd never experienced before. So that love and doing his work is just awesome.
Yeah. Well, maybe before we kind of get into Crossroads here, can you tell us that story of how you came to know Christ, how he changed your life? What happened?
There was 2 stages in my life. When I was 10 years old, I went forward at a church camp and professed Christ as my Savior, but it just never really stuck. I think I didn't know exactly what I was doing. I went along with some things. Even some friends tried to get me into Bible studies and different things, but I just didn't seem to soak it up. And so then I kind of wandered the other direction and played high school athletics, had a good time there. But once I got out of school, things started happening in my life, and I kind of took them a little bit hard and got into drugs and alcohol. And that started being the prison in my life. And I just didn't know how to get out of it for a long time. And the Lord, it's just funny how he works, because he'll bring you around. He'll put the people in your life to change it. And I met my wife, Emily, at that time. She was taking care of Sonny at the daycare type situation, preschool. And we just got together, and from there we got married, and I started kind of going back to church. I was just thought, well, okay, it's time to do those things. And Emily is involved in another type of religion, and I was going to prove her wrong. So I was trying to get back to where I'd been in my life. I knew where to go. I knew Christ was the answer, but I'd never really took that in. Well, the Lord took us up to a ranch up in Taylor, Nebraska, and I managed to run that ranch. It was just Emily and I and the family, and Sonny and his older brother Joel. And it was up there that I met a young pastor in his first church up there. And he would come out and duck hunt with me, and we'd do cattle work together and all of that. And the Holy Spirit started working on me pretty hard. And so one day when I was out feeding cattle, we fed with a team of horses. So I threw hay off of a wagon while the horses went along. And I stopped the horses, and I just looked up. I hopped down on that ground right in that hayfield area. I said, Lord, I can't do this anymore. I cannot live this way. And I turned my life over there and repented of my sins, got involved in the church more heavily, and the Lord has directed my paths from there.
Yeah, that's incredible. And I think probably one of the first times I met you was at your church in Minden.
Yes.
The Free Church there, right?
Yes.
And, you were, I think, serving on a missions board, or?
Yeah, at that time I was president of the missions, and we come over here and, or actually chairman, I should say, and we come over here and done some work projects that you lined up for us.
Okay.
And that was really a blessing. To be blessings to others, it was really good. Got to learn a little bit about Crossroads at that time, and not only that, Sonny had been here, and I was really challenged to give back.
Yeah, that's interesting. So kind of before you came to Crossroads, we've been talking a lot today into this evening, and I'm sure a lot more as time goes on. One of the things that we hope to do through Conversations on a Bench is to challenge some of the stereotypes when it comes to homelessness. Before your time at Crossroads, were there any stereotypes about homelessness?
There really was. I mean, it's been a learning curve as I've been at Crossroads of who really is homeless and what their problems are. It's kind of funny you mention that, because I was at a funeral today. My cousin had passed away, and a guy asked me, "So what are you doing?" And I said, "Well, I'm a case manager at Crossroads in Kearney." And he said, "Oh, well, Kearney, is there that many homeless people in Kearney, Nebraska?" I said, "Yeah, we have maybe 42 and 72 at times in the total operation, and we're full most of the time." And he couldn't believe that. He said, "Well, they're not just people living on the street. What do you have there?" And I said, "We have any type of a person there. We have mental illness. We have people who are addicts and trying to get out of situations, failed family kind of things where they're out on the street, family won't take them back, all those kind of things." And so it's not just the people you see sitting out, the news likes to put out there, but it goes a lot deeper than that.
Yeah, I think it is unfortunate, because if we turn on a lot of the mainstream media and we see the politicization of homelessness, I really think that sometimes it's leveraged by politics to try and, for political purposes, and so a lot of times I think that really desensitizes us, and it's just another problem somewhere else, or we start to get different thoughts about that. You brought this up kind of in your story here about the gentleman asking you about homelessness today, that it looks very different in central Nebraska. We just don't see as much. I won't say we don't ever, because I'll hear from people from time to time, I was just out at Walmart and there was someone with a sign out there, or they, were living in their car. So it's definitely there. We just don't see people laying on sidewalks and some of the things that we might see in a bigger city. When you talk about people who come to Crossroads, I mean, where are they living if they don't have Crossroads?
Well, some of them are what we call couch surfing. They're just staying at friends, and when they wear out their welcome there, they're going on from there. A lot of those kind of guys and gals, they have addiction problems usually. They're going couch surfing because they burnt bridges at home and different things like that. I have had several stay in cars. In their car. They live out of their car. One guy, he told me he preferred that. But they live in their cars. Some of them come right out of a broken relationship a lot of times. They had a stable family position or a wife and got kicked out of the home and had nowhere to go, and so
Yeah.
they had nothing set up for them.
Yeah. So coming to Crossroads has really opened your eyes to many different situations of people.
Oh, yeah.
And different walks of life that they come from. So your job is a case manager at Kearney Crossroads. What does it mean to be a case manager?
Well, you wear a lot of different hats, as you well know. For me, a case manager, and the thing I love about Crossroads is I can talk about Jesus Christ and not get put down for it, and not, nobody minds if you're talking to somebody about Jesus. And so that's the probably my biggest focus of with guys that come in the door, and say, let's get to the root of your problem first, and then let's go from there.
Yeah.
And rid of that's probably sin and different things in their lives that they haven't been able to overcome.
Mhm.
And so we'll sit there and talk about God and how it is a spiritual battle more so than just even the physical battles they're going through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Bible makes that very clear. Our struggle is not against flesh and blood.
Exactly.
And so there is a certain approach that we believe in taking at Crossroads. I think that it's really interesting when you talk about this idea of being able to talk about Jesus, because in my experience at Crossroads over the years, so many times that I've been talking to a young man or a young woman or anybody for that matter who's sitting listening to me because I want to share the gospel as a part of the help that we're offering and a solution for their life. And they've said something like, I haven't heard that before.
I find that a lot. You're right. I have several guys there, they say they've been a lot of different places and this, but this is the one and only place where we really get to the spiritual side of things.
Yeah.
And they feel like there's a bit of a healing there for them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think that's a good challenge for local churches. Churches do a great job. Our church, for example, does an incredible job reaching the world.
Yes.
Missionaries all around the world and doing a wonderful job at that. And one thing we don't want to forget is our own backyard.
Exactly.
Right? And we know that when we look at our culture, when we look at society and the breakdown of society, we look at, especially since Christ was taken out of schools, we look at different things that have happened in our country over time. We can definitely see why we have a lot of the problems we have, and it's important for our churches to remember that right here in our own backyard are people who've never heard the gospel.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah. And so what's been exciting to me, and I know that you've had this experience, is men and women who respond to that message, who've been waiting to hear. God uses your mouth. God uses a simple thing such as a building to bring a life-saving message to them. Have you had someone at Crossroads who's responded by saying, yes, I want to make Jesus Christ my Lord and Savior?
Yes, we have. We have one thing I appreciate about Crossroads, most of the people that I work with, my co-workers, Patty and others there, we try to keep it Christ-centered, and their love for people, they just have soft hearts, and they're there because they want to be. They really enjoy their job.
Yeah.
And so I think that reflects to some of the guys, but I have three guys that really come to mind really quickly when you say that. Actually two that I'd focus on, but a young man was there when I first started. His name was Blaze. And we went through a lot of struggles with Blaze. He hated God. When he first come in, he cussing God, and he was really upset, really angry person. And he was really struggling with life as it was. And so we started. And we just started from the beginning. I'll be honest, we started right in Genesis. In the beginning, God. And we went from there, and pretty soon you could just see God working in him, and he started softening up and gave his life to Christ. Probably 4 months in, three to 4 months in, he gave his life to Christ. And then a guy I'm working with right now, I just love him. His name's Clay. Clay has tried this a bunch of times in different places. Has got some good care at other places, but he couldn't get over the hump. And he's one of those guys that we talked about that nobody's ever got into the spiritual side with him.
Yeah.
Nobody's ever said, well, let's get down to what's really bothering you. What's really the problem? And again, we started in Genesis, in the beginning, God. And I said, get to really know God. And he's now been sober for 8 weeks. Well, actually almost 9
Yeah.
weeks. And he dropped on his knees right in my office and pleaded for God to take over and surrendered his life. It was a big surrender to him. He wanted to
Wow.
surrender. Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That's encouraging to hear those stories. I have a story of my own. I had been meeting with a guy who lived under a bridge for quite a long time, right here in central Nebraska. Lived through some extreme cold conditions. Really what that isolation and living through the extreme weather conditions and the elements had really affected his mental health in a big way, and he came to Crossroads in a very rough condition. And probably after my first meeting with him, I said, hey, we just kind of got the basics out of the way. This is what we do at the mission. This is what we don't do at the mission. Those types of things. You don't mind if I pray for you? And he looked at me and he said, don't you ever ask me that again. And I thought, okay. And I respected his decision. But just through caring for him and really meeting those basic needs of shelter, food, mental health care. In his case, it took some medication. Befriending him without shoving religion down his throat. It wasn't probably about a year and a half later, we were in my office. I had respected the whole time not to pray for him. That's what he told me, don't ever ask again.
Right.
But after that one meeting, he said, would you pray for me?
That's awesome.
And it is amazing how God works in people's lives to change their heart. And the Bible says that it is the love of God that leads us to repentance. And I think that's a special part of what you do at work, is really providing care for people, right?
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that love of God, because I'm learning, even at my old age, I'm learning love goes a lot further than just pounding the Bible at them and loving and really caring for them and looking into their lives and listening. They've never had anybody do that.
Yeah.
And you really listen and you really care. They can sense it. And yeah, the love of God really does bring them.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, great stories. So how long have you been at Crossroads now?
Almost 3 years.
3 years.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're seeing a lot of people on an annual basis at Kearney Crossroads?
Yeah, we're expecting about 325 this year. We're a little smaller than here, but we serve the community of Kearney as best we can. We're full most of the time.
Yeah.
And about 325 there. And we have both the transition living and all that to go through as well. Yeah.
And so when you say you're full most of the time, what's your total capacity that you're able to house on a given night?
In the shelter, I think we do have a limit of 42. Sometimes that isn't always able because of the weather conditions. You got to bring them in on cots or floors or wherever you can put them just to keep them safe. But 42 is usually where we try to stick around in the shelter portion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And I know over the last couple of years, like in December, we've had these Arctic blasts, super. Remember what they call them, supercell or something, where these big storms come in. We've experienced over the last 2 years, maybe some of the coldest temperatures that some people have seen in their life, and my understanding is that you guys have had people come into Kearney Crossroads that were exposed to those elements.
Yes. Oh, man, I can remember one guy, and I cannot remember his name for sure, but he'd been sleeping in his car, and he couldn't keep warm enough, even with the heater running. He ran out of gas, everything else. I mean, he was froze, and he come in, and the police would bring some of those guys, and they'd find them out there. And I mean, they are in bad shape when they come in. Yeah.
Right. Some had frostbite.
Yes. Yeah.
Different things like that.
Yeah.
It can be very dangerous to be out in the elements. Let me throw a statement at you, Tim, and I just want to get your response to this. The cure to homelessness is just to get people an apartment.
Oh boy, that's a subject we've discussed a few times in our facility. It's like winning the lottery. A lot of those folks can't hang on to that money because they don't know how to handle it. And so if you just throw physical things at them all the time and don't work on the spiritual side as well, that's a hard thing to do. But just giving them a house, it's almost, I've noticed with the homeless, with a lot of people that we get with the mental problems, just one little thing will tip them off. Well, I mean, it might be the simplest thing to us, but to them it's so mind-boggling. They can't handle it, and that's what, to me, I think housing is to them. They don't know how to take care of that or go into it. It just kind of is too much for them. Yeah.
Homeless people want to be that way.
No, I haven't ran into one that really wants to be too much. They really want out. They just don't know how.
Yeah.
And I've been kind of there. I was never really homeless, but slept a few nights in the car here and there and some things. And when you're in it, you can't see your way out of it. Sometimes it's hard. But most of them have been hurt and damaged family relationships and different things, and they're scared to even do anything and step out. They're scared, and they're lonely, and they don't. That's why it's such a blessing that at Crossroads, where we have the heart for them. I think that's been the biggest thing I've seen, and they just don't know how to handle some of those things. It's hard for them.
And sometimes homelessness can have a real compounding effect, right? You lose your job. Let's just maybe start with addiction. You have addiction, so you lose your job, and you lose your job, so you can't pay your rent, and you can't pay your rent, so you lose your home. You don't have a place to shower. Yeah. You cannot go get another job if you don't smell like you're able to get a job. Right. You don't have a job to buy food, and so you take desperate measures to go buy food, and you kind of just end up in this conundrum of something that there just seems to be no way out. Does that seem to be the thing that you see?
That's pretty accurate. It's one thing started the next thing, and it starts snowballing, and it just kind of freezes them. They can't think past their problem. And one of the things we teach is personal resilience.
Yeah.
And they had never learned that resilience type side of it. They've always kind of just, this is too much, and it kind of stifles them.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's an interesting topic of what I think people want to know a lot of times, So what do they do at Crossroads? Is it just a place, like do you just lay around, you got a bed, and, you can do what you want? Or what is this resilience program that you talk about?
Okay. Well, we do have a 4-step phase program, 4 phases to the steps, and PRP is what the personal resilience program, that's part of it. So in the morning they might get up at 7, have breakfast, 6:30 right in there, 6:30 to 7 to 8 o'clock, have breakfast. At 9 o'clock we have community service, which community service, when they come in, we try to be a program, not just a shelter.
Uh-huh.
We try to be a program that's really going to help and influence their lives for the better. And so part of that is community service at 9 o'clock. So they volunteer for 2 hours of chores a day of some kind and kind of learn things from that. I kind of like working with them out there sometimes because you get to talk to them. But they do 2 hours of that, and then go through the day and do their chores till noon and eat at noon. And then at 2 o'clock we have PRP, which is the personal resilience program, and we work on anything from right thinking to money management to I'm trying to think, kind of went blank there for a minute, but there's just different phases of it in there, and it's all biblical based, and I think wonderful scriptures in there to work off of in the PRP program.
Yeah, I think that's neat, that personal resilience program. God talks about every aspect of our life. The Bible is instructions for us.
Yeah.
It's a user manual.
Yeah, we spend a lot of times in Proverbs. So
right? And so it's really nice to be able, if we're talking about finances, certainly God has something to say about how to steward our finances, and so that being based on the scriptures is so important. And so there is a day structure, and people have, I think the key to me is just that they have purpose, right?
That's a big one, yeah. Purpose is what they haven't lived with a lot of.
Yeah.
They live from day to day.
Yeah.
There's no purpose, no goals, which we do set goals in PRP, and even in our private, I meet with guys as well. We have meetings together. Mm-hmm. We'll learn about setting goals, and we look for something they can improve on the next week, things like that. Yeah.
So one-on-one meetings, and then so people don't have to leave during the day. I think that's different than a lot of shelters around the country. that they can actually stay 24/7, right?
Yeah, and they say that's unusual.
Yeah.
Some of the guys that have stayed in other shelters in the past, they go, man, this is different. This is just different. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's something to that, the stability, right? I know that this is going to be my home tonight.
Yes.
And there's something to stability that can really help people during their time of crisis. And so you kind of talk through the day structure of PRP and the one-on-one meetings, but with the 4 phases, can you kind of explain for people what those 4 phases are?
Sure. I like that there's, like you said, 4 phases. The first phase is we really get them in and stabilize them wherever they come from. What problems do they really have? Do we have to work on mental health? And do we have to, is it an addiction problem? And that's kind of how you make your judgments as to where your next step is. And so what I like to do as far as my personal preferences, I don't rush them right out to go find a job immediately.
Yeah.
I try to work with them a little bit first so I get to know them and especially be able to give them the gospel.
Yeah.
And let that change their lives over what I could do for them. And then in step 2 is kind of where a phase where we get more serious about setting goals and job hunting. And they're usually by step 2 you got to be through the PRP program itself. So if I can get them through that, then they can start doing some job searching. Actually, just get to know them. What are your likes? Let's look for a job that you enjoy before you just go out and take any job. Let's look at what's out there and then decide. And they really like that.
Yeah.
Where I'm not just shoving them into some job, because they've done a lot of that. So phase 2 is getting them a job. We've got them stabilized, and we move into phase 3 where probably in the phase 2 or so we've been starting to save money and setting that budget, but we get a lot more serious about it in phase 3.
Yeah.
Okay, here's your budget. Let's stick to it. Let's try to get this accomplished. Get $1,000 in your emergency fund, and then maybe a little more even for moving out, so you have plenty of money and you're not stressed when you get into your apartment when you move out of here. And phase 4 is kind of that leadership part where they're helping others along the way.
Yeah.
And so it's just a nice little transition.
Yeah. And that leadership phase is so powerful because it's somebody that can identify with new man or woman walking through the door, right? I know what you've been through.
Yeah.
And I want to show you the ropes around here.
Yeah.
And it's been really neat to me, even seeing people who've transitioned out of here who come back. For example, we're sitting in front of the Hastings building right now. We have a gentleman. He comes back on a regular basis to mow the yard, but I've heard him stop and talk to people and say,
Oh, wow.
I want to tell you how I made it.
Yeah, that's
good.
good.
And what's interesting to me in his testimony too is he just continues to say you got to let God work in your life, and without that, you just kind of go through it again and again.
Yeah.
So we have a interesting aspect of our ministry, which is working with people coming out of incarceration. Sonny and I talked a little bit that there is this huge overlap when we talk about those who experience incarceration and have been incarcerated, and those who are homeless, and it's just something that we face. And I'd asked Sonny a question about coming out of incarceration, the importance of having a support system, having a stable environment. He alluded to the fact that it was important to get away from familiar faces and familiar places, and so that program, do you see that as effective for people who are coming out of incarceration?
Yeah, very much so. And I've even heard them say, it's a safe place for them.
Yeah.
They really appreciate it being a safe place, because they've come out of, some of them have come out of some pretty horrific things and prison life. I had one gentleman, he'd been in prison 20-some years.
Yeah.
And he didn't even know how to live in the outside world coming in, so it was a really good balance for him to come in and have a support system. That's really, really important, because without that, you do see them flounder, and they usually fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, I wanted to kind of get a report from you, I guess, of what I would just call the state of homelessness in Kearney, Nebraska. You kind of talk about it, and I think in the history of Crossroads working in Kearney, there'd be a lot of people throughout that process who would have said, we don't really have homeless people in Kearney, why do we need a homeless shelter? So I think it would be very beneficial for listeners today to hear about the impact that we're making right there in Buffalo County. Can you just share some of those statistics that you have?
Yeah. Again, as we said before, we have about 325 guests that we expect this year. And so that's quite a few. It's a lot to serve. Also, the elders. I've been seeing a few more elderly here lately. Situations. We serve 55 and plus people. About 12% of the people that come in right now are elderly.
Yeah. So that one kind of funny. You know, we had Gail and Pastor Tim on. She did warn me that using that number, then we should maybe change that number. But we kind of use some when we're developing that statistic. It's based on maybe what others in our field of work would see as an elderly population, and that's something that I've mentioned quite a few times throughout today, because when we talk about stereotypes, I guess probably for most of us, when we think about the homeless, we don't think about 81-year-old grandmother coming to Crossroads, right? And you talk about seeing a rise in homelessness, and kind of before we go on from there, I just have to express to people who might be tuning in today that we do see that on a regular basis. I think it was from 2023 to 2024, organization-wide, as we were serving homeless throughout central Nebraska, we experienced, I believe it was like a 212% increase of people that fit this age category. And granted, you know, 55 years old is not an old age. I'll say that's still a young person. That's what Gail told me to say.
Yeah, that's a spring chicken to me. So.
But you know, I have seen that we are seeing people who are in their 70s and 80s, and what's really sad to me is who have no family support in that regard, that, you know, they would have people who are gathered around them like a traditional family would be, and to help them through that time in life. You guys seeing that in Kearney?
Oh yeah, I just had a call for an 88-year-old man who was in the hospital.
88
had nowhere
years
to
old.
go.
Wow.
Nowhere to go.
Say that again.
He was 88 years old and had nowhere to go from the hospital.
Wow.
He'd been taken to the hospital. I had another guy that come to mind too. He's 72 years old and he had dementia. He was getting really bad, and his family wanted no part of him. I guess he burned a lot of bridges, and he had nowhere to go as well.
Yeah.
You know, and yeah, there's definitely elderly.
Yeah. And someone said to me the other day, they said that's not where you plan to be at that age,
No.
right? And I think that's devastating that people would be here. You know, what's interesting to me, though, in talking about serving those people, number one is the way that the ministry has had to adapt to meeting the needs of people who are in their later years of life. So that has really changed how ministry works, right? What are some of the things we have to do when we're serving homeless people who are, 70, 80 years old?
Well, the first thing, that they like out of is listen to them. Not many people will sit there and listen, but we try to get them into a more permanent home situation where they can properly take care of them, especially the ones with more mental issues and things like that. One of the gaps we have probably in Nebraska is the mental health side in the people that can't take care of themselves. It's hard to get them into places.
Yeah.
So you work through other agencies, and through Crossroads, we try to line them up with some of the resources out there and get them into those resources, and then they're able to move on that way. Yeah.
So I have a lot of people, they'll say to me, well, how come you just don't get them into a nursing home? Right? Is that simple?
That's a challenge.
That's a challenge, right?
Big challenge, yeah. Some of them, they don't have proper mental records, or you have to get through all of that. You have the rest homes are full in a lot of cases as well, and you got to go through government agencies and different things, and that takes time. Takes a lot of time.
It's a challenge, and something that really breaks my heart is someone, I think in that age of life, you want to have that sense of family, you want to have that sense of belonging, and I see them at Crossroads. They begin to love the place where they live. They have others that care about them. They have this community of people, and then when they find a place where they have to move to, it's always kind of heartbreaking because it's almost like they're starting over again.
That's true. They do. They don't have that community when they're out there on their own. and so they are lonely.
Yeah.
Very lonely. And when they get that community within, it's like a family
Yeah.
to them. They'll sit out at the table and have coffee with a guy every morning and become friends. And yeah, it's a place where they don't want to leave sometimes.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, just kind of wrapping up, a few other statistics. You know, people who are reporting mental health issues. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, there's roughly the stats there. 44% of our guests are self-report mental health issues, and then we have 93 individuals receiving access to mental health care this year alone at Kearney.
So they, because they came to Crossroads, they were then able to gain access to a mental health provider.
Yeah, we have a whole list of people, and a couple guys are really good about taking some of our people and working with them. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And then you talked about employment and teaching people how to manage what they earn in life and what God's providing for them. And I think that's a big thing, you know, especially when we're helping address cycles of poverty. Many people just haven't learned how to budget and manage, plan for the future, and save. And you have a statistic about guests who've started putting these things into practice.
Yeah, well, roughly is we get about 80%, I guess, guests coming into Kearney without jobs. They either lost it or they never had one, or they come out of jail or prison, like you said. And 48 Kearney guests got a job this year while in our four-phase program. So we're pretty successful in finding jobs for them, and so that's a big help to them. Some of them don't even know how to go online and look for the job.
Yeah.
And they don't know how to do the application. That's one of those things that just tip the scale for them, and they just freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just having someone that's there to help them do that.
Yeah.
Navigate the system and do those things. And even beyond that, you know, sometimes that issue of finding a job, it can mean, you know, I don't have a social security card, I don't have a birth certificate, I just don't have the things that are required for employment in the United States, right?
Right.
And I'm not talking about people who aren't from the United States. These are people
They're
who
here.
are born here and grew up here, but, you know, sometimes when if you've grown up in a dysfunctional family, or if you've been living in homelessness for a while, you just don't have the things you need to conduct life.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what I appreciate about the case management that you guys are offering, the work that you're doing day in, day out. It's really, you know, start from ground level and start asking, you know, what do we need to start building, having that foundation in place. And so I guess all in all, you know, we talked about your journey and working at Crossroads, you know. What do you have to share with people about getting involved in the ministry?
Wow. Before I got involved, I don't know. I know I couldn't answer that question, but even though I got involved in a few areas, where else can you work that God brings people through the door and you get to talk to them about Christ? And then also just in volunteering and how it lights you up as much as it lights them up and being a blessing to others. There's something really, really encouraging that to the old soul. Yeah. I mean, you know, like the other day, the church, one of the churches in town, donated, they got 4,000 pounds of food in, and they donated some food to us. And the people that were helping with that really got a blessing out of that, and they were really happy about it. And so you're missing out if you're not kind of volunteering, because that's just a blessing. And it's like God's bringing the world in, and you're getting to see the world from a different lens, and it's really fulfilling to help and be a blessing to others in that lens.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah.
Well, Tim, thank you for your time, and we're going to jump into another live feed here with Citygate, and we just appreciate you sharing tonight.
Sounds good. Thank you.
God bless you.
You too.
Conversation as part of Conversations on a Bench as we journey through 24 hours of awareness raising around issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery. And it's my privilege to be able to talk with my good friend Walter Kim, who's the president of the National Association of Evangelicals, and an important group in the life of faith and the journey that we have as Christ followers in the United States. And Walter, just really appreciate your leadership and what you bring to the conversation of how Christians engage in the public square and in conversations both locally and at a federal level with regard to government, and how we especially are able to live out our faith. Thanks for being with us.
Tom, thanks for the invitation. I love what you're doing. I love the chance to collaborate, and specifically the idea of Conversations on a Bench. I think it's fantastic.
Cool. So when we think about the National Association of Evangelicals, or we think about evangelicals in general, I think it's an oft misunderstood group, and we think of it sometimes as a voting bloc, or we could think about it as people of faith who have a very deep faith and desire to follow Christ in what they do. I mean, as you think about evangelicals today, what would you hope their influence would be in our country?
Yeah, Tom, thanks for the question. Certainly is a contended term and has a contended place in our society at this particular moment, highly politicized. But I want to get back to what it means to be an evangelical. I mean, the term evangelical is based on the Greek word euangelion, the good news. So to be an evangelical, it is to be a good news person. Mm-hmm. And over the course of history, the last few centuries, the term evangelical would be used in church history to describe moments in which God's Spirit seemed to be especially at work. Whether it was during the Reformation and early reformers were called evangelicals, or during the 17 and 1800s where people of the first and second Great Awakening were called evangelicals, or even in the post-World War II moment in the 1950s, the term evangelical came back again in order to describe this phenomenon of this moment of recovery and renewal of the good news of Jesus that is both in proclamation but also in demonstration. And I think holding those two things together for the fullness of what it means to be gospel people, I think is essential. And I think we can unpack this in our conversation. And in many ways, Citygate represents this marriage of the good news, both in word and in deed, in proclamation and in demonstration. And this really would be my hope, that there would be a renewal of God's Spirit among his people, that we would show forth this good news of Jesus in word and deed, and have a very compelling and transformational witness.
Yeah, absolutely, Walter. I think there's a piece of gospel that really lives itself out in compassion for neighbor. And I think we look in James sometimes and we talk about faith without works or faith without deeds. And we understand gospel as sharing the good news. That how will they hear without a preacher? And yet then the living out of our faith as well. How might you kind of bring some definition to the proclamation piece of the gospel, and then what that looks like as demonstration of the gospel?
Yeah, I mean, clearly at the heart of this is Jesus, right? Jesus, as he introduced himself in Luke chapter 4, opened up the scroll of Isaiah and read it out and said, you know, the Spirit of the Lord is upon me to proclaim good news to the poor. And upon me, this recognition that Jesus was the fulfillment of all the Old Testament storyline. He was prophet, priest, and king. He was God's son, the revelation, achieving the things for the people of God that the people of God failed to do, but in God's great wisdom and plan brought Jesus, the suffering servant, the Lamb of God, the Alpha and Omega. You name it, the forgiveness of our sins. But just to leave it at the forgiveness of our personal sins is like going to this beautiful mansion. And the entryway, we get into the foyer and we stop there. It's like, okay, this is good. What forgiveness of sins gets us into the mansion, into the kingdom of God. But we don't want to stop there. We want to explore the richness of the kingdom of God. That's why throughout the scriptures, in the Old Testament and the New Testament, that proclamation of salvation and deliverance in Christ or or in Yahweh in the Old Testament was coupled with this demonstration. So the people of God freed from slavery in Egypt, the great deliverance of the people of God, that became the basis of a certain kind of logic of demonstration. God wanted his people to know, I, your Savior, have delivered you from bondage. So you too, because you were delivered, remember that you were slaves. You too need to care for those who are the widow, the orphan, the stranger among you, the poor. And in the New Testament, Jesus comes along and he has that same logic all along. Yes, it is the proclamation of our forgiveness of sins, but it is the demonstration of that toward the poor, toward the prisoner, toward the blind, toward those who are out of favor to discover the Lord's favor. I love the fact that the Apostle Paul in Galatians chapter 2, when his apostolic mission of proclamation to the Gentiles was being brought into question, he goes back to Jerusalem and he recounts how he got the approval from the elders in Jerusalem, the kind of head honcho apostles, and they admonish him not only to proclaim salvation to the Gentiles, but to remember the poor.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And Paul says, this very thing I have been eager to do. So there's always been this marriage between the proclamation of salvation in Christ and the demonstration of what that salvation means, particularly for the vulnerable.
Yeah. And so we certainly see what faith looks like as a theological concept or construct, and what it means then ultimately, and bringing us into relationship with God through Jesus Christ. But then there's this living out of that faith. I think too of Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount in Matthew 5, when he talked about being salt and light, that there's some kind of tangible result that comes from being people of faith. How do you see that living itself out in our world today, Walter?
Yeah, this was the powerful witness of the early church. Their transformed lives in the kind of cacophony of paganism with all these religions being proclaimed, and then on top of it all, the imperial cult of Caesar. It was the lives of Christians that made a difference. How they cared for those on the margin of society was completely countercultural to the Roman vision of power. It was absolutely transformational in urban settings where this is the time before sanitation. This was the time before even chimneys were invented. And so people cooking in their homes, I mean, it actually was a pretty brutish existence. Yeah. And yet Christians came with mercy. And that mercy, it's like this virtuous cycle of the kingdom. Personal transformation of Christians led to the demonstration of the faith. That demonstration of faith made not just plausible that Jesus was the Savior, but it made it compelling. And so mercy ended up being a witness to the mission of proclamation. And it's just kind of this virtuous cycle. And I actually think that what happens at Citygate in our society, and maybe even more so, that we're coming to a post-Christian society with a pre-Christian opportunity. The same powerful witness in the pre-Christian pagan days that the early church had in its proclamation of Jesus, Lamb of God, Savior of the world, and the demonstration of what that looks like in the transformed lives of that community, led to this powerful witness. And in our society, the work in shelters, what would drive these people to care for those in need? For people who might not seem to have any political or material benefit, wouldn't advance our cause. What would drive people to such expressions of compassion, grace, and mercy, goodwill? What would drive people to spend their time, not only professionally, but the myriads of volunteers in the various shelters of Citygate? This is attention grabbing. Yeah. And we may be at a time where the claims of Jesus are being contested, where people are like, I don't want to hear about my need to be forgiven. But the demonstration of Jesus is undeniably powerful. What would get these groups of people to spend their lives in this way? caring for those without homes, providing shelter, providing food, providing the wraparound services of friendship to those who are friendless. Okay, there's something there that's worth pursuing. So I think of what you are doing in your networks as making not just plausible the claims of Jesus, but making absolutely compelling the claims of Jesus.
Yeah. Appreciate that, Walter, very much, and I know all of our leaders around the country as well. I think of, as you bring that historical perspective into it, and even our roots in the last century, where a lot of the famous evangelists, people like Dwight L. Moody and Billy Sunday, where they would have these revival crusades, they would come in, and the last crusade, they would challenge the people there to put their faith into action by starting a rescue mission in their community or a shelter in their community to be able to bring help and healing and love in the name of Jesus. And those evangelistic crusades, which were very much focused on proclamation, would end with ultimately this demonstration or challenge for demonstrating the love of Christ. And many of our missions, their stories are rooted to those revivals where they were actually started out of a holistic gospel vision, ultimately that came from those evangelists that we would often think would be only proclamation. Very much were challenging toward a demonstration of the gospel as well.
Yeah, and what a compelling thing. And that it is so like the Spirit of God to do that.
Yes.
To marry those things together.
Yeah, yeah. So as we look at the challenges in our world, and certainly we see these things around us and around injustice and poverty. In the last 2 years, I mean, 2 years ago, there was a 12% rise in homelessness. And this past year was an 18% increase in those experiencing homelessness. If you were to bring more of a prophetic word to how Christians should be challenged to engage in issues of injustice and poverty, polarization, racism, homelessness, addiction recovery, what would that word of challenge be?
I would say there are three things.
Yeah.
One, don't let ideology prevent you from getting involved. So I think in our ideologically contentious moment, debating on, is this systemic? Is this personal? How should the government be involved or not involved? Or, all the debates that are unfolding right now, ideological debates, can freeze us and prevent us from involvement. So don't let ideology prevent your involvement. Just step in. You're not going to have perfect understanding of all the issues. Just step in. The second thing is we need to be personal. We need to make this not a political issue, but a personal issue. Get to know someone's story. Now, I know that those who are in Citygates, you are making this personal. You are living in proximity and living life with people, and you know their stories. They have names. They have a history. They have heartbreak. They have hope. But invite others into that. Don't worry if the statistics won't land. Don't worry if the angle and strategic vision won't land. Just invite fellow Christians into the experience of humanizing those who are living without homes, shelter, those who need rescuing. And lastly, remember that you're in it for the long game. Do not despair. Your labor is not in vain. And I think in this moment, we need all those three. Don't let ideology prevent you from your involvement. Don't let the political prevent you from being personal. Get to know the stories and invite others into that personal proximity. And lastly, do not give up.
Appreciate that, Walter. I think that often we can let ideology get in the way of a willingness to jump in and actually get involved. And oftentimes too, that it's the perseverance piece of continuing to just give of ourselves and be able to live out faith, not in the short term, but over a long-term commitment, as we recognize that faith is not just a temporal concept, but it really is an eternal concept, and that we continue to live that out day by day, moment by moment, in the many situations that we are. As you kind of take those things a little bit, maybe as we kind of wrap up, what word of encouragement would you give to maybe our leaders that are actually engaged on the front lines of ministry, or maybe some of those that are kind of tuning into these live streams and maybe haven't had the exposure, and they've kind of looked at issues of homelessness and mental health and addiction recovery, and they would maybe be more described as being on the sidelines, and they need to kind of jump in and get in the game in some way. What kind of encouragement could you offer those two different groups?
Yeah. To the first group, picking up on this from 1 Corinthians 15:58, your labor is not in vain.
Yeah.
Be immovable, be steadfast, knowing that your labor in the Lord is not in vain. Whether in this lifetime or in the lifetime to come, you will be richly rewarded, and not in a crass materialistic way, but the rewards of knowing that you can hear your Savior say, "Well done, good and faithful servant." Secondly, to those who are on the sidelines, if you ever want to be inspired to actually discover how transformational Jesus can be, if you want to have something more than a suburban Jesus or a Jesus that has been generationally taught to you, you want to see a renewal in your own life, yes, pray, yes, read the scriptures, get prayer. But I would say one of the most powerful ways that you could be renewed in your faith is to jump into the work of the Spirit of renewal. And that will take place in being a volunteer in some of these places where you will absolutely have all the evidence you need that Jesus can change lives, and you get to be a part of it. And I would have to say, having seen the stories of changed lives, it is a compelling witness. And let me just conclude with this then. I was at an event at an Ivy League school about the place of faith institutions. So this is a secular school, and I was invited to be a faith representative of what faith organizations actually do in the space of caring for the most vulnerable. And there was a moment in which the conversation became quite hostile to the place of evangelicals in society. And then another panelist stopped us. This is a person who is a social scientist, not a Christian, a social scientist, who said, wait a second, before we criticize the evangelicals, I want to let you know that the data is leading me to conclude that evangelicals, at least evangelicals that he's studying, they are some of the most influential forces for good in society. They are in the front lines of caring for those who have the deepest needs. They create spaces of hospitality and welcome. I mean, he's like proclaiming the gospel, right?
That's great. Yeah.
And if we as a country are ever going to get out of the mess that we're in, we're going to need the evangelicals. I think if a social scientist, non-Christian researcher can conclude that whatever the gospel is, whatever those good news people are, we actually need them in our moment.
That's just a great reinforcement and affirmation, I think, of what we're trying to do as we try to live out our faith. And just to say thanks, Walter, for this conversation and your willingness to provide leadership for this movement that really says what, as Christ followers, as people with the good news. How do we make that good in the lives of the people around us? And I'm just grateful to be able to be on this journey together, to be partners in the gospel, as Paul talks about in Philippians, knowing that, yes, our labor is not in vain, that it does make a difference in the lives of people. And at Citygate Network, we have thousands of stories of life transformation that come through the gospel, ultimately to bring help and hope and healing as people get closer in their own faith journey and in their relationship with Jesus Christ.
Thank you, Tom, for the gift of friendship and friendship in Christ and friendship on this mission.
Great. Blessings. We appreciate it. And we'll continue to have these conversations. And I know this brings a lot of value as we raise awareness about people experiencing homelessness in the United States and those that are trying to overcome and experience freedom that we know comes through Jesus Christ. Thanks, Walter. Conversations on a bench, and to have this conversation now with my good friend Gabe Salguro. And Gabe is the president of the National Latino Evangelical Coalition and the pastor of The Gathering with his wife Jeanette. And Gabe's been a good friend, I think, for almost 2 decades, Gabe, and it really is good to be able to journey together and to partner in ministry together. We had you at our annual conference this year as a speaker, and it was great as far as the impact that you had on our people, and they really appreciated it. So thanks for that, and thanks for taking time out to be part of this conversation as well.
Well, a big warm hug from sunny Orlando, Florida.
Yeah.
A warm bench in Orlando, Florida, and always so honored to be a part of all the good work you all did and do. And it was great to be with all of you in Arizona to talk about the prodigal son and the forgiving father. So I'm part of the family if you'll have me.
Absolutely, and love that. And one of the stories you shared when you were with us that I thought might be good to maybe share as we kind of have this conversation and to get people to know you a little bit and even your background, that you're aware of what addiction looks like and homelessness looks like, and how it's actually impacted you personally through your dad's story, and being able to even share kind of the hope of transformation that came out of that. Tell us a little bit about how this has impacted you personally, Gabe.
Look, like many people, I came up the rough side of the mountain. We were economically challenged. That might be a long form of saying we were very poor. And my father, as a teenager and a young adult, was struggled with substance abuse. He was addicted to heroin. And as you know, oftentimes substance abuse leads you to homelessness and a whole litany of other challenges that come from that. And so, you know, my dad lived under a bridge in Puerto Rico and then later also in New York. And that reality came from a dad who was addicted to alcohol. And my maternal grandfather suffered with alcoholism. And so those realities led them to a very challenging life. And so a lot of people don't make those ties, that living with substance abuse often leads people to homelessness, to joblessness, to a whole other group of social challenges. And so my dad has an 8th grade education. My dad has an 8th grade education. He was formerly incarcerated, and he belonged to, I like to call him, he was a nocturnal pharmacist. That means he used to deal drugs, and he was part of a gang. But Christ found him. And so I don't just talk about second chances and about redemption and how people could turn their lives around. He had a radical conversion experience when Christ found him. He went to a program called Teen Challenge, graduated from there. There he went to Bible school, learned, and later he became a pastor. And so, but those challenges of my dad's early substance abuse into his young adulthood presented economic challenges for my family. We lived off the social safety net. You know, I know what WIC and SNAP mean, not just theoretically. I was a beneficiary of that. And so I'm fortunate, I'm blessed that the community intervened and saw hope where people said, oh, there's no chance here. And my dad became a pastor, put me and my two brothers and sister through college, is now running a prison reentry program. He's running a drug rehab program. So he himself is paying back the opportunities he received. And so I've seen God's grace, and I've seen what ministry and intervention can do to change not just one man's life, but the trajectory of a whole family.
Yeah, that's powerful, Gabe, and to recognize that God is a God of transformation. And many of the conversations on the more than 70 benches around the country today are those stories of transformation, and they do offer hope, and they do show us the power of healing and the ability to turn our life around as we choose to follow Christ. So really appreciate that, Gabe. Thanks.
Look, I'm my whole life is paying it forward because somebody took a chance, a gospel chance on my father. It changed his life, my mother's life, my two older brothers' life, my younger sister's life, and all the lives we've touched. My brothers are school teachers, my sister's a dean at a college, and so that has ripple effects. You touch one life, you don't know how many people. If you invest, if you take a risk of faith, if you say, hey, there's an opportunity to change a life. You don't know the ripple effects over decades that you can have on people.
Yeah, so true. And, we kind of look at when we see the situation in the United States today, often it isn't as much about people as it is around policies, and especially with regard to how we respond to drugs and addiction or to homelessness. And how would you kind of see Christ followers really needing to lean into caring and compassion, really over rhetoric, over policies? What does that really look like as you begin to think about the Bible coming alive in the lives of Christ followers?
The heart of God is people.
Yeah.
God cares about people. Christ died for people. Now, of course, policies impact people. And so when people say to me, hey, Gabe, when you approach policies, how do you approach it? I say, well, I put people first because God put people first. I'm a pastor, and Scripture drives my engagement in every sphere of life: policy, family, education, and John 3:16 is instructive and normative. For God so loved the world, and if you have love for people, you advocate for policies that help people, that lift people up, that heals people. Because at the end of the day, God is interested in the flourishing of people. God told the prophet Jeremiah, seek the welfare of the city wherever I plant you, because in its welfare is your health, is your well-being. And so God told Jonah, hey, consider Nineveh that great city. It's a fascinating phrase from Jonah. He says, I have a lot of people there and cattle too. God was even interested in the cattle, which is economy, right? Which is also the economy of an agricultural society. And so, and he says to them, shall I not love that great city? But that's true whether it's cities, rural, urban, suburban. God loves people. And there are policies that help people flourish, and there are policies that create obstacles to flourishing. If we are Jesus people and gospel-centered people, we look for policies that help people flourish.
Yes. Yeah. I love that, and so true. And that's being challenged certainly in different ways. And you see that, I think, in your role at the National Latino Evangelical Coalition, where firsthand, there are people that are being marginalized. Our rescue missions are seeing numbers of people that are being dumped on our doorstep, ultimately as they're migrating from Latin America. And how does the church respond in having open doors for all people? How does that happen, Gabe?
Look, I think that we learn from Scripture and the heart of Jesus.
Mm.
Jesus gives us great teaching in Matthew 25.
Mm.
And what people may remember from Matthew 25, it's that it's not a text to an individual.
Mm.
It's a text to nations.
Yeah.
It says that when the Son of Man comes and all his angels with him to judge the nations, in Greek, the ethnes, all the cultures, all the ethnicities, everybody, black, white, Asian, Latino, so forth. He says, he's going to say one thing to people: for I was hungry
Mm.
and you fed me, naked and you covered me, thirsty and you gave me to drink, in prison and you visited me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And so I'm driven, gospel-centered people and Jesus followers should be driven not by partisanship, not by polarization, but by the teachings of Jesus.
Mm.
The book of Hebrews reminds us in the 13th chapter, it says, remember hospitality.
Yeah.
Because many of you have entertained angels unaware. The Greek word for hospitality, xenophilia, love of the stranger or love of the immigrant. And so good, well-meaning people can disagree on policy references. But what we can't disagree on is what Jesus taught us, to love our neighbor as ourselves, to love the widow, the orphan, the stranger. And Proverbs says to speak up and speak for the poor. We may do this in different ways, but we have to be broken with the things that break God's heart, and that's people, whether they're from Latin America or Asia or Africa or citizens. And so that Matthew 25 kind of becomes the normative text for how I deal with people on the margins.
Yeah, I love that, and that's certainly then the call or the mandate or the challenge that Jesus gives to us, and then it becomes a matter of how do we see in the world around us places where we can engage, where we can step in, where we don't step away or necessarily step back in some way. What are some of the ways that you're seeing that welcome and hospitality of the stranger living itself out?
Impressed by the generosity of the people of God.
Mm.
You might remember that Paul talks about the church in Macedonia. He has that Macedonian vision of a man saying, come to Macedonia and help me. But later on in Paul's missionary journeys, he says, I am astounded by your generosity.
Mm.
I'm astounded by how generous people can be. And so I see that in ESL programs in churches. English as second language programs. I see that in citizenship classes that many churches and groups are doing. I see that in soup kitchens. When people are given food or in food pantries, we don't ask them where they were born. We don't have a litmus test to give people the body and the blood of Christ. It's broken for you. This is my body broken for you. This is my blood shed for you. And so I see it in soup kitchens. I see it in food pantries. I see it in English as second language courses. I see it in shelters. I see it in foster care programs on how many U.S. citizen families are adopting immigrant children or refugee children. I see it in programs of refugee replacement. There's Office of Refugee where we're receiving people from Cambodia and people who are fleeing religious and political persecution. And so I see the hands and feet of Christ. Listen, I have people in my church who come from shelters.
Yeah.
And their first step of stability was that shelter. It helped them have an address. It helped them get a job. And so I see Christ in the sheltering of people, right? Part of God is that he's a shelter. Like literally one of the metaphors for God is, I am a shelter.
Yeah.
And so I see it in sheltering. And so I see it in so many ways, but I also see it in advocacy. When people speak up for people who have challenges to access to power and access to goods and access to food and food deserts. And so God is moving. Aslan is on the move. Aslan will always be on the move, but the challenges persist. We just have to be resilient in doing good.
Yeah, and being willing to have the courage and confidence to be able to step out and do that. And certainly a lot of that comes out of seeing all people in the image of God and bringing a sense of dignity and respect to all people, which therefore then opens all of us to embrace and open our doors to be able to welcome, as you talked about that. And how do you see or encourage people just with regard to being able to see people as made in God's image, and so therefore it impacts how we interact together and even how we love one another?
Imago Dei
Yeah.
is undeniable.
Mm-hmm.
It's undeniable. Look, when I run into people, our church has over 15 nationalities, right? And we have Haitians, and we have Colombians, and we have Nicaraguans and Puerto Ricans, and we have people with temporary protected status and DACA, and we have people who were born and raised in the United States. But if you ask them, what do you care about? I want my kids to have a better future. I love my wife. I love my children. All these things that unite us into this common shared destiny of loving one another. And so when you look in the mirror, you say, hey, man, I love my kids. This person loves his or her kids. Hey, I want a better future for my family. So do they. But more importantly than that, Christ died for people. And cruciformity is not a suggestion. It's an invitation. And cruciformity is sacrificial. When you see the image and likeness of God in other people, you're willing to go that extra mile because you said, well, here's a person Christ died for. Here's a person God sent his son into the world for them. Look, I used to go to church when I was a little boy with holes in my shoes. I was poor. I was very poor. And my mother would always say, poverty does not mean you don't have dignity.
Wow.
Your economic status is not your spiritual, moral status. And so I wore hand-me-downs for my brothers. It was rough. I don't know if it's still called this, Tom, free lunch. It was called free lunch. They'd give you a card and they snap it. And there was a whole stigma around poverty.
Sure.
They've changed that somewhat so people don't notice it. But as a child, it was hard going to the supermarket. And now there's a card that looks like a debit card, an EBT card. But not then. You had to give the actual coupons. And people, there was stigma. And my mother would say, your economic status is not your status before God.
Mm-hmm. So true.
Man, that gave me courage. That gave me a sense of, I can stand up straight, even though I had holes in my shoes. And I don't know if you know this trick, Tom.
Yeah.
It's called the coloring. What you do is you put a piece of cardboard in the shoe, right? And then you flip it over. And if the shoe is black on the bottom, you take shoe polish, that color, and you color it. Or if it's brown, right? So you color the cardboard, the color of the shoe. I lived like that. But my mother and my father would say, God has a future for you. When you see the image of God in people, you see that God has a divine design, a purpose for them, whether they have a lot of money or they have no money. And so I think that's what the image of God says. It does. Your economic status does not determine your value before God.
Yeah. Amen to that, Gabe. And really, I think that out of that, because we see people that way, as you were talking, I just think of the words in 1 John 3 that says, Christ sacrificed himself for us, so we ought to sacrifice ourselves for others ultimately. And that's the call. And I think I love being part of a movement and with leaders who are committed to do that. And certainly the CEOs that are having these conversations and the teams and staffs of our rescue missions and ministries are certainly doing ministry on the front line. What word of encouragement might you give to them? And for those maybe that are watching these video feeds or live streams that might be standing on the sidelines, what encouragement might you give to them to take a step onto the field and jump into the game?
Thank you. Because I'm a life that was changed.
Yeah.
Your work is not in vain.
Yeah.
Cast your bread upon the waters. After many days, it will return to you. I was in the White House and I flew on Air Force One. The president asked me, "What brought you here? What gave you access to this?" I said, "Oh, who, me? I'm the son of a homeless man. I'm the son of a homeless man whom Christ found, and through the community and the support, his life was changed." So my encouragement is, you never know whose son and daughter's future you're changing with the radical hospitality, generosity, and love. And so my encouragement is, I'm here because of you. I'm able to advocate in the halls of Congress. I'm able to speak with presidents of all parties. I'm able to speak to senators because somebody said, Hector's my father's name. There's dignity in Hector. So my encouragement is, look what God has done through your hands. And like me, thousands of other children and women and men, women who are running from abuse and have, domestic abuse shelters, and children who have a couple meals a day, and men who are learning English after returning and reintegrating into society after serving their time in the criminal justice system. My word of encouragement, gracias. Gracias. I would not be here if it weren't for rescue missions. I used to pastor in New York, right down a couple blocks from the Bowery mission. Seen the work. I know what it does. And so I encourage you with a word of gratitude on behalf of the thousands of people you may never hear from. They're anonymous. They're teachers now. They're principals. They're custodians. They're bus drivers. They're lawyers. But you help their mother, their father. You help them. My word of encouragement is your work yields transformative fruit that leads people to flourishing. God bless you for it. Thank you.
That's a great word to end on, Gabe, and really appreciate how sincere you are with that, and how it just comes out of your life and who God created you to be as well. And we just appreciate your support, your partnership, being able to journey and walk together. And I know this will bless many people who watch this conversation as part of the many conversations that'll be happening on benches today. Thanks so much, my brother. Grateful for you.
All those benches across America, that is gospel work. That is gospel work. So from Orlando, gracias.
Gracias. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
We have a space to offer them that bed rest. And that's great to have some place to offer that, because we didn't have that before. So it's wonderful that we get to offer that space. And so that's another space that we have. Not only that, there is some uh, people that are in the homeless camps and stuff like that who may not be comfortable coming into the homeless shelter right now. And so what we have is taste and see, and we offer a meal, a shower, and they can hang out for a chapel service. That's so they can come out and check it out to see what we're about. They don't necessarily have to stay, but they can see if they like what they see. And most of the time they come and they see that it's a safe environment. They see that they're welcome and they end up staying. So it's really awesome that we get to offer that as well. So that's just some of the things that we get to offer.
So talk a little bit about what launch is and what some of the results we've seen with the launch program.
Okay. And then so that's another great program that we get to offer. So what we have is the shelter launch program, and that is a case management to housing program. And a lot of the guys, they come in and they're just needing that stepping stone, that extra lift up. So what we do is they meet with a life coach and they come up with a game plan, and they they work together with their life coach, and they take the steps needed to get into independent living. But what they do with their life coach is they work on stuff in a holistic fashion so that when they leave, they are they are successful. And so they work on their mental, their spiritual, their physical, their financial, all of their well-being. It's not just saving up money and getting into a place, because it takes more to be successful than that. And so we make sure that they have all the tools and skills they need to be successful when they leave here, so that they are thriving when they leave.
So one of the things that we
All right, we're back on the bench here in Hastings at Crossroads out on the front yard. 24-hour live stream of conversations on a bench, and we're 7 hours in now. Shout out to a couple people. Catherine Schneider stopped by with some hot chocolate and a donut for me, or a cookie for me, and Erica and Karen from the Grand Island Mission Avenue Thrift stopped and gave me some Casey's coffee. I was starting to feel it, really needed coffee, and we got a long ways to go, so thankfully I got some coffee. But conversation is on a bench is really it is opening up conversations to understand the issue of homelessness better. Homelessness throughout central Nebraska. Crossroads has been serving central Nebraska for 43 years. And God has opened the door for us to expand from a ministry in Hastings that started in 1983, serving the homeless, and now celebrating ministry throughout central Nebraska. We have a shelter in Hastings here that can house 112 people. Grand Island, we have a men's only mission that can house just over 40 men. And Kearney, we just heard from Tim, who said they could house anywhere from probably 70 to 80 people at the facilities in Kearney there. Something really exciting for those of you that might not know is we've been working to broaden our footprint in central Nebraska. We will soon be opening a brand new mission in Lexington. We'll have 20 units in it, and just continuing to serve throughout central Nebraska. We have in Holdridge a Mission Avenue thrift store, and we have in Broken Bow a thrift store as well. Actually, this Saturday, you might share with other people that in Broken Bow we'll be doing a mobile food pantry. We're anticipating serving about 300 families with food and addressing food insecurities in and around Broken Bow, and so we invite people to come out. If you're in need of a food box, come on out and we're happy to serve you. That'll start about 9 in the morning is when we'll start serving in Broken Bow there. So I'm excited. I was able to have Sarah Sweeney here to talk about Hastings and the mission in Hastings, how the program works, kind of the state of homelessness in Hastings. We had Tim Burney here who talked about Kearney and the needs that he's seeing in Kearney. He shared a lot of neat stories about people whose lives have been transformed through the power of the gospel and God using the personal resilience program at Crossroads, the facilities that we have, and the loving staff that they were able to meet at Crossroads and experience a life change. Ultimately, that's what we hope for at Crossroads, is for people to commit their life to Christ and to experience God's transformational power in their life and something new. And so I'm excited here to have Sky Crooks with me. Sky, thanks for coming to the bench.
Absolutely, Danny. Good to see you.
Good to see you. So kind of fun to have a conversation with you, Sky, because before we even get to the ministry at Crossroads, I'd just like to see if you'd be willing to share a little bit of your testimony. You and I have some experience at Crossroads, but not as a director and a shelter director at that point. Can you tell us a little bit about what brought you to Crossroads?
Yeah, so actually I spent most of my life here from Hastings, Nebraska, since about the middle of second grade. Went to high school right down across the street over there, and pretty much grew up here and worked most of my life and mainly in some manufacturing and food service work, and eventually ended up settling down and getting married and had a son, and then between just some stress in life and stress in marriage and stress at work, and then my alcoholism started getting the better of me, and I kept thinking I could control it, and it wasn't my problem. Everyone else had a problem, and eventually things kind of didn't work out with me and my ex-wife, and we split up, and then I started having some health issues, and a lot of it was related to my alcoholism. I was at times I was known to easily probably go through almost a whole handle of whiskey a day, just constantly just sipping on it, and led to some health issues, and then to where I couldn't work. I ended up in some Section 8 housing here, and then all that really did was just enable me just to drink away things even more. And after I got evicted from there, I had some friends pick me up for a couple of days, and they brought me here you know. And I've known about Crossroads before, many years ago when I was in middle school. I was in like an after school program and stuff. Well, because I was from a single parent family and my mom was working, and you know, and that was way back in the day when it was across the street from the middle school downtown. And then I ended up here, and that was July 16th, 2020. And then the day I checked in was the day I quit drinking.
Okay.
And just over 5 years sober since.
Yeah.
You know, I met you and the staff and went through the program, and the program really worked for me, and found my way back to the Lord.
Yeah.
And it's, especially over these last, 3 to 4 years, I feel like I have just like grown exponentially, in my faith, and then rebuilding that relationship with Jesus, and and I needed that, and I'm like really excited to be a part of this, and working my way up from being a guest, in a few short years into the position that I'm doing now, in this ministry, and and serving our community and doing what I can and sharing my story. I love being able to share my story, and I think it's really reassuring with a lot of the guests that we serve to say, hey, I've been here, I know what it's like. A few years ago, I was sitting in that chair you're sitting in, having the same conversation with my case manager, and and it just brought me so much closer to God, and it's just opened my heart to want to be able to share that with everyone that comes through our mission.
Yeah, well, I think that's incredible. We had an opportunity to visit with Leandra earlier too that had a similar experience. It's that process of going from needing help and receiving help and being able to offer to someone else, the things that God has taught you in your life. And, you talk about getting to that point where you're brought here to the homeless shelter. And had you ever been into a homeless shelter before?
No, I never have. There's been a couple times where I've had to stay with family before, or I moved in with a friend, but I was always working and, paying my fair share and, and stuff like that. But until I ended up at Crossroads, I've never been, in an actual state of like, homelessness before, or having to gone through a program like this. Like I said, I've heard about it, but I've never had to experience it before until that day.
Yeah. A lot of people talk to me. They talked about, like coming in, some fear that they had, or just apprehension, and maybe just Leandra even talked earlier about, a million things going through her mind, kind of the what ifs. And what was it like for you coming to Crossroads?
Well, at first I was, a little nervous and maybe a little scared. It was just, at first I kind of felt a little bit overwhelmed because I had so much happening in my life that led me to these doors, all within a few short days, and that can be pretty overwhelming. But I didn't know, okay, I was struggling to figure out where I was at, what do I need to do to get to where I need to go, and where am I going? I was just kind of lost, but with the staff here at the time that was working with me and helping me out, and even building those relationships with some of the other guests and kind of hearing, their side of things, that really helped motivate me to say, hey, okay, I have a better understanding of what, these situations and stuff are now for these guests, and it just helped me get to where I needed to go, and it helped me find my focus. And then going through the program and learning some things about myself that made me realize that there was nothing at the time that I could do to fix myself. I had to wait till I got to that point where I was completely broken, and finally turn it over to the Lord and to help fix me. Because I spent so many years trying to tell myself, I can do this, I'll take care of it. And all it did was make more and more of the same choices that led me down the same path that got me even further down. And finally it got to that point where I said, okay, God, my way's not working. Let's try it your way. And that was definitely the turning point in my entire life.
Sure. Yeah. So, you you came to Crossroads. I mean, didn't you have another place to turn to, or is this just kind of the last place, or?
At that point, I don't really think I had any other place to turn to. I did a lot of damage with some friendships, with my alcoholism. I did a lot of damage with some family with some alcoholism, and they kind of helped me out when they could, but it got to the point to where they're like, you need to get some help. And I had so many people try to tell me I needed to get some help, but I didn't want to listen.
Sure.
And I don't really like having to phrase it as this was like my last resort type of situation. It was just, ultimately, it was not necessarily a last resort, but it was at the time like the only option I had.
Sure.
I just did a lot of damage to a lot of people that really cared about me. And then once I started coming through the program, and stayed sober, went through counseling and IOP, and and then it slowly started to rebuild those relationships again with especially with my family, and several of my friends. And it also made me realize that there were some people in my life that I don't need to be in my life at this point, and sometimes those are hard decisions, but I also realized if I go back to that path, it's just going to drag me back down again, and I need to change. And that's what I ultimately ended up having to do.
Sure. Yeah, well, that's incredible to hear your story at Crossroads. And so, I mean, you're in the program. We've heard a lot today. We'll kind of talk a little bit about the 4-phase program. But, as I see often here at Crossroads, people who want to see a change in their life, they want to turn to the Lord and experience something different in their life. They begin to walk down that road, and it's not long before they're met with opportunity, right? And it seems like you had some opportunity here in the program. What opportunities did you have?
I think opportunities might be a little bit of an understatement there. No, I did have a whole lot of opportunities. I had the opportunities to start, listening to the men here and getting their stories and sharing my stories, working closely with the staff. Then they seen that, that I had that desire to change, and that I was making those changes that I needed to change.
Yeah.
And they offered me the opportunity at, not long after I got here, to maybe work up to be the men's leader. And I'm like, okay. And we had some conversations about that, and they kind of showed me what some of the responsibilities and stuff were for that, and it just helped making sure the men were up and making sure the chores were getting done, and and I really enjoyed doing that. It was keeping me focused. It was keeping me busy. It was helping me really interact with the other guests and stuff, and whatnot, and being in that position as like a bit of a role model. I got to use not just what my story was before I got here, but what my story was in this program to show them that this can work. I gave it a chance. All I'm asking is give it a chance. And after some time from that, being the men's leader here, then an opportunity came up to move to Grand Island, and then was offered a position as the house manager for the transitional living duplex there. Yeah. And I said, no, I need a day to think about it. Let me pray on it. It's moving me from where I grew up to, not too far away, but it's basically a whole new chapter. And that thought about it and prayed on it. And the next morning I came and told you guys, yeah, okay, I'll do this. So when do you have for a plan? And I'm like, well, today work. And and I'm like, okay, yeah, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, right.
So yeah, then
Give you too long to think about it. We didn't want you to back out.
No, nope. Once I got up there and started assuming that role and making sure that the house was being taken care of and the chores that were being done and the property was taken care of, and helping those men there with transportation, to like their classes and things like that, and the structure that they had in place. Building those relationships with those guys, and then starting to build relationships with, some of the probation officers when they'd come out and meet with their clients and stuff like that. Did that for a while, and I loved doing it. And then it just didn't seem to be very long after that. And then yet another opportunity came along, and I got offered a position case manage. I said, okay. Yeah, let's give that a try. I've got I'm building these relationships with these men. They're starting to trust me and confide in me and look up to me, and started doing that. And then I started doing the case management for our probation program up there, and building even stronger relationships with probation, which is a big part of what Grand Island does in our community, is working with probation clients, drug court, things like that. Worked on that for a while and loved it. Got to be a lot closer with you, which is, you're an amazing role model for me, I got to tell you. Sorry. But looking up to that, and then I did case management for a little over a year, I think. And then yet another opportunity presented itself, and you came and talked to me and like, hey, would you like to take over as the director for Grand Island for the time being? And I said, sure, absolutely, I'd love to do that. And then been doing that since about right before Christmas 2023, so coming up on 2 years now. Making sure all the facilities in Grand Island are being looked after, and making sure all the case management for our probation cases are done, overseeing all the operations and donations and stuff. And I love doing the work. I didn't realize how much paperwork was involved in that.
Sure.
And stuff, but I love this job, and as I even lead our program, our four-phase program in Grand Island, when I'm teaching that class and teaching our program to the men, I often bring up as hey, 5 years ago, if you'd asked me, where would you see yourself in life? This is definitely not where I would have saw myself in life. But it's just the opportunities that the Lord presented to me, and the position that I was in. And when we're going through class, I often try to encourage him is like, trust me, you cannot do this without God. You can't. What you need to do is you need to look at your situation, and as hard as it is, turn that control over to Jesus. Let him take the reins. Let him be in control. Let him take his share of the burden that he's promised us. And then see where you are from there, and where you can find out where his will is that meet with the gifts that he gave you, and that's where you're going to find your purpose.
Yeah.
And that's where you should focus.
Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. That's good advice. And, I just so people who might be listening in, talking about the ministry in Grand Island, the need for homeless shelter in Grand Island, we started in about 2018, really paying attention to how many people were coming from Hall County to Hastings or Kearney to the homeless shelter, and really trying to understand that there were about 70 to 80 people in 2018, 2019, that came to Crossroads, one of our other facilities. And I always said, those were the ones that were lucky enough to have a ride. And a friend, a family member, somebody that could get them to shelter in another city, because, oftentimes what comes along with homelessness is a lack of resources, just like transportation. And so we'd started working with the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, and talking about the number of homeless people in Grand Island. At that time, Grand Island had the highest unmet need for men's homeless shelter services. And just as God knew, God knows the future. He knows what's going to happen. It turns out that we're now the only mission in Grand Island that's providing men's homeless shelter services. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And so it's really unique how God put that in place. How many men can you house in Grand Island there?
So with our transitional living facility, we have an 11-bed capacity there. And then at the mission, we have right about 40-bed capacity there.
Yeah, and are you typically operating at half capacity, full capacity?
Well, actually, at this year, I think the last time we looked at our stats, we were probably pretty close to about 96% or so. But to be honest with you, that's a little low. Just before the beginning of this year, probably about the last year in general, we were operating about 101% on a daily average. The need is definitely there, and you're right, having these resources is difficult, and if you just want to think about, granted the mission itself is not all that large, but what would all these people do if we're the only option that we have in Grand Island at this time?
Yeah. And that's amazing, to be operating at full capacity all the time and meeting the needs. I think one of the other things that's happening at the mission, though, and we talk about the program, how men are coming in just like you were coming into the mission at first. Perhaps even they believe that they just don't have any purpose in life. But one of the stereotypes that we're hoping to overcome and just help people to understand through conversations on a bench is really a stereotype of what a homeless shelter is, or I like what Leandra said earlier. She talked about Crossroads being more of a rescue mission than a homeless shelter. And so men going from, in Grand Island, going from living on the streets, having no purpose, having a very difficult time figuring out what to do with their day, now serving a purpose. And I think it would be nice to highlight really impactful ministry that's going on in Grand Island with food boxes and how the men in the program are involved. Can you share a little bit about
yeah,
that?
absolutely. I mean, we started the food box program, kicking it really into full gear, I believe a couple of years ago, if memory serves correctly. And over time, it's just as word got out that there was this valuable resource, and not just a valuable resource, a free valuable resource with no restrictions, no barriers. If we need help, we'll help you. Yeah. And it has just grown exponentially. I am pretty sure that at least every month as we go along, we're setting new records of how many that we are giving out to the community, and it is a great need, and just like you've told us before, that you don't feel that, the need for food should ever be a true need. There should be help with that.
Yeah.
Right. And we are very, very pleased to be able to help with that. In fact, it's almost like a full-time operation with us. It is a full-time operation with us, and the part of those responsibilities are with the men. We'd be like, taking the phone calls and scheduling the appointments, getting the food boxes together and meeting with the community as they come in, and carrying their boxes out to them.
Yeah.
And we're running on average, between 40 to 60 per day, and I believe it was like on our stats from like last month, we hit close to 800 for that month, and that is
food boxes.
800 food boxes
Wow.
in a month.
Yeah.
When just a few months ago, I think our record was about 560 something. It's just
And
a
just so
constant
people
need.
understand, what is a food box? Is that a box of macaroni, or what's a food box?
No, it's not just a box of macaroni. No, we get you a pretty good sized box, like a produce sized box, and we'll fill that with baked goods and bread, and we'll have some sweets in there, and we'll have some canned goods. We have fresh produce. We'll have some frozen meats. We may have some fresh meats. We've been, over this time as this need's growing, we've been working with some other agencies in our community, retailers and stuff, and we're doing a part of the food recovery program. We're getting donations from them. We're getting donations from a couple other distributor companies, that as things get, even if something just gets damaged, and then by their standards they have to reject it, there's nothing wrong.
Yeah.
But, and it's slowly growing to the point to where, as a community in Grand Island, Crossroads is well known as like, if you've got this and you can't use it, here's someone who can.
Sure.
And it's between picking up donations and getting them delivered to us. And yes, we construct a good box, and you can come on like a weekly basis, and again, it's like no restrictions, no barriers. Just come and talk with us, and we will help you.
So kind of getting back to the program, is these men who came to Crossroads, they came to you guys there. They were homeless. They needing help, and so, but something happened. Now they've become a vital part of providing food to a community of people. What role do the men play in this food box program?
So they play a very, very vital role. I mean, like I said, it's not just the being able to, we do a lot more in Grand Island, than just making sure the house is clean and things like that. We engage with the community, and I strongly encourage our guests, to say, to understand that, as the Lord Jesus commands us, love thy neighbor, that we give back to the community, as the community is the ones that is supporting us. So their roles in that is not just being able to make the boxes and things like that, but to get an even better understanding on general nutrition as a whole. Let's face it, when you're out on the street, you eat whatever you can get your hands on, or whoever might be lucky enough to maybe give you a couple dollars or something to eat, or buy you something from the convenience store, But it's just to be able to help with the community, to provide them with, well-balanced, boxes of food and stuff, but also gain that understanding of what you can do with those. And everything, because, so they're filling the boxes, taking orders, they're putting, the donations away, rotating the stock, and everything like that. And we just have so much food coming in and out. I mean, it's a constant back and forth flow, and all the men that help out with that they're really grateful, not for the help that they're providing, but to be able to give that help to someone else. You know, and it helps give them a sense, like you said, another sense of purpose. You know, they're doing something good. You know, and that makes them feel good. It gives them hope.
Yeah, it goes from a place of receiving to a place of giving, and so it's been really neat to hear from you tonight. To hear, just to give people a sense, there'll be approximately 325 men who will live at the Grand Island Mission this year.
Yeah.
Not only just coming in for shelter, engaging in a program that's transformational through the power of the gospel. Hopefully, men will go through the program, leave the program a different man. Be willing and able to give back to their community and to society, and men who are now helping feed over 600 or 800 food boxes a month that are going out to people, and so people understand too this food box program. For a lot of families, what this means is if they can receive some kind of assistance. You and I go to the grocery store and we understand the cost of things right now, and for some of these families, a food box might mean the difference between paying rent or having to buy groceries, and many of us, thank God, haven't been in that situation where we've had to think about, you know, am I going to buy groceries or am I going to pay rent? Could I lose a roof over my head? Am I going to put gas in my car? Can I get to my job? Can my kids have clothes? Things like that. So you guys are doing a tremendous job meeting a huge need in Grand Island Sky.
Thank you.
And thank you for involving these men in that program and sharing your story tonight. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming on the bench.
Absolutely.
All right. All right. Sam, can we fit? All right, here we are, Conversations on a Bench, and we're in front of the Hastings Mission. We're here for 24 hours, live stream to talk about homelessness, to talk about the work of Crossroads and the ministry of Crossroads. and to hear stories. And so special guest that we have on here is someone who's become a good friend of mine and someone who's serving the mission. Adam, thanks for coming to Conversations on a Bench.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, pretty random. We just had a cat wander through the set here. Didn't really expect that. So, yeah, Adam, I invited you here. I think you have a powerful story of just, things that you've been through in your life and that God's obviously brought you through, and just invited you to come and share your story with us.
Yeah, so really, when I grew up as a kid, I grew up, I grew up in a what I would consider a normal family. My parents were married. I had one sibling, so there was 4 of us in the family, and my mother always made sure that we were made sure I was baptized, made sure I was confirmed, made sure that we went to church and all that, and then when I was 17 years old, my mother passed, and after that, I just kind of realistically I questioned everything, including God, and I just kind of there's no way he can be real if he's taken this lady from me, she was 42 years old, so it was a big, then what I did is I went and I started drinking, and then I started using drugs, and then I started using harder drugs, and the whole time, I'm at this point I've convinced myself that God's not real. There's no way he can be real, and so realistically it was an easy out for me to be able to use drugs and not have any conscious about it, not have to feel like I'm doing a bad thing, I guess. Then when I was 21, I caught a distribution of marijuana charge, and I was dealing with that. Was going to court for it, trying to figure all that out. Eventually my court was over for it. I'm doing good the whole time. My court was over for it, and I got sentenced to probation. So I do good on my probation for maybe a few months.
Uh-huh.
And then I start using drugs that are not going to show up in my UA. I start using drugs that are out of my system in a few days. And eventually it just got to the point where I didn't care about my probation anymore. I'm using drugs every single day, whether it's shows up in my UA or not. And then in 2013, I got arrested for distribution of methamphetamines. And by this time, probation wasn't an option. And even then, I still was just like, okay, whatever, So I'm dealing with all that, and I get sentenced to 5 years in prison, and I go to do my time. And even then, I'm still being stubborn. Like in my head, I'm thinking, I'm not going to be the person that goes to prison and finds God again. You know what I mean? Like, sure. So I'm in prison still on that. I don't even know that I would call it like an atheist path, but kind of, atheist, agnostic, whatever you want to call it. And I did drug treatment while I was in prison. I was working on bettering my life, but not with God involved.
Yeah.
And so it was actually when I got out of prison, I met my kid's mother, and she was religious, and that kind of got me turned back into. We were going to church, I started doing the God thing a little more. Still not to the point to where I would have liked to have been, or maybe not even call myself a good Christian at that point, Yeah. But it's more, I am starting to believe in God, like some good stuff's happening in my life. I had a daughter, and I'm starting to believe in God a little more. And by the time, basically, sorry, I lost track. Eventually, me and my kid's mother, we split up, and this is the first time I've ever had to deal with like a big event in my life, trying to be sober.
Yeah.
So, and I had moved back to Hastings, but my daughter was still going to school in Kearney and living in Kearney, and I had 50% custody of her. So I was driving back and forth, and I needed an extra income. I had my own business in Kearney, and I honestly, what I was going through, I just lost motivation. Just depressed and all that. So yeah. I went on Indeed, and I found I found a post for Crossroads in Kearney, and I applied for it, and then I got a call. I got a call to come in for an interview. And I went in for my interview, and I was just telling him what was going on and in my life, and I was honest with him. I told him, I've been to prison, I did all this. Right now I'm kind of going through a bunch of changes in my life, and I remember even leaving the interview, and I'm like, I should not have told them all that. You know what I mean? There's no way, because I was interviewing with Jake, and he was he was honest with me. He's like, I got 2 other people that I'm going to interview after you and stuff like that. So I'm like, yeah, there's no way he's calling me back. So I'm actually looking for other jobs at this time too. And then he does call me back, and I was like, cool. So then I went in. I think it was for a second interview, and I talked to you on the phone, and you just kind of asked me about and even at that point in my life, I wasn't super into going to church, and I mean, I believed in God, and I was trying to do the right thing and follow the right path for my daughter. But I still wasn't super into going to church and all that, and so I guess my story is a little different than some of the people who have came on here, because I didn't reach out to Crossroads for a place to live. I reached out to Crossroads for a job.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what that was gonna be. I remember my first day in Kearney. I remember going in there and thinking, wow, it's a lot. Like, it's not an environment you're used to being in, and it's quite frankly, I was around a lot of people that were drug addicts, and I'm also a drug addict. You know what I'm saying? Like, at that time I had been clean. Right now I've been off meth for like 12 years now.
Wow.
So at that time I was like 10, and it made me nervous at first being around these people, being around them. You know what I mean? I didn't know what I was going to do, because a lot of the people are coming off the streets that are coming off of drugs, or obviously we don't allow it in our facilities, but that doesn't mean that people are necessarily sober when they come in every time. So, but it was the opposite. Being around these people made me remember, I don't want to be in that lifestyle. And then I started, I was hired in Kearney for maintenance, and which included driving the truck and doing like pickups of furniture and deliveries of furniture, and I would take guys with me.
Yeah.
And I was just able to sit in the, you're driving down the road, you just start talking to guys, and I was able to just talk to these guys that I may not have been in their exact situation, but I was in a situation similar to theirs and had overcame it, and just being able to share that with these guys is what made my job worth it. So fast forward a little bit, I was only working for Crossroads like maybe 4 months, and I had went up to Jake and I told him, basically I'm moving to Hastings, closing down my business and moving to Hastings, and I'm going to stay in Hastings, So I had told Jake that I was going to put in my notice, and I had given him a day. It was like 2.5 weeks from the day I talked to him, and I told him, I'd love to go to Hastings and work in Hastings. And he's like, oh yeah, I'll talk to Daniel, and you got back. I think Jake got back to me like maybe a few days later, and he was just like, they only have a GA position up there, which is sitting behind a desk, and that's not something I'm trying to do. So, and I was, I told Jake, I was like, I appreciate the offer, but I think I'll just figure it out. You know what I mean? And so but no matter what, I was coming to Hastings. So I plan on coming to Hastings without a job, just moving down here and hoping to find one. And it was like maybe 5 or 6 days before my last day. I remember you called me, or text me, maybe it was, and you were like, I have a job for you in Hastings. And that's it. I came down here and started working and started doing the same thing down here, taking guys with me, kind of taking some guys under my wing and just almost mentoring them, and sharing my story with them and letting them know that there is light at the end of the tunnel. And
it seems really therapeutic for me when I watch you with guys. For them, they kind of leave the hustle and the bustle of the mission, and maybe even a hard morning that they had or something, but they get in the truck and they just can talk. They can just be who they are, and you just kind of listen, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, and just share my story, and because I can honestly, for the most part, I relate to some of the guests more than I do some of the staff here.
Yeah.
And I feel like and I've said this to you before, and you've never confirmed or denied it, but I feel like that's part of the reason that I was kept on, that you found a position for me here, is because you did feel like I related to some of the staff and could help. So, yeah, I love it here. I enjoy working here. I enjoy being able to share my story and hope. And I'm not perfect, but and I think that's why I can relate to a lot of these guys, because we don't necessarily expect perfection, but we do expect progression.
Right.
So that's kind of.
So part of conversations on a bench is just challenging stereotypes. I mean, you and I both know that if we just say the word homeless, or we start talking about the homeless, we get into conversations with people, and then there's these phrases that tend to come out of many people's mouth, just like they want to be that way, or they chose to be that way. They're choosing homelessness, or if they would just get a job. A lot of things get said about homelessness, but your experience at Crossroads, how does it challenge some of those stereotypes?
I would say, of course, there's going to be people that abuse the system, but I would say a lot of the people here are trying to get jobs, and they're trying to get out of here. Some of them run into obstacles where they don't have an ID, they don't have a social security, they don't have a birth certificate. So some of the guys, and that's one of the first things I usually ask the guys when I'm taking them with me, do you have all this? Or, basically, are you able to get a job?
Yeah.
And some, that's a huge obstacle when they have nothing.
Right.
Because, there's one, you got to get your social security card, then you got to order your birth certificate, and then you got to pay for your birth certificate. And some, if you're not able to work, it's hard to pay for a birth certificate. And then an ID, of course, and all that. So, but I've noticed a lot of people that are just down on their luck. It doesn't necessarily, it's not. I don't think everyone chooses to be homeless.
Yeah.
And especially around here, you don't see. It's not like it is in the big cities where people are sleeping on the streets and all that. You know what I mean? So, all these people choose to be here.
Yeah.
They choose to follow our rules, and they choose to be here.
Yeah.
So I think I would like to say that around here, that there's a lot of people that aren't choosing to be homeless, that are trying to do the right thing, and sometimes it's, a lot of these, a lot of the people are maybe just getting SSI or something where I don't even know if they could afford a place, when they're only getting $800 a month and your rent's $750. How are you going to eat and pay your gas bill and electric bill? So
yeah, I think you bring up actually a pretty important topic that we haven't even brought up at all today, and that is the issue of affordable housing.
Yeah.
So people who are living on a fixed income and already living on the edge, you think about a one-bedroom apartment right now costing $800 plus utilities,
right?
Needing first and last month's rent to get in, and for many of them, in many cases, an inability to go out and get a second or a third job. There's limitations to what they can do, and so it's kind of a neat thing that we've been able to do throughout central Nebraska here. Kearney was most recent, where we were able to open 15 apartments that are truly affordable housing. These people are able to go through the 4-phase personal resilience program, get into an apartment for $575, efficiency apartment. That's their total expense. That's utilities, that's their rent, and then I call it supportive housing, because that means that the structure that was in place doesn't go out the window just because you got your own place. Now you get to continue on in that, and so affordable housing is definitely one of those major issues. Talk to me just a little bit. We kind of have to wrap up here, but you talked about, I would say, I would kind of think God pursuing you in your life, and talked about your life story, but has working at Crossroads, from me looking at your life, it seems that you've drawn closer to the Lord as you've been working around here.
Yeah, I would say so, for sure. And a lot of that has to do with you, like like when you messaged me, I don't even know, it was 6-8 weeks ago, and you're like, you want to do Bible study? I was like, yep. I didn't even think about it. I was just like, yep, I need to do Bible study, but yeah, I think it has, and I think everyone has a journey for a reason, and I hate to say it, but God, I feel like God tested me for a reason, even if he needed me to turn my back on him, if that makes sense. You know, in order to be here, to be where I'm at today, and to be able to help the people that I'm helping. I know that sounds hypocritical or crazy, you know, but I feel like, and you know, there was always that thought of, you know, like I there would be times I would tell people, like, I guess I believe in God, you know, why wouldn't I believe in God, you know, like, I gotta believe in something, but realistically I didn't, you know. So I think maybe there was always that little hint of him in my life here and there, and I just didn't want to see it, you know.
No, I think it is important. You know, our stories are so important, and we think about, you know, the things that we experience in life, and just that God, He has used your story, and He'll continue to use your story as you're available to Him. What's really neat to me and interesting is just now how He's brought you to a place where somebody's sitting a few feet from you in an old cube truck that barely runs, barely goes down the road, and you guys are able to identify with each other. You're able to say to them, you know, it's going to be okay.
Yeah.
You know, there is a way out of this, and there is a way forward. And I think that's how God can just use. I talked about it earlier with Sonny, and it's just summed up like this, with the Bible saying what Satan meant for evil, God is using for good, and God is using for His glory. And really, that what you're doing is fulfilling the mission of Crossroads, and that's bringing glory to God through the helping of people. Something so practical. You know, do you have a driver's license?
Right.
Or an ID, or do you have a social security card? But meeting those practical needs with the greater purpose of pointing them towards God.
Yeah.
So they can know their Creator. They can have a relationship with the Savior of the universe.
Yeah, for sure.
Well,
Yeah, I definitely feel like I've gotten closer to God since I've worked here, and I appreciate. I get along with all the employees, and I appreciate Mission, the Crossroads. You know.
Thank you for being a part of the work. Thank you for coming out here late for conversations on a bench and just being a part of the event.
Yeah, for sure.
So, all right. God bless you, Adam.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you.
on Facebook, so there are probably some shifting around.
That's been kind of eye-opening to me is dealing with like here, like rain. We've had some rain and what that does for people's belongings and stuff like that. It's been that's been kind of an eye-opening thing to think about how theirs is doing that.
Audio and things we're speaking.
Okay, very good. We're on it. Seems like everything's good to go here, and talking to you guys in Brooksville, Florida, right?
Yeah. So I don't know if you heard me speaking, but one of the things that's been interesting is talking about like we had some rain here and thinking about how those elements are, how they would affect an individual. So it's just I don't know, it's just kind of a fascinating thing to think about. Things that we take advantage of being dry and so forth, because it's not an everyday thought that hey, I gotta think about the rain and what that means to my daily existence.
Yeah, I think that's interesting too, and something we face here in Nebraska. Actually, I just heard that perhaps there was snow in western Nebraska last night, and as we get into the winter months here, it gets very difficult for people to survive out in the elements like you're talking about. Last winter, especially last 2 Decembers, we've experienced like 30 below temperatures. So people coming into the mission with frostbite and like you say, even outside of the elements, like I don't know how I could keep track of my belongings.
Yeah.
And I've realized over time, what people's belongings mean to them. You might only have a book bag with a little bit of stuff, but that means a lot to you.
Yeah.
And so.
Yeah. We were talking about that tonight where, we had individuals mentioning how they couldn't even feel like they didn't feel like they could go to sleep because if they fell asleep, somebody would take their bike, take their bag, just like that.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of that too, and I'm just kind of curious. I haven't heard of Jericho Road in Brooksville, Florida. I think it's interesting for a lot of people here to hear about other ministries that are serving around the country. What is Jericho Road, and what's your ministry and program look like?
Yeah. We are located just north of Tampa, Florida. So we are in a growing area, but it's still, our homelessness is predominantly rural. So a lot of individuals are coming from what we would say from the woods. Our ministry is completely geared towards men and women facing substance abuse disorder. So every one of our beds are program beds, and our program is unique in the sense that we offer a 2-year plus stay. We're right now right around 100 beds for men and women, and every one of those are for individuals going through substance abuse because our data, everything that we were seeing was the predominant cause of homelessness in our area, and the primary reason for individuals seeking our services was linking back to substance abuse. So we made the decision in December 2023 to go full on substance abuse. So reshaped our staff, basically everything to go that direction. And so now we're right under 100 beds, and it's all for recovery. And we have that model, like I said, of a 2-year plus model. So it's 5 months is the first part of our program, which is very intense in the classes and the internal style expectations. And then at month 3, we really try to help get a job and start doing the external. You graduate at 5 months, and then from month 5, the end of month 5, so month 6 to 10, it's like a step down in your requirements with us and more external requirements. Once you finish month 10, go from 11 to 25. That's when we are really pushing your external connections, and so it's our aim is to give you the time and space necessary to get those things really completed. So yeah, hopefully that's us a good explanation of us in a nutshell. How about you guys?
Yeah, well, we serve. We're kind of a unique mission in the sense that, like you, we're serving rural communities. We have what we call the Tri-Cities, Hastings, Kearney, and Grand Island, Nebraska, which are the largest populations in central Nebraska. And then outside of that, we're serving very rural areas. We're actually working to open a 20-bed facility in Lexington, Nebraska. And so not a large community, but presenting a large need. Last year, I think we had around 100 calls from that rural community of people who were needing homeless shelter services. And we kind of see some different things. I definitely can hear you loud and clear when you talk about substance abuse. And we start to unpack, approximately 1,200 people a year who live at Crossroads in one of our facilities. And the questions that we're asking, indicate that, and the answers we're getting indicate that the leading causes of homelessness here too are drug and alcohol addiction and mental health, and the combination of both. And really, digging deep is just many times cycles of poverty. I grew up in a family that was this way. That's just kind of normal to us. This is what I know. I was talking earlier about a young man who started using meth with his mom when he was just 11 years old. And he's in his 20s trying to put his life together, right? And how do you even go from there? You don't know anything. Nobody's ever trained you. And so I think there's a lot of similarities, just in the things that we're seeing and how to help people.
11 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think about that and think about what that does to someone's development and then their expectation of life and how thwarted and how diminished it can be, right?
Right, yeah. It's just not a real fair shake at life. And but what happens is you become an adult, and then society still has an expectation, and that is for you to supposedly live this normal life where you get a job and you save your money and you buy a house and you get married. And there's just absolutely zero chance of that happening if that's how your life started. And desperate need for others to be involved in your life. And of course, the gospel and hearing about Jesus Christ and the saving grace of Christ, and that's been the exciting thing, I think, from tonight's conversations, is just hearing from people about that transformation that comes through a relationship with Christ. I was just sharing earlier about people who've sat across the desk from me at the mission, hearing the gospel and sitting there with tears in their eyes saying, I've never heard that before.
Yeah. That was one of the things that in a lot of the conversations I've already had this evening, like unprompted, not, I didn't want it to come off forced by no means. I just kind of want them to speak in their own words, and how many people brought it back to their faith in Christ. So that was the transformational element.
Yeah.
And, we strive really hard here at Jericho to keep up as best as we can and continue to learn best practices, understand substance abuse, mental health, and we're excited to do that. But it's so fascinating to me time and time again how the element of the gospel is what's really bringing the change. And not that I'm surprised by that because of the transformational power, but it's like when we're going after the best practices, what we're learning is the gospel is the best practice.
Yeah, that's right. That's really, truly the holistic approach, right? If we leave that element out of it. that aspect of ministry, then do we really have a lot to offer? And I talk about that a lot because we just started the conversation talking about, living outdoors. It's getting a little bit cooler out here. I might even put on a jacket here in a little bit.
Yeah.
And so you can never undermine like the importance of safe shelter, food to eat, and things like that. But it's just the opportunity we get. Like that sets us up to be able to share the gospel with someone that can hear loud and clear now because their basic needs are met.
Yeah, exactly. So you guys, you're saying you're seeing still a lot with the mental health, substance abuse there. What are some of the things that you guys are learning that's helping you kind of serve um, those individuals in a better way?
Yeah, for me, coming into Crossroads, and even as I began working at Crossroads about 10 years ago, I think those things really confused me. It's like, how do you help these people? And that's what I love about being a part of Citygate, is what's bringing you and I together tonight, is that connection through Citygate, to be able to both identify as missions who are passionate about the gospel. But I remember picking up a magazine from Citygate, and I love reading those. What are they called?
Insight.
Yeah, Insight. And reading an article about mental health in particular, I just thought it was so practical because it just started with encouraging us. You have to build a relationship with these people. You have to build a trusting relationship with these people, and you have to be someone in their life that they feel safe with, that they can talk to, that you're not going to judge them or belittle them or kick them out of the homeless shelter because they're struggling with mental health. I think that's been actually one of the most powerful things I've heard being in ministry and ministering to people who are struggling with mental health.
Yeah, we've talked about that a lot tonight, and a phrase that seems like we're continually getting to is making sure that we can understand the human is like, these are humans. They're not. It's not just some project or a case. These are real people, going through real things, and then building that connection. One of the phrase, and this is not original with us. I don't know. I can't remember where I learned it, but it's a phrase we use a lot around here. Community is recovery, and the necessity of bringing people into that relationship so they do, like you said, feel safe. The walls can start to come down, so we can really get to some of those deeper levels of things that need to happen.
Yeah, I'm just kind of curious. How old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'll be 40. Like, let's see, and I'm 39, but I'll be 40 soon.
Okay. So how long have you been working in the ministry there?
I've been the CEO for 7 years. So I started when I was 33. Been in the field now. Oh man, I don't know what it is. I'm having a hard time remembering all these things. So I think I've been doing this like almost 10, 15 years, something like that now. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really interesting. I asked that because you and I are about the same age, and so it's just kind of interesting. Something that I'm seeing is a lot of younger. I say younger. I guess that's just because I want to feel young, but men and women who are coming into the field and leading homeless shelters, and I think that's been pretty exciting to see new chapters of missions. Being able to continue on in their work.
Yeah. No, I think it's important because, the need and the work is there. The work is there. Like, and if we don't have, individuals to continue this work, it's going to be challenging to see where we are. I was in a meeting. Have you been to a DC forum yet?
I have not.
Yeah, those are really cool. I went to one, and we were conversing with HUD, and just to see how many Citygate organizations were the primary service provider for the homeless community and their community was astounding. And so we are I think it's pretty safe to say we're some of the most involved people. We're quantity wise, I should say, for those dealing with homelessness and all the associated situations. So we got to keep this thing going because there's so many people in need.
Yeah, Yeah, I agree with that. I think some of the most exciting things, men and women of God who had been maybe even founded some of these missions and who've been involved for so long. What I love about Citygate and some of the things I've seen is how these people have thought about the future. They've thought about passing on the leadership of the mission and the ministry. And we were just in Kansas City for a Heartland area conference, and just really fun to see missions thriving and really exciting.
Yeah, it is. I think it's been an awesome time to share and to talk with you, and I'm glad we could do this. I think we're getting ready lined up for our next interview, so I'm getting all kinds of cues there. But I really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you here a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Andrew, for your time. God bless you guys, and we'll be praying for you. Never met you before. Excited to meet a brother in Christ who's doing the work, and we'll be praying for you.
Well, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. God bless.
God bless you too.
All right.
All right. Well, that was interesting to have a conversation. We were visiting with Andrew Chamberlain out of Jericho Road Mission in Brooksville. It was pretty cool to hear, just to get to know about homelessness around the country. I think what I was encouraged with, what I have been encouraged with this year, is a number of homeless shelters around the country that are working to meet the needs of men and women and families who have no place to go. And not only just providing the basic needs of food and shelter, and those are necessary items. We can never undermine, it's what we talked about, never undermine the importance of providing for people's basic needs. But as Citygate Missions, it is going over and above to offer programs, to offer recovery programs for drug and alcohol addiction, mental health and stability, accountability in life, even talking with Tim and Sky about the importance of teaching people of living in their home and how to take care of their home, how to manage their finances. So there's a lot that goes into homeless shelter ministry and helping people to move forward. And it was great to talk to someone else who's been working in the field. And so we've had a lot of good visitors on tonight. Hopefully what listeners are experiencing is just hearing some new stories and opening our minds and our hearts to the fact that every story matters. Every person that comes on tonight is somebody that God loves, somebody that we love here at Crossroads and that we want to minister to. We're hoping that after conversations on a bench, God would develop within us a heart of compassion, and compassion that moves us to action. And that is that we would join up with nonprofits, not just Crossroads, but other nonprofits in the area to help meet needs. That might be going down to the food pantry, or going to a mobile pantry. That might be going to visit a homeless shelter, or work with the elderly, or just different things that we can do in our community. There is no lack of work. It's not hard to get involved. It's not difficult to volunteer. Most places, volunteering is very simple. It's just give whatever time you have, bring whatever abilities you have, and get involved. And so I just want to challenge people, after conversations on a bench tonight, after this 24-hour live stream event, to be thinking about what can I do to get involved, because most places, most nonprofits are like Crossroads. We rely on the community in order to accomplish the work that we do. We have staff. We try to meet the most needs that we can with the staff that we have, but it takes a lot more than that. Every year we're relying on hundreds of volunteers, thousands of volunteer hours of people coming and giving of their time and their resources and their expertise and their ability to be able to accomplish the work that we're doing. And at Crossroads, that means opening the door in central Nebraska for men, women, and families, approximately 1,200 people that will call Crossroads home this year. There will be lots of people who are impacted by this work. There will be thousands of people who will have received a food box from Crossroads. That maybe means the difference between choosing to buy groceries or pay their rent and have a place to live in. There are people who are living on the edge. And hopefully you'll be encouraged tonight, and you'll leave this saying, hey, I want to volunteer, be a part of something bigger, get involved in my community and make a difference. And so I've been excited to have a lot of people on that I've known for years, that I've been encouraged by, who've joined in on the work, not only as volunteers, many of them came on as staff, and who are committing their lives to addressing issues of poverty in central Nebraska. And I've invited my friend Jonathan on and to talk about his life and have a conversation just about, Jonathan, what God's done in your life, what God's doing in your life. You and I had met, oh gosh, I don't know, it might have been close to 10 years ago.
Yes, sir.
When I had met, and you were in a situation of being without a home.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Oh, wow. I mean, just looking back to 10 years ago, to who I was and the condition I was in, through those 10 years, I found myself in 3 different symptoms of homelessness, but, one root cause, and that's not having a life central centralized around serving the Lord. 10 years ago, I was really heavy into drugs. I mean, really bad. I don't think I could make it a day sober. And I remember coming from a party and sleeping underneath a garage door, just behind what is now the new pantry over here on the north side. And I had an option of either coming in to get breakfast and or going to jail. And at that point, it was an easy choice, right? But I knew that you cared about who I was, not just what I was going through. And I would say that's probably where it started. That's not when I started serving the Lord, though. But
Yeah.
that's at least I knew the man who you were.
Yeah, it was kind of the beginning of a journey, right?
Yeah,
And,
that's
you
where
know,
it started.
this is kind of intended to be raw conversation. You kind of talk about that choice you had. I can remember going out and finding you laying on the ground, maybe having some things on you that one should not have
Yes, sir.
on their person, right? And yeah, just given that option of, hey, we'd like to help you, but if you're not willing to accept help, we'd have to take next steps. And you knew that probably wasn't a direction that would help you in life, right? If you'd choose not to come in. And so I think, though, before you and I had met, that you had been in a homeless shelter before, or maybe even Crossroads.
Yeah, Jerry Baumgartner was the director at the time. And I came here to serve, and I came here to serve one time. I developed a relationship with him, and I left for a summer, but I always stayed in contact with him, and let him know it's something I was interested in doing, although it's not. I wouldn't start working for Crossroads till years later.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was 22, and probation recommended I come here, and that's what I did.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's talked to quite a few people tonight, and a few of them had mentioned, you know, coming into the homeless shelter. It's definitely not like you wake up one morning and you think, hey, I want to go live in a homeless shelter today, right?
Right.
One of the perceptions I think that some people have about homelessness is that people want to be that way. Can you speak to that?
Absolutely. I don't think anybody would want to be a state ward or be taken away from their family, especially at a later years in life. When I was 17, I was just kind of, you know, shipped out to a neighborhood in Lincoln. I was the only white guy in my neighborhood, and that was a pretty big culture shock because, you know, in this area, you know, it's not like there's a lot of gang banging or anything like that. This area, there was all gang banging, and it was really hard, and I just wanted to go be close to my mom. So when I was like 19, I moved to Kearney, and I was in there with a trailer with my mom, but you know, just working and drinking, and like I said, just getting heavy into drugs. My mom was mentally ill, and she couldn't raise me, so I didn't really have the tools to make it to be living on my own, and I wouldn't develop them until by then I was like 22, 23. But you know, being able to make money is not enough to live on your own.
Yeah,
it's not enough. So you know, just getting taken away from my parents at 16, it really developed this bitterness towards society as a whole. And so I don't think anybody would want to experience that.
Yeah, and I've been talking a lot today about generational poverty, and that just kind of means, you know, like that's the way I grew up, that's the way life was. It felt normal to me.
Right.
I didn't know any different. Would you say, you know, kind of what you described to me right now, would that be an example of generational poverty?
Oh, absolutely. I don't think it's bad to admit, but I don't think anybody was going to try and stop me from selling marijuana or getting drunk every night. It's just they looked at it like it was normal. So that's just what I did.
Yeah. How many years were you living life like that?
Until I was 26.
And starting when?
The only thing that saved my life, I think, was having a son.
Okay.
And that's really, so the last 10 years, I really sought the Lord because I found it necessary.
Yeah.
I was like, I'm not putting him through what I went through. And by the grace of God, I haven't. He's never even seen me drink a beer. And yeah, in the last 10 years, have I lapsed in recovery? Sure. But it was for a day, not like a month, a year. It was just one bad decision.
Yeah.
And I've had like 7 decisions I regretted in the past 10 years, but that I can live with that.
Mm-hmm.
I can work with that.
Yeah.
Versus, prior to serving the Lord or even knowing who Christ was, I couldn't string 7 good decisions together to save my life.
Yeah. And you talk about coming in that morning, us opening the door, inviting you in. If I remember right, it was pretty early morning.
Oh yeah, it looked like it was out right now.
Yeah, very early morning. I was on call staff, and someone called me and said, "Hey, we got this guy laying out back."
Sean Kirby.
Yeah,
I remember.
we need to do something about it. So
Yeah.
here I come and just open up the door, invite you in to have a cup of coffee, get something to eat, and then inviting you to stay at the mission. Initially, was that something you wanted to do?
I was conflicted because A, I'm embarrassed that I'm in the condition I'm in.
Yeah.
And B, I don't know what to do about it.
Uh-huh.
So I wanted to, but I wanted to run, and I noticed that pattern for the next 4 years too.
Yeah.
Is knowing that this ain't what I want, but I want to run away.
Sure. Yeah. And there was times that I remember when you would start to make those changes, but then something would come up and you would leave Crossroads for a time, right?
Yeah, because like I said, alcohol and drugs, they're just a symptom of the problem. There's much deeper things. I was dealing with lust, and just a lack. My whole being was in lack. That's the best way I could put it.
Mhm.
And when I started to develop security, stability, it didn't seem foreign. Like there was no chaos, so something's wrong in my life, and
Sure.
that would plague me for years until I identified it.
Uh-huh.
I had to have some sit downs with you especially, and like, why are you doing this?
Yeah. And I think it's important to ask that question. That's as I've learned to work at Crossroads, and our staff has gone through training. That's a lot of what others have taught us to do is, to be able to ask that question. Why are you going through this? Why is this something you're experiencing? Why do you continue to face this same problem over and over again? And not in a demeaning way or a belittling way. It helps us to think deeper when we're working with people at Crossroads to be able to ask that question, why, or what happened in their life that caused this.
Oh, yeah.
And I think there's something really powerful about being able to ask those questions.
Yeah, they were tough questions, man. I remember there's just been, and not just with you, but any member that works at Crossroads, they know what you're going through, in some capacity. And so when you get asked that question one-on-one, it's a dark night of the soul moment. Like you feel the tears start coming, and you don't know why in that moment, but you start to think on it. But I mean, it all boils down to childhood trauma at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Like you said, generational stuff that you never wanted to face and just thought was normal, but it's not.
Yeah. And so in your journey, it hasn't been kind of a one and done deal. I mean, we talk about Crossroads and sometimes the messiness of the ministry, and sometimes we open the door over and over again to someone, and that's experience that we've had with you. Just maybe it didn't work out, but you would return asking for help again. And so what does that mean when you're trying to figure life out like that and someone keeps opening the door?
I believe in Christ because of what the compassion this ministry's shown me. I don't think I would have found Christ without you guys. And like you said, there's been numerous times when I finally decided to stop doing drugs, I'm on drug court. Okay, well at that point I had no intention on ever serving here. 3 years later I break my feet. And we have the heart to heart, well, what are you going to do? And I had no idea if I'd even be able to walk again. And then I'm frustrated I'm back, at square A, but this time I can't walk. My body kept collapsing. I just couldn't bear the weight. And that really started to, I got the physical gift of knowing I cannot bear the weight anymore. And that, the more I gave that weight to Christ, the more it started to go away. But it wasn't an overnight thing. It was messy. Whether I started whether I would be mopping a hall or help setting up a store, there was a lot of messy chapters in between, going from role to role to role to role.
Sure.
You know, and well, I'm grateful for all the lessons and how messy it's been, but you know, not to get away from your question, but what was it one more time?
Yeah, just you know, the importance of second and third chances. You know.
Right. I think that's what we're called to do if we serve Christ. You can't just be like, hey, you can't do this, we're not going to accept you. If that were the case, then I wouldn't be saved.
Yeah. And I think some people confuse second and third chances with, you know, almost like we're enabling people to continue on in their life. But that hasn't been the case with you at Crossroads.
Well, and I think that's the significance of case management. The growth for somebody struggling in addiction may not look like the same growth for somebody struggling with mental health or any other given circumstance. Everybody comes here. It's not just you're homeless because, hey, no, there could be a fire. You could have broke a hip. You could have broke your feet. The courts could have ordered you here. You could be getting abused.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just one thing leads to homelessness. So there's not just going to be one answer, except for, you know, a Christ-led life that looks like this. And if this happens, then this adjustment's made.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the only way you can measure growth, because where I'm at in my journey with sobriety, it's not going to look like a guy fresh out of jails.
Sure.
Like he might not be able to even go to work.
Yeah.
You know, so.
Yeah. So it was important for you to have second and third chances.
Yes, sir.
And really helped you to grow in your life. Is that what you're...
It saved my life.
Yeah.
It didn't just help me grow, it saved my life. My son has a father now because of second and third chances. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. And tell us a little bit about, it's been interesting for me to hear people's experience just in the program here. Part of Conversations on a Bench is to talk about shattering the stereotypes that come with homelessness. I know that even if we're not just talking about the individual, just as a homeless ministry, opening the doors for homeless people, there are stereotypes about, down at the homeless shelter, you know, people can just go there, people can use drugs there, people can drink while they're there, people can just lay around while they're there, and I think that's kind of the uphill battle that we face as a homeless shelter, is to help people understand that it's actually a little bit more than that. It's actually a lot more than that. Right. And so what has the program been?
You know, I can't speak on all homeless shelters, but I can speak on this one specifically. That maybe you won't start working right away. You know, your first 30 days, you might just be showing up every day at 8 o'clock, which feels really annoying at first until you see why it's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Can you just show up? Because that's half the battle. And then secondly, if you're laying down all day or just in that state of depression, some staffer will eventually come in there and be like, hey, this is your new role. If this hallway's dirty, it's on you to keep it clean.
Sure.
And to give them something to feel responsible for outside of themselves.
Yeah. Yeah, and for people who maybe are watching, they don't understand the daily structure of the mission. What do you mean by showing up at 8 o'clock?
Okay, well, in the morning, you know, prior to community service, there's a chore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, whether you're here or you're at your apartment or your house or whatever, you have to cleanliness is number one. It's got to be up there. If you don't have a clean facility, you won't have a clean environment. And I'm not just the physical, but like spiritually. But they won't take cleanliness, not being clean from drugs and sobriety, let alone a clean bathroom. So if they're not showing up at 8 o'clock, or for this place specifically, it's 8:45. You show up for, community service, and that's where responsibilities are then given out on a week-to-week basis.
Yeah, and responsibilities for the day. So you have a day structure of, for people who might be listening, you know, guests here are required to give 2 hours of the day if they're unemployed.
Right.
That's just an important part of life. It helps us to be able to see, what the gifts and abilities that God has given to people. We want people to go from being jobless at Crossroads to finding a job, but more than finding a job is finding a job that where they're able to use some of those gifts and talents, the God-given gifts that they were born with, things that we love to do and kind of find their niche in life.
Absolutely.
And so community service is a huge part of what we do, and then being able to accomplish that work, even have it critiqued a little bit, right?
Yep. If it's not done up to standard, you'll be asked to do it again. And another part of that is, it helps you, when you get to the workplace and they say, oh, you didn't do that right, you need to redo it. You're not going to have an attitude because you've been through this before. You're like, okay, what do you want? How am I not doing it right? Show me.
Sure.
And then you're shown how to do it right, and that's the standard.
Yeah, being able to accept that constructive criticism without falling apart.
I mean, you might the first couple of times, you might.
Yeah.
But it's not like you wouldn't be the first person. You're not going to see the last. You're not going to be the last one who's falling apart.
Yeah.
Over it, so.
Yeah. Tim earlier. Tim Burney joined me from Kearney.
Yes.
Came to talk about Kearney Crossroads and the work that he's doing there, and he kind of talked to me about a lot of men and women saying to him, one of the things they love about the mission is that it's a safe place.
Amen.
Talk to me about the significance of a safe place when you're trying to move forward in a journey like what you just talked to us about.
Well, considering this is a family's and men's, it's number one, because you don't know. No man here knows exactly what one of those women or kids are going through. And safety might be their number one concern. Furthermore, let's say you're trying to do right, and you come from a street mentality, see, they don't look at accountability. They label it as snitching. Well, that's not the environment we want here. It's like, no, if you don't do right, or you see somebody that could be hurting someone, you need to report that. That's not snitching. It's you're not in the streets anymore.
Yeah.
Like, this is the bridge that you've been looking for. That's not the mentality we carry here, and it's not held against you. You're not judged. It's like, no, there's 100 people watching you. Be mindful of that.
Yeah. Yeah. So holding each other accountable is extremely important.
I think it's important to always have at least one guy in the program who can share that with the next guy. Like, you're always backfilling, I think, in a ministry. It's like, and I think Crossroads does an exceptional job at backfilling.
Yeah.
That's why it's grown so much.
Yeah. So when I met you, you were sleeping under a old garage door out on concrete, and had you been having to sleep outside a lot, or?
I think I was just really intoxicated that night.
Okay.
But I mean, at that point, I didn't view couch surfing as homeless, but it's definitely homeless.
Okay.
It's not a good position to be in, going from couch to couch or whatever,
Yeah. Yeah, we talked a lot about that today, just serving in central Nebraska, rural Nebraska, how different homelessness looks because we don't see people laying on the streets.
Right.
Tim kind of brought up the fact that a lot of people are doing what you just described, sofa surfing, not knowing exactly, where they're going to sleep tonight or have a place that they can call home, no stability in their life. And that, as you said, that is homelessness.
Or they're just in some one-night stand that develops into something that it shouldn't. It's like, oh, she's struggling, I'm going to stay here longer, and I need to be. And I found myself in that situation, not knowing, but that's what it was.
Sure. Yeah. So, you kind of have that day structure in the program. It's not just laying around during the day. There's something to do. And then the huge part of what we do is case management. Someone to meet with you, someone to understand exactly where you're at and developing this path forward, right? And how has case management been for you in your time at Crossroads?
On which end?
Just has it helped you?
For me, it's helped greatly. I mean, because you develop this personal relationship with someone, and at first, it's not very fun. The first month of case management, because you have no armor on. Does that make sense? Like, if you were to just go up to some random guy in the street, you got armor on. Now you're going to this one person though, and like, hey, I need help in all these areas, and now I got to trust you to measure me. Am I up to standard? Am I not?
Yeah.
And there's always something to work on, and it's not always fun if you're not used to being holding yourself accountable. It's not always fun having someone, hey, you need to do this now too.
Sure.
Or hey, you suck at budgeting your money, you know, or whatever it may be. You know, it's not always fun having someone like, hey, but it's very important because you don't get homeless overnight.
Sure.
You're not going to get out of this mentality overnight.
Mhm.
So that week-to-week progress is like, hey, remember last week you're at this bar. That's how big the mountain. Well, now it's laying like this.
Yeah.
You only got one more thing.
Yeah, and that's what we're trying to get at. You early on, you called it the root cause. Oftentimes, when I'm talking about homelessness, I talk about underlying issues of homelessness. This is just kind of how it manifested itself, but there are issues to work on. We see that the leading causes of homelessness in central Nebraska, we talk to people who come to Crossroads and we survey them. Most of them are saying, yes, I struggle with addiction. Yes, I struggle with mental health issues. And so it does take a certain amount of vulnerability to sit in front of someone that you maybe never met in your life. Now you're sitting across the desk from them and you're supposed to start telling them your problems. And then supposedly this plan is supposed to come in place that's going to help me move forward, right?
Yeah, and you couple that with abandonment issues, it's not going to take right away.
Yeah.
But at least everyone here, they have fellowship.
Yeah.
You're never going through anything alone.
Yeah.
So there's usually someone to bounce your idea off of, or something I enjoy doing is coming back and letting the guys know it does get better.
Sure.
Even if that means I had to go through my own personal hurdle when I left, which always seems to happen when I leave without doing it the way God wanted me to.
Yeah. Yeah. Adam and I were talking about that earlier because he gets to ride in cube trucks with guys and, you know, having gone through a lot himself, he was able to sit 4 or 5 feet across from them in the cab and lend them an ear, you know, for maybe hours even sometime. If they're driving to Broken Bow, they may be unloading on him, but then to be able to look across the back to them and say, you know, it's going to be okay. There is a way through this, and to be able to tell them that. In case management, you know, we want to set goals though. What were some of the goals that you had worked with a case manager on to be able to set out and accomplish?
Oh, at the worst, it was just passing a UA.
Yeah.
You know, I could go to job, I could get a job, I could do all this, but I developed this such an addictive personality. I could cheat my UAs. I would do just about anything to stay high, pretty much all the time. So that was number one. Was just staying sober.
Yeah.
After that, it was like, you know, locking in on, well, now that you're getting money, you need to budget that money.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think maybe just to set the record straight, you know, a lot of people might hear about the homeless shelter. You talk about, you know, your first goal being able to pass a UA, a drug test.
Yeah.
And a lot of people might hear about the homeless shelter that, hey, people up there just use drugs. It's okay to use drugs up there.
I think 90% of these guys here would all pass for, not alcohol, but there's not going to be any THC if you screened it about all because that's the standard here. And now I know there are wet missions, but that's not what this is.
Yeah, this is a place to be clean and sober. And so you're saying it's not okay here to use drugs and alcohol? No, that doesn't mean though that it doesn't exist here though, right?
Yeah, especially when you're partnering with probation or any of those institutions that are trying to correct that behavior, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
It's bound to happen.
What we learn, you know, on that road to recovery is that relapse is a part of the process. And just so people understand, you know, as we're helping people through addiction issues, there are going to be times where someone does have a relapse. For whatever reason, you know, they choose to drink, they choose to use drugs, and, you know, at Crossroads we are about second and third, sometimes fourth and fifth chances, and opening the door again, as long as the person is willing to say, yes, I want to be clean and sober. I still have a lot to learn, but I have that desire. We're willing to partner with them in that. It is when somebody says, you know, I don't want to do that, that we agree that this isn't going to be feasible and we have to part ways. And that's really a terrible feeling for all parties to have to say, we don't think we can help you, and we don't think you're ready for this, and you're going to have to find another place to go. And but we do have to do that from time to time. It's our last resort. because we understand that for many people this is the last thing before they live under a bridge. Do you think that would be a fair statement?
I know it is. I'd say equally heartbreaking. It's one thing to not be able to help somebody. It's another thing when that was their last chance.
Yeah.
And you hear so and so overdosed on fentanyl, and then you start to hear it every 2 months, and then every month, and then it gets pretty dark. I mean, if you get a second or third chance, that's amazing. But with this fentanyl stuff, it's not guaranteed.
Yeah. Yeah, right. It's there's a lot of dangers with street drugs and those things out there. As you work through your program, you hit that, going to classes, doing the community service, setting some goals with your case manager. Now we're talking about a job, and I think the majority of people that come to Crossroads, I shouldn't even say the majority, I believe 100% of people that come to Crossroads are in financial crisis.
Oh yeah.
And financial crisis is not just not having money today or that I'm broke today. It's really a much deeper issue than that. It's an issue of not knowing how to budget. It's an issue of not knowing even how to move beyond minimum wage and into a better job position or things like that. And so how has it benefited you to be a part of the financial resilience program at Crossroads?
Greatly, because after I broke my feet and I left working for the ministry the last time, I think I went 6 months without any stable income, and I still had a car, I still had all that, but my savings was depleting.
Yeah.
So I got to see what would happen if I stuck to the plan. Unfortunately, I got to see what happens if I strayed from it. You don't get financial stability by being lucky, so it's that discipline that you get. I'm putting this percent towards this percent towards that, this percent towards this, and if you find yourself in a position where you don't have to pay for something, don't.
Sure.
That's silly, because you could be putting that in your savings.
Yeah.
Because it's not a matter of, if something bad happens to me, it's when. Yeah. So you're ready for it, and it's not. You don't have to go from financial crisis to emotional crisis to,
right,
a mental breakdown and throw everything away.
Yeah. Yeah, and we talk a lot about that when we unravel the financial crisis. It can stem from, a failure to plan for the future. We talk about savings. We talk about things in our classes like health insurance, taking advantage of insurance at work, even something that we think we all know we should have car insurance, right?
Right.
And
there's classes on, how to apply for a house. There's so many classes that I think the program hits on just about any area you think that you would need help on or you will be battling with soon. You're going to know what to do with it. And if not, the case manager will have a chapter you could go look back on.
Yeah. Yeah, another huge area that we talk about financial crisis in is the crisis of debt. A lot of people coming to Crossroads, and it just amazes me how someone could go through something like a mental health crisis in their life. They can seek assistance from a mental health facility and then come out with thousands of dollars in debt. And I think sometimes what that does is it compounds the issue. It puts a lot of stress on people, and they don't know where to go from there. So a huge portion of our program too is solving the debt problem. We use the Dave Ramsey program, teaching people how to snowball debt, get out of debt, and then building a savings account, and just learning to steward what God has given us. And then we kind of get into a phase at Crossroads of leadership. And I think that's probably where you're at right now, is what we would call phase 4, leadership phase at Crossroads. And that is, what I firmly believe is if you have learned something in education, you might say if you've learned something, you're able to show somebody else how to solve that problem or show them what you've learned. And so you've had an opportunity to be a leader here at Crossroads.
Yes, sir.
And to show somebody else who might just be fresh coming through the door what it means to be at Crossroads and to move forward in your life, and what opportunities have you had as a leader here?
You know, I mean, starting Monday, that would be the last box I haven't checked. So from everything from, you know, cleaning a toilet to setting up a thrift store, I've done it. But oddly enough, what I like doing the most is cleaning the toilets and stuff like that. Like, I think it's very important that a guy here, I take pride in having a group of guys that keep this place cleaner than a hotel. And I think that's kind of where God's put me at in this chapter of my life. You know, for the next 5 years, I don't know what my exterior of life will look like, whether I'm renting a house, an apartment. I really could care less. I know I'm not homeless. I know I have purpose, and I have more than what I need, and that's only because of this ministry. So I think, like you said, it's been like a 10-year battle with me just getting to surrender. If I could, the least I can do is help one or two other people to have half the happiness I have today, or not happiness, joy.
Yeah.
Joy. There's a big difference, but to have the joy I have, you know, it's not a wasted life, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's been interesting, Jonathan, to watch you, because we talk about leadership and some of the things you just discussed. I've learned a lot from you, and a lot of that has been doing some of those tasks that nobody else wants to do. We've talked a lot today about the face of homelessness. We've talked a lot about the problem that we're seeing at Crossroads, and that is a huge surge in people who are elderly who are coming to Crossroads, and that's really created a different dynamic and aspect of the ministry, and that is taking care of people that sometimes can't make it to the restroom, people who need to get up in the morning and clean their bed, people who need to get their Pampers changed and help into the shower and go to get their medication. We're talking about homeless people who are in their 70s and 80s coming to Crossroads with no place to go. And I just have to say, some of the greatest examples that you've given me to live by is actually being able to go in and clean up a mess from somebody. I've thought at times, man, I would hate to do that. But you were there and you cleaned up after them. You served them in that way and made them feel special and loved. And I just want to thank you for the hard work that you put in to minister to those people.
It's all God, man.
You know, that's very interesting. I talked a lot today about this whole issue of the aging homeless population, those who are elderly coming to Crossroads, how this isn't, and someone made the statement the other day when I was on a radio station in Grand Island, that's not where you hope to be when you're 80 years old. That's just not what it is that we hope for, but people are in that situation. What's really interesting to me, though, is, and we've talked to younger people today who said, you know, it was kind of scary to go into a homeless shelter. I didn't know what would happen, and I just have to think that for people who are maybe in their 70s or 80s who are coming into homeless shelter, maybe feel that much more vulnerable and nervous and scared because they don't know what they're walking into. And for them to have that type of care, you know, somebody that is actually able and willing to clean up after them, help them bear their burdens in that way. I have noticed that older people, when they're living at Crossroads, a time comes when we finally find an appropriate placement for them. They don't want to leave Crossroads.
Oh yeah, I can think of 5 just off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And they'd come back. It would be a battle. No, I know I'd rather go back, but I think that's just I think that's something of the culture that you've created here. I think that's something to be excited about. Like, all right, we're doing something good here. If that's our biggest problem with that individual, then we did our job here.
Yeah, yeah. I think there's a lot to that. Number one is it's kind of a restoration of that sense of family for them.
Yeah.
And family, that is your tribe. That's the people that care the most about you, the people that would do anything for you, people that hurt when you hurt. And I think that's what's interesting about Crossroads. People who are older, in their 70s and 80s, who come to Crossroads, I think, especially when they first come in, are struggling through a real sense of abandonment, struggling through a real sense of depression and loneliness, because here they are, and they're in a homeless shelter, and they have no place to go, and just probably a million thoughts going in their mind until a few days later already they're able to come out in the morning, have a cup of coffee with other people who are their age or even not their age, but that want to even talk to them and understand where they're at and hear from them. I was going through the mission the other day, and there was a group of ladies who came out in the morning. It was pretty early morning, and they all sat around a round table. Each of them had their cup of coffee, and I heard one of them say, what do you think of Donald Trump, right? And I just thought, how significant that is, how fun that is to see a bunch of ladies who could come around the table, enjoy coffee together, talk politics, good American people, right? Talking politics, and but having just that sense of community. I belong somewhere, and there's people that love me. So I do feel bad for older people sometimes when they're leaving Crossroads, because it's like they're starting all over again, have to develop a new community when they finally do get into a nursing home or that type of situation, right?
Yeah.
So anything you would share with people just in terms of people might be wondering, how do I get involved? Is it important to be involved? What do you have to share with the community?
What I would really want people to take away from this is that to be careful with your terminology and your mindset. Are you volunteering here or are you serving here? Because if I volunteered here for 4 years and I had an entitled mindset, like those people in that mission, they'd be worse off if I wasn't there. Let's not approach it with that mindset. It's like, what can I do to address this need in my community? Even if it's just coming out here and trimming a bush or doing something with your church, or let's say you don't have much time. Well, you could always donate to a program that you'd like to see come to fruition. There's so many ways you can serve, and if you can think of it and you're good at that, there's a need. I promise you there's a need. It's hard. I mean, it'd be like you going to go get a sandwich and be like, man, this place would probably run a lot more efficiently if they had enough people. Well, now apply that to trying to serve 100 people. There's no line they leave. They're always here, and they're going to be here for probably 3 to 9 months. And some of those people, they don't have the clothes they need, or socks they need, or hygiene, or try doing laundry for 100 kids a day.
Yeah.
I mean, it goes on and on and on. So whatever need you think there may be, I assure you that you can fill it, and it would give you more than you think. You know, the joy I get from serving others, that's it.
Yeah.
There's no greater joy.
Yeah, that's incredible. And there's going to be a lot of opportunity for people. There is all the time, but especially during the holiday season.
Oh, look, yeah.
We got a lot of opportunity for people to come up to the mission, help prep a meal, help serve a meal. We have a giving tree at each of the shelters during Christmas time where people can bring a gift. And so just making the holiday season special, I think, we all understand that while Christmas or Thanksgiving might be a really joyful time for us, it could be also very difficult for someone. Thank God that you've been able to be in contact with your son and you've had that restoration.
I wouldn't say that's the typical scenario, though.
Sure.
Like you said.
Yeah, it can be a very lonely time, right? And, what does it mean to people? I mean, you had a time where you couldn't be close to your son. You were living in a homeless shelter. What does it mean when you see people reaching out during the holidays, being a part of it, and coming here to minister?
I think one of the most special memories was, I forget his name. I want to say it's like Jasper. Anyways, he's the head of the Oxford guys. Well, they served last year. Him and his wife came and served at the Grand Island Mission, and it was just us. And I thought it was pretty special. But that one was only unique because I had a chance to sit and talk with them. But that wasn't the only unique instance. At any holiday, you're going to see 30, 40 people in that kitchen, serving homeless. And that's beautiful, man.
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, prepping a meal and being able to have a special meal, just like a family would during the holidays, and enjoying that meal, receiving a small gift.
Yeah, and the gratitude. Let's say you bring your whole family. Imagine how grateful your kids are going to be when they come home.
Yeah.
Like, man, we sure do got it. We got it pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, we had the Hewitt family here earlier. A couple of their sons were here to talk about, as young men, boys, coming with mom and dad to serve at the mission, and just said that they were really excited to be able to serve, and that they felt that people were appreciative of that. And we see them over and over again because of, I think, what happens with volunteering or serving at the mission. You just often realize that you're receiving more than you give.
Oh, every time.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
I don't think you can. A lot of these people here, they got here from dealing with pride. So the joy that any individual gets here, because they're only here because they refused to ask for help for this long, right? So imagine how much joy and how big of an emotional wall you're breaking down by just feeling the smallest need. Just the smallest need. It's like that random act of kindness you do for the old lady at Walmart, and she just gives you a big old hug. It's the same concept.
Yeah.
Because she's not used to it.
Yeah.
And none of these people, they're used to people looking at them funny. But to be embraced, to be helped, to be doing what Christ called you to do, I wish it was more common, but it's not always common.
Yeah.
I think it's more common in this area, only because we've been here since before I was born. But it's not always that common.
Yeah. Well, Jonathan, thank you for your time. Thank you for coming to the bench.
Thank you for all you do.
Sharing your experience at Crossroads and being able to tell your story. God bless you.
God bless you too, man.
All right. Thank you.
Yep.
All right. It's 11:36, and we're at Conversations on a Bench, and starting to feel kind of late. I was just talking about someone who's going to come at 2:30, and that still sounds like a long ways away. Jim was kind of come out here at 11:30 at night. And just heard you say you hadn't seen this time of day in a long time, or night.
That's correct.
So I just wanted to invite you, Jim, to come. Part of Conversations on a Bench is really helping all of us to understand homelessness better. And I think you have a unique perspective because you have a background in law enforcement, right?
That's right.
Where was your experience?
Started in Laramie, Wyoming, Albany County Sheriff's Office, and then...
He says hold the microphone up closer.
Okay. And then retired, served in Pinellas County Sheriff's Office in Florida, where I retired after 20 years service.
Mm-hmm. So 20 years in law enforcement, and talking about homelessness and all those years of being out there and protecting the community. Did you come across homeless people?
Yes, probably my first experience was 1984. Homelessness was not that big of a deal. I can remember those first 2 or 3 years. I was on patrol one night, and I was cruising Interstate 80 outside of Laramie.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in January or February, but it was 20 below zero that night. Moon bright night, and as I'm crossing an overpass, I happened to catch a campfire underneath the other bridge, which I thought, well, that's kind of unusual in this weather. So I turned around and went back and made contact with this guy who he was trying to make his way to California from back east somewhere, and he said he had no money. He only had a backpack of his clothes, and he was burning his clothes trying to stay warm. And he had no place to go, obviously. There was no homeless shelter in Laramie at that time, and Laramie was about 20,000 people at that point. And I felt sorry for the guy, and he actually had no winter coat either. And so I found him a winter coat and took him to the truck stop and paid for a meal and coffee for him, and he was very respectful. Didn't seem like it'd be a problem, and the management was okay with him staying there inside in a booth off to one side where he wouldn't interrupt other folks, and left him, never saw him again.
Yeah.
But that was my first exposure to that.
Yeah. I was talking with Adams County Sheriff's Department deputy from there the other day, and kind of explained to me that it's not unusual today to come across someone who's walking along a county road or just trying to make their way to the next place, and coming across those people, trying to ensure that they stay safe. And even in Nebraska here, I've talked to deputies from rural areas who come across somebody, especially during dangerous weather, just needing to help them find a safe place to be and not sure what to do with them. Have you ever had that experience?
Yes, and as when I moved to Florida, obviously that was a larger area. There's about 1 million people around the Tampa Bay area where I lived and worked, and we had our regular folks who slept in the alleys and under dumpsters and anywhere they could find a warm place to stay warm. The cardboard cities, tent cities that we call them. And again, even there was no homeless shelter
Yeah.
for them. And so we mainly just, we kept an eye on them. Unfortunately, they'd get hungry and they'd go jump in the dumpster behind the McDonald's after it closed to get something to eat, and or commit a petty theft or something. And we dealt with them that way. We had to enforce the law.
Yeah.
And so we'd arrest them, take them to jail, and that'd probably be the best place where they'd get a square meal the next morning before they were released after seeing the judge.
Yeah. Usually you go right back out to homelessness, right?
Yes, they go right back out.
Back to the same thing that they were doing.
Yep.
And no solution. And I think about law enforcement. Like obviously the job of law enforcement is to protect and to serve. And I've often thought, when there's a place like Crossroads where people can go to, hopefully have a solution, have a safe place to be. How do you think that lends to the safety and security of a community?
Well, again, thinking back to those years in Florida, most of our crime in the downtown area was committed by the homeless people. They commit a burglary or something. One guy in particular that we knew very well and had arrested him for public intoxication and disorderly conduct. He'd been to jail I don't know how many times.
Yeah.
Knew him by his first name. And one morning we got a call that there was a man breaking into a plumbing business. And me and another deputy responded, and it was him. Mm-hmm. And I've long forgot his name, but he had climbed over the security fence into the supply yard and was taking rolls of copper off the service trucks and throwing them over the fence, and it was his intention to take it to the scrap yard and sell it for cash.
Yeah.
So I think that if there had been a homeless shelter available, I think a lot of those people would have taken advantage of it, and they'd been off the street, and maybe our crime would have gone down. I don't know, but
sure,
I can't help but think that, and
Yeah.
lending to today's experience that I have.
Yeah. So from starting out in Laramie, Wyoming in the 80s, and then throughout the years of serving a community in law enforcement, I think I've heard you talk about really the issues of drug culture on the streets and how things became more dangerous as some of those things became more prevalent within communities. What was it like to start seeing some of these people on street drugs and how that affected them?
Well, we started seeing a lot more overdoses. Those folks, some of them that we had known for years, were getting to be more combative. And you could see the decline in their mental capacities. Some of them became very violent and ended up going to prison for what they had done. And towards the end of my career, we were starting to see more social programs,
yeah,
to reaching out and being established to start getting some of those people off the street and getting some help for them.
Yeah, and I could probably be a little controversial in what I say, but we've seen a lot of efforts from governments, local government, federal government, attempts at helping the homeless, especially people who are addicted to drugs, and we've seen the government try to throw money towards people, thinking that if they had an income, that would solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
The government opening up hotels, thinking if we could just provide a place for them to be, that would solve the problem. All the way down to providing needles in a vending machine. And I think hopefully what we're realizing as a society is none of those are really solutions. Those are actually sometimes things that make the problem worse, and that there has to be a certain kind of help for people. We've also learned that sometimes the most compassionate thing to do is to force somebody into help. We see a lot of communities who've just kind of accepted the fact that people are living on their streets or allowing them to build encampments. But what we see is that a lot of them are they're not sanitary living conditions. They're not safe. They're not safe for the person who's homeless. They're not safe for other people in the community. They leave trash laying around. They really put others at risk. And I think, touching on what you talked about too is a overdose issue. We see people laying on the streets who are dying of fentanyl overdoses. And really, hopefully, what we're learning by watching what's going on around the country is what it means to be compassionate. Sometimes that is forcing people to get help, forcing them off of the streets, sometimes forcing them out of their encampments. I think that could be a very controversial thing to say, but our experience at Crossroads has been that some of the people who do the best have accountabilities from the justice system, who either they have to perform in that sense to follow through with the program or be incarcerated. It's been interesting to me to hear from you about being on that side of the equation, I guess, of being in law enforcement, seeing people on the streets who are homeless, but you've had a totally different experience now of joining in on homeless ministry and being on the flip side where you're not necessarily there to hold them accountable, but hopefully offering them a solution. And what has that been like for you?
Well, it's definitely a different perspective. Again, if we got a person off the street, if they broke the law, we arrest them, take them to jail. We might see them again, we might not. But this is the other side of the coin, so to speak. We might go to trial on one of them, and we'll see them in court. We might hear the judicial decision that's reached at the end of the trial. We might know it, we might not. But here, it's a different perspective because I'm seeing some of these guys and gals who've been through the court system for whatever reason, and they're given another chance, so to speak. There's one lady I've seen here that's wearing an ankle bracelet. I would say most likely she didn't have any other option to live, and finds a shelter here. And a lot of the guys that I get to speak to one-on-one have been through the judicial system, and some of them, they're told you either go to Crossroads or we find another crossbar motel for you.
Yeah.
And so it's been eye-opening. I've been here 5 years, and I've learned a lot, and I see how some of these folks have, it's the last option they have. Otherwise, they're out on the street getting in trouble and maybe doing prison time.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I think that's very true. A lot of people who come to Crossroads, I've often said, if they didn't have Crossroads, the next option is for them to live under a bridge. And for many, that's true. They've burned bridges with families, been in and out of programs, maybe not allowed in programs, don't have the resources for something like a motel or to get their own apartment. Maybe probably wouldn't even do well right now in their own place. And so having a place like Crossroads is important for them. Just want to shift gears a little bit to talk about your role at Crossroads, and that has been in the field of maintenance. We currently have 6 living facilities. We have 6 thrift stores. There's a lot going on at Crossroads all the time, and big facilities. We're sitting outside the Hastings mission right now. Is probably close to 30 or 40,000 square feet of living space and facilities here, and so maintenance is a huge part of what we do. I was wondering if you could just kind of explain, what types of things have to be done in maintenance here, how is it to keep on that, and just kind of what you're learning as you're working here.
Well, excuse me. One thing I have learned is that this is an old building.
Yeah.
And something's constantly breaking or getting plugged up. If there's some of these folks who probably have never lived on their own, tear things up, not intentionally, I don't think, all the time. They plug a toilet, or plug the shower drain, or we have to go in and fix that, and things get torn up, whether intentionally or not, I don't know, but we have done renovations in rooms. Go in, we clean them out, patch holes, fix the lighting, fix the plumbing, get them painted, and try to get them back up to a good living standard again. And like I said, this building's old, and there's times when something breaks and you can't find a part for it.
Yeah.
And so then you have to replace more than you planned, or come up with some type of way to make do with what you got.
Yeah.
So it's been a challenge, and I still learn a lot even from that. But I find it's a ministry that I'm suited for. That's what the Lord has gifted me with, my skills over the past 50 years or so, and so I'm able to bring them here. And sometimes we, if our budget isn't there, we have to make do with what we got.
Yeah. And that is an interesting thing at the mission, whether it's in the kitchen. I think of the people in the kitchen a lot of times. They're just working with a variety of foods that are donated, and they're going to feed 75 or 100 people for dinner, and so they got to figure out how a box of bananas and a can of corn go together to make a meal, right? And very much that way in maintenance as well.
Yeah.
Like you say, just trying to make things work. We have an exciting opportunity coming up. We've just applied for a grant. We're praying that God would show favor on us with plans of hopefully within the next year and a half or 2 years to invest almost $2 million in the facility here in Hastings. We're sitting in front here of the building. I can see right in front of us, windows that are starting to rot. I don't know when they might have been put in this building, doors that don't work as well anymore, old plumbing that we keep patching so it doesn't leak, and floors that are worn out. And so what would that mean for the mission to have a couple $1 million in resources to put towards this building?
Oh. Well, I would say one of the big things is replacing the windows that leak air, and fixing the heat systems, so HVAC, so good heat in the winter and good AC in the summertime. And, doors that have long since outworn their lifetime and need to be replaced. I think in some cases, some of these folks when they see the improvements being done, that we're willing to put the money into it to make it a nice, hospitable place for them, that they will appreciate it even more.
Yeah.
And I think it's being good stewardship of what the Lord's provided for us. If we were to get the grant, we're going to make the improvements that we need to make and make this place very hospitable, and good living area for our folks.
Yeah. And we're just talking about the Hastings mission here. We're really thankful for the community of Kearney. One of the things that we set out to do, Kearney had a kitchen that was a residential kitchen, had served thousands and thousands of meals since 2012 when the Kearney mission opened up. You saw the kitchen firsthand. It looked a little bit worn out, right?
Oh, very.
And so kind of set out on an endeavor of faith, just saying, we need to have a commercial kitchen, and not knowing where the resources would come from, but just trusting that if we took the step of faith to say we were going to do that and take steps towards it, that God would provide. I can remember getting the first bid for construction on the Kearney kitchen, $500,000 to do that kitchen, and thinking, wow, I just don't know how that's going to happen. But as we took a step of faith, and our board of directors agreed that we would do the project, you walk into the Kearney mission today, it's stainless steel, it's a commercial kitchen, it's up to fire code, electrical code, food safety standards, all of these different things, and it's a beautiful facility. I would encourage people in the community of Kearney, if you haven't seen a kitchen upgrade in the mission, to go in and take a look. And that's what excites me most, though, is to see that the community gets behind it. Helps us to make things like that possible and to serve better. And we've been able to do the same in Grand Island. We opened up with a mission that really wasn't suitable for the work that we need to do. I remember it was during the COVID shutdown that I got a phone call saying, congratulations, we got a $1.5 million award, grant award for that. I can remember actually calling our grant writer and saying, I think this is a scam, but she's saying, no, Crossroads is blessed with those finances. We're able to do a lot of things, new windows, new HVAC, electrical upgrades, parking lot, different things in the Grand Island facility. But it kind of goes back to what you talked about, and I think what I've heard even Paul Spence, one of the former directors at Crossroads, talking about in my interview with him was that you need to have an appropriate place to help people. You talk about when we fix things up that guests see that and that they feel good about that, they feel cared for. And I've heard a lot of people who will come through Crossroads and they're a resident here at Crossroads, they see you fixing things, and they say, I just want to tell you we're really thankful for what you're doing around here to make things better. So thank you for your service to them and making the mission a better place in that way.
Yeah, I'm glad to do it, and like I say, it's a ministry for me.
Yeah.
In these later years,
yeah.
I'm glad to be able to do that.
Yeah.
God gave me a skill, and I'm glad to use it. So.
Yeah. So just real quick, been around Crossroads for a long time. Is it a boring place to work?
No, every day's a new chapter.
Yeah. No two same things. No 2 days are the same, right? And,
no, they aren't.
Come away with some really interesting life experiences and people that you get to meet who you'd never meet otherwise, right?
Right. It's been interesting to see that there's been some who have come and gone, 3, 4, 5, 6 times since I've been here, and there's always a little bit of a change, and a couple of them positive, where they seem to improve every time they come back. They get out and they try to be successful on their own and find it's not working, and they need to come back and spend a little more time, and it's just a joy and to be able to sit down and talk to some of these guys when they look like they're having troubles, and fortunately that's encouraged for the staff to do that. If we have the time to be there and to listen and to offer some encouragement or even pray with them, it does make a difference. And that's, at the end of the day, that's the most rewarding for me.
Yeah.
To be able to do that.
Yeah, that's encouraging. So, I thank you for coming to the bench and for your time here. I'd just like to spend a couple minutes, if we could. We have a huge prayer request, and that is that God would provide for us some finances to be able to upgrade major components of the Hastings shelter in particular. Things like HVAC, windows, doors, a lot of electrical upgrades. We
Yeah.
have, things that don't quite meet electrical codes and plumbing issues and things like that. Just wondering if you would be willing to pray over that.
Okay.
That the Lord would provide.
Our loving Father, we know that you are the great provider. You know the needs of the mission here. We thank you for the opportunity to be able to look for funds to fix up this building, to continue the operation in a safe and secure manner, and to provide good homes for the folks who have no other place to go to. And we thank you that we're able to be here to serve them and to give them a place to live and to improve their lives a little bit, we pray, and through your guidance and through your Spirit. We pray for this grant, that you would bring it to fruition for us and help us get through these difficult times. We thank you for loving us. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. All right, Jim, thank you.
Thank you.
Sleep well. right. Well, here we are. It's just past midnight. I can't believe it. And we're still out here. We're aiming for 24 hours. We started at 2 in the afternoon, going 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And
oh my gosh.
Robin, thank you for joining me out here.
Yes.
Conversations on a Bench is just about having conversations that helps the communities of central Nebraska to understand the issue of homelessness.
And the housing needs probably, huh?
Yeah, things like that. And so just excited that you agreed to come on, especially, I don't know what you were thinking, but here you are at midnight. And to be able to talk about your experience of homelessness and just kind of what that journey was. And so just kind of allow you to talk for a while and share what was going on when you came to Crossroads.
Actually, I had been through a lot of domestic violence and landed in Omaha and then homeless there, and then, you know, not having income, raising 2 kids, and a lot happened. So, losing nothing and everything, and it was an uphill battle, needing mental health issues because of severe post-traumatic stress disorder, not having any boundaries, having Stockholm syndrome, you know. It was a big, big road. I got to Grand Island, got some housing, and then, you know, the no boundary thing, helping other people, cost me. I ended up having to move out of my apartment. I ended up in the Conoco, of all places, in Grand Island. Always paying rent, though, doing my best to stay afloat. Wasn't a good place either. So about that time, something else happened, and there was a kind of a sexual harassment thing going on. So I ended up going to Hope Harbor and needed to go somewhere else, tried to find housing. It wasn't working for me. So a good friend of mine looked this Crossroads up. She thought this would be a good, and I've always followed God, always believed it, you know, always had faith through everything. I've never lost my faith. And I felt like I was just being guided somewhere. Something just kept pulling me a different direction, because wherever I was going, it just wasn't working. Not, you know, my daughter was out of the house and grown. She you know, that kind of thing by then. But so my friend Lori Christensen from Grand Island, she brought me here, and I was here, I think, about 6 months, I think, at least. Yeah. But while I was here, I started in one room, got moved into another room, and then eventually you started the program upstairs. And I wasn't up there because of, you know, drug court or anything like that. But again, we paid rent. I actually was cleaning the whole side of the women's side. Remember that? Mm-hmm. There was some good cleaning there, messy stuff. But yeah, I did that. And then when my roommate came and we went upstairs, and a lot of girls started coming, it was, you know, really nice up there. It's always been nice here. This place got me where I needed to be to stay here, and the class was based on Christian stuff, and just having responsibilities, and being trusted and being respected and having an obligation. It built me up. It gave me time to do these things where I didn't have to do it overnight. Role models. You guys have been great role models for me. You've been like a team for me and got me where I am now. I actually have been in my home from here because you guys getting like Sarah, and I had references. I had, you know, people saying things about me that actually got me. And Sarah's the one who gave me a ride to my apartment where I'm at. Because we took my lease out there, and I've been there for 3 years, I think now. So it's just, it worked for me. The place works for me. Everybody's situation is different. Mine is different than the next person's. Homeless is an epidemic, and people need it. And there's a lot of mental illness. There's a lot of brokenness. There's a lot of not knowing how, a lot of not having help. And you guys go to bat for people. You go to bat for people. There's just unlimited resources and education, in my opinion. So,
well, you've lived through something that so many of us have not experienced, and that is to be in a place where you have it's not home, and you don't have a home, and it sounds like you've been in kind of a variety of facilities, homeless shelters.
Mm-hmm.
And one thing I've tried to help people understand here with Conversations on a Bench is what's going through your mind when you have to end up going to a place like Crossroads. My understanding, there's a lot of fear and things.
A lot of emptiness, a lot of lost, like no belonging. Yeah, completely. You have nothing. You come, like I came from having my own house and everything to having to rent, and then, you know, my son was very little, and the person actually got custody of my son after not even being allowed to know where we lived for 8 years, because they wouldn't let me leave state. So yeah, homelessness, emptiness. You can come from nothing because you've ever had nothing, and get a certain age, and not know how to have something.
Yeah.
So you guys show us all that.
Yeah, and you don't know what to expect when you're going to walk through the front doors of a mission, do you?
No, I remember that. No, people in the front window watching everything you do. It's like, no, that's not okay.
Yeah, you're kind of the new person here, and everybody's looking at you.
It's
wondering
like
who
junior
you are.
high.
You're wondering who everybody is, but how long did it take before you kind of felt like, you know, you could settle in here?
It didn't take long. I think I started trying to belong. I started trying to, you know, put in, make an effort and contribute. So I remember coming up early to try and help. I think it was a girl named Melanie in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
She would go. She really was proud of the kitchen. You know, you gave us something to be proud of and something to be responsible for, and that was. I remember doing that. I remember just trying and going and seeing what needed help with, and just starting to do more and more and more, and just keeping busy and belonging made me know that I could do it outside.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, and I think what you're talking about, it really, there is a kind of a stereotype about homeless shelters that people think, you know, that's just a place where you can go and you can lay around, you don't have to do anything, but you're telling me quite the opposite.
Yeah, it is quite. Yeah, well, and there, I saw people that's, my feelings are some people who do that, just they're either really depressed or they don't know how to do. They just never have learned or just don't know. You know, I don't feel like it's something people. I think some people just, that is what they do. It's a way to escape.
Uh-huh.
But I mean, I can't speak for them. I just have seen a lot of different. It's very different, versatile personalities and every different reason. But homelessness is an issue, and it's necessary to help them.
Yeah, yeah, and so. In your experience, though, are staff content with guests who might come to Crossroads and not want to do anything?
No.
No?
Well, you guys are real good about getting to the source and what's the deal first. You know, you don't just, you're thorough about, like, say somebody's going to be a danger to somebody. You guys are really thorough. I mean, you fill out papers when you come. You guys make sure that, like, somebody who's dangerous, per se, I mean, you guys know. You have been doing this for quite some time, and you're pretty good at letting people through the door, give them the rules, and, you know, checking it out, giving them a chance, too, if they break them.
Yeah.
So you go through the role first. It's not just, no, you can't come in. And lots of times, because there is a need for shelters and stuff, places as good as this one, you guys get full sometime. I remember some people having to be turned away.
Yeah. Yeah, it does happen, especially during the cold months. And while you're here at Crossroads, then you were assigned a case manager, and that's a person that you're going to work very closely with to try and start unpacking it. If I remember right, and you kind of talked about this, it took a while to kind of get your ducks in a row.
It did. But I mean, I didn't give up, and it's like you get overwhelmed, but that's because you're coming from a real totally different place.
Yeah.
But you guys were always there. You're a team, and it was, you know, there's different team members for different reasons. So you have the GA, and then you have the meds are monitored, and you have, you know, and you're real good about helping people find, like, a manager to get you housing, like I think the community action place.
Uh-huh.
You guys are a team. You work it, you set it up so we can succeed if we're willing to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's an important topic. We call that wraparound case management. It's something we firmly believe at Crossroads.
And you do it. You guys do it. You're on deck.
We're not the solution to everything. There's other agencies in the community that know what they're doing as well.
But but you guys work with all of them.
Yeah.
So you do.
And I think it's important to have a place like this where that way when you're working with another agency, they know where they can find you the next day. Right?
Yeah.
And be able to offer assistance because they know that tomorrow you're still going to be at Crossroads.
Yeah. They
can help you, right?
Yeah. Mine was always fight or flight.
Yeah.
But I didn't do that here. I felt comfortable. I was comfortable. So, you know, that says a lot because, I get that vibe from people, and that has changed. I've been in with a trauma counselor for 8 years now, but that got me here too. So, but coming here kept me with it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
it gave me, lots of things. Yeah, it's a great place.
Yeah, you kind of talked a little bit about you had some experience with domestic violence.
Oh, yeah.
So, just having a safe and secure place to be. How was that at Crossroads? How did that help you?
Yeah, I knew nobody was coming through that door. I knew I wasn't getting dragged out of bed by my hair. I knew that there were people who were going to make sure nobody was coming in the window. I mean, I still have that stuff. I've dealt with a bad neighbor, but it also gave me some time and some education and some support where, like with the stuff I have to deal with out here every day, it got me there. It got me back in the now for out there. Oh, Lord.
Yeah. What's going on out here? Somebody's excited to be here.
Yeah. Isn't everybody?
Yeah. So, yeah, just having a safe place to be and that security at Crossroads. And then what I appreciated about your time here was investing. You come from a place where you're just kind of dependent. You totally need the help of Crossroads, but you started investing in the lives of others.
Yeah, I did. I mean, and also too is if I needed something, I could talk to somebody. It didn't go in one ear and out the other. There are lots of busy staff members here, but they get to you. They do get to you.
Yeah, that's been the process of kind of completing a program here and then moving out. To us, that's a huge thing. It's something to be handled carefully, because if it's not done properly, we see that people come back quickly,
Yep.
right? And so, talk to us about your transition into housing in the community.
Oh yeah, and if I messed up, like when I flooded the kitchen downstairs, do you remember that?
No.
I left the water running, and water was running in the hallway. I don't know what happened, but I didn't get in trouble. You guys laughed. It was funny. I'm like, I relaxed. I'm like, it's okay to make mistakes.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, what is it that you've had to put into practice so that you can maintain your independence out in the community?
Not giving up. Keep my bills paid, just like I did before everything went chaotic. Keep your bills paid. Know that I have a roof over my head. Know that someone's there if I need them. Know that I'm trusted to be responsible. That I can do it. That I'm okay. And even when I'm alone, I'm not alone.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's a great testimony. And so you were telling me before we started the live stream here that you've even gotten involved with other nonprofits in the community.
Yes, the Salvation Army Core Council. That's nice. We're doing, can I say, we're doing a walk around the Hastings Lake. Salvation Army is for hunger on the 12th at 2 p.m. So, yeah, that. So that's been an experience. I just started that not too long ago, but church is a big deal to me. You know that.
Yeah.
So church, and that's what this place gave me that too. I'm not saying it's like, I'm not saying it's something you have to like, because there are some people who question God and question faith when they come here.
Yeah.
And it's baby steps. And that's another thing that was good, because you take it or leave it, and most of them latch. So.
Yeah, we've heard a lot of testimonies tonight. I think that's been a common theme from almost everybody that we talked to. They may have come to Crossroads. One person said, I was just really doubting God, and but talking about how it kind of came full circle, where they saw God at work in their life.
Yeah, and that's true. Because I can say that too.
Yeah.
He never takes his hand off them.
Yeah, so it's really neat to hear your testimony about coming here, now being able to give back through working with Salvation Army.
I'm glad to be here.
Helping people out. What message would you have for somebody watching? They haven't known about Crossroads. They're considering getting involved with Crossroads or another nonprofit. What would you have to say to people?
Take a leap of faith. Put one foot in front of the other, and just walk through the door.
Yeah, that's a message to people who maybe need assistance, maybe need help.
Yep. Don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to just walk in the door.
Yeah, just get the help you need, right?
And if you're afraid, go ahead and walk in and see what happens, and then know.
Yeah.
Because you won't get You won't get turned away. You will get talked to, and then you'll know.
Yeah. Yep. Well, Robin, thank you for your time. I appreciate you sharing your testimony.
You're welcome.
Sharing how God's worked in your life and what your time was like at Crossroads. Do you have anything else you would want to share?
No. It's good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you. God bless you. Thank you.
You too. You're welcome. Thanks.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to those of you who've joined us today to hear the conversations and be a part of Conversations on a Bench. And maybe you've heard some things today that have inspired you to get involved and have moved you to say that you want to make a difference in the life of somebody who's homeless and who's looking for a solution. On our live feed today, we do have a QR code for you if you'd like to get involved financially, be able to give. And we've come through the summer season. We've used up a lot of our resources at Crossroads. Typically the fall season and the holiday season is our season of replenishing the resources that we have to do ministry throughout the year. And so I just invite you to go to our website, crossroadsmission.com, click on the Give tab, take a picture of the QR code, however you want to do it, even bring a gift to the mission. But we just want to invite you to be a part of the ministry of Crossroads by giving financially. As we've talked about today, being able to offer homeless shelter assistance to almost 1,200 people a year, the facilities that it takes, the staffing that it takes, and everything involved is a very costly endeavor, very much worth every penny. And at Crossroads, we strive to be good stewards of the finances that you share. So please consider getting involved by going to crossroadsmission.com and click the Give tab. Now we're going to go back to an interview that we did earlier today with the lead case manager of the Hastings campus at Crossroads, Sarah Sweeney, who tells us her journey at Crossroads and being a staff member at Crossroads, but also sharing in depth what the program is for people who come to Crossroads and giving us a state of homelessness in Hastings. Please listen in and learn more. All right, thank you for joining us for Conversations on a Bench at Crossroads Mission Avenue. And we're going to be here for 24 hours, a live streamed event of just sharing stories of homelessness, sharing time with professionals in the field of mental health or addiction. We may have law enforcement stop by. I've gotten a few texts while we're sitting here of others who said they were going to stop by And this is to be an open conversation. In fact, if you're watching and you have a testimony you want to share, something you would want to share about homelessness, you're even invited to come to the bench. And we want to fill the 24 hours with just opportunity for the community to be able to listen and to hear and to understand homelessness. And something you'll hear over and over again as we're talking today is that we're trying to do a job today to help shatter the stereotypes that come along with the word homelessness. I know that I've been guilty over time of anytime I think of homelessness, I used to think about someone who's maybe just drinking too much or using drugs or too lazy to work. But hopefully today what we can do is just open people's eyes to the fact that homelessness has many faces and real life stories, situations that are out of people's control. And so 24 hours of me being on the bench, this is just an opportunity. I said the other day, maybe it doesn't hurt for me to sit on a bench for a while and to experience what so many people are going through. Just right here in Hastings yesterday, I met a gentleman who's living out on the streets and unsure of where he wants to go next. But even the thought of coming out on the bench helped me to have compassion towards him, to understand that he has some things he needs to figure out and just to show him love and care. So I appreciate you tuning in, and I hope that you'll listen in to many different voices and to hear what homelessness is all about. And so today I've been sitting outside the mission. One of the things that I've noticed was a lot of people coming to the mission. I've probably seen over the last hour a half a dozen cars of people who are coming to receive food boxes that are at the mission. And we're going to have a conversation today with somebody who's in food services at Crossroads to learn what we're doing throughout central Nebraska to meet the needs of people who are facing food insecurities. And I think you'll find that to be an interesting topic to talk about. Here's something that I noticed about it, though, was most of the vehicles that were pulling up were elderly people. And, you know, through the economic situation that we're all living through over the last couple years, we saw inflation just skyrocketing. We've seen more and more elderly people who are just having troubles making ends meet. And that's one of the things I've noticed today. We're also going to talk to someone from Area Agency on Aging and talk about this issue. We've seen at Crossroads statistically a real rise in the homelessness of people who are 55 and older. And so hopefully learning about that and how we can address those issues. And so I do have a guest coming on with me right now, though, and get to talk about homelessness in Hastings. And so, yeah, come on in, Sarah.
Hi.
Thank you for joining me.
Thanks for having me.
So just, I guess, an introduction for people is if you can just tell them your name and who you are, and maybe start out with how did you get involved at Crossroads?
Okay, well, my name is, do I look straight ahead?
You look at me, look at the camera.
My name is Sarah Sweeney. I am the lead case manager for the Hastings Mission. I've worked at Crossroads 8 years now, 8 years and some odd months. What led me to Crossroads is I have a love for the Lord, and I just wanted to serve however He needed me to, and I was hired here. And I've been here ever since.
Yeah. So you actually, people who are working directly with guests, I think you have one of the longest tenures at Crossroads, right?
Yeah, one of them.
So we'll kind of unpack that a little bit. But one thing I know about you is you're a lead case manager. So right now you're a supervisor. You're doing a lot with programming, but that's not what you've always done here, right? Can you talk about your time at Crossroads? Where did you start? What different hats have you worn? And
Sure. I wrote notes. I hope that's
no
okay. So my various roles while being employed at Crossroads have included lead GA, guest advocate, administrative assistant, volunteer coordinator, and now lead case manager.
Yeah, so not too many people have worn that many hats here. That just has given you a lot of experience, right?
Yes, tons.
Has that been helpful to know so much of the ins and outs of the ministry?
Yeah, I feel like I can pretty much do whatever you need me to do within the mission.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I appreciate about you is just your flexibility.
Thank you.
You know, someone asked me once how you spell ministry, and then they spelled the word flexibility. And I think that's a key to what we do here. How many days are the same at Crossroads?
None.
No
two days are the same, truly.
Yeah,
truly.
and that's what actually kind of makes it a great place to work at, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't get
Yeah.
too boring here.
No,
And
not
so,
not at all.
Before you came to work at Crossroads, I kind of remember a job interview with you because you put in an application to work here, and had you heard things about Crossroads before?
Yeah, I worked over actually at Menards. I had worked there I worked there in many capacities as well, but the old director used to shop there frequently.
Uh-huh.
And so he would talk to me, just ask how my day was. He was super friendly. And one of the times he asked me if I would be interested in Crossroads, or if I even knew what Crossroads was, which I hadn't at that point. And I knew someone that had worked here. So I just applied, and by the grace of God, I got the job.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Jerry Bumgardner, right?
Yeah, Jerry.
So I don't know if he's watching or not, but he was definitely guilty of poaching.
Yeah, he hired a few of us from there.
Employees at Menards, that was
For
his favorite
sure.
place to find employees.
Yeah.
And so just knowing a little bit about Crossroads, I mean, one of the hopes that we have with Conversations on a Bench is that we could shatter stereotypes. We have a lot of preconceived ideas, I think, of what we think homelessness is. And so do you think that you had those types of stereotypes in your mind, or how has this been different than what you had envisioned homelessness looked like?
100%. I had this idea that homelessness was what's portrayed in movies and books. It's I guess in my head I envisioned like an older guy lying in ditches, people addicted to drugs, like living in parks and benches, just dirty, filthy, criminals, that type of thing. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and so what's been different though? I mean, now in 8 years, I imagine you've met actually thousands of people who are in a houseless situation and having to come to Crossroads. And so how has that been different now?
Our guests don't fit any of those stereotypes. I mean, very few and far between. Most of our guests are just like you and I. Some of them are down on their luck. Some of them didn't have a retirement fund, retired, and now are living on Social Security, which they can't afford rent on. Housing is so expensive right now. Some people get hurt at work, and they're out of work. They've used up all of their savings, and they literally have no place to go. Like, thank God for Crossroads. We have some families that are just unable to pay the bills, you know, or maybe one of the parents left unexpectedly, and now we have a mom or dad with 3 kids, and they have nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
So they come here. Yeah.
Yeah, so lots of different stories,
Yeah.
people from all walks of life.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
What I'd like to do is, before we finish here, I kind of want you to give us the state of homelessness in Hastings. I'm excited because today I get to host Sky Crooks from Grand Island to hear about the state of homelessness in Grand Island. Tim Burney is going to be with us later to talk about the state of homelessness in Kearney and what the mission has accomplished. But I think before we get there with you, I'd like to ask you about if you could share 2 or 3 stories. I think it's always fun for us to think about people who've impacted our lives. In fact, I was talking with Paul Spence the other day, who used to be a director at the mission here. He kept making the comment, and we'll hear from him later. He said, you know, that he felt like the people who were living here were ministering to him more than he was able to minister to them. Do you think that's the case in your experience?
Yes. I wouldn't be here if I felt bored, or if I didn't feel like I was serving a purpose. But I don't think our guests would stay long either if they didn't feel like they were serving a purpose. Our goal for everyone is obviously, hopefully, permanent housing, sustainability, but most importantly, finding Jesus, you know, and we all find him in different ways, but I learn every day from our guests here. I'm a better person because of the guests that we host here.
Yeah. And so people who are listening in on this today can understand a little bit. I think one of the stereotypes, not necessarily about the homeless in particular, but about homeless shelters, and I've heard it a lot over time, is that it's just kind of a sense that people just go lay around there, and they're allowed in. I've even heard that you can use drugs and alcohol in a homeless shelter. I've heard that you can be a registered sex offender in a homeless shelter. You just hear a lot of things. Could you kind of walk us through, like, what happens? The front door of the mission is right here. Someone comes to Crossroads today. What is the plan for them? What do they do at Crossroads?
Well, our thinking is someone comes to Crossroads not necessarily because they want to. They don't really have another option. So a lot of times someone will come in and they have lots of shame, guilt, they're embarrassed. So we try to always make them seen as a person and make them know that they are welcomed, just give them some dignity. And then we introduce them to our program, what Crossroads is, what our hope is for them, and then if they're interested, we do warrant checks, we do sex offender checks. We don't allow sex offenders at Crossroads, but there are other places we will give them information on that they can reach out. We don't want anyone to be homeless. And then from there, we get them checked in. We go through all of their belongings. We make sure that all medications are locked up. Any knives, any dangerous items, we lock up and store for them. And then we'll have them wash their clothing. And then we'll either the front office person or a guest who has been here for a while that has become a leader will show them to the room and just kind of get them acquainted with the mission.
Yeah, so that's kind of the check-in process. And then do they have to leave the mission during the day?
Well, we like everyone to work if they're able to. So in that regard, yes. But we don't lock our doors. If people can come in and out, we want this to be their temporary home. With that being said, we have chores, we have classes, we have structure here. So if you are here, you're probably going to be staying busy. We don't really let people take naps, sleep around. No, there's always something to do. But yeah, our goal for everyone is this isn't a permanent home. So let's get moving forward. What's the next step? What's the progress in that?
Yeah,
So.
and your job is to lead case management.
Yeah.
And you have people that you're working with who are also case managers. And so what does that mean, though, to be a case manager?
A case manager is each guest that checks in is appointed a case manager. And basically, we are working with the guest every step of the way to obtain whatever the end goal is, whether it's permanent housing, whether it's assisted living, nursing home. In order for that to happen, though, that's the end goal, we are also working with them on employment, job coaching, getting them referred to other agencies. Do they need medical appointments set up? Are their medications all right? Do they need to get new providers? I mean, there's a huge slew of things that we work with them, but it's just basically getting them set up for success for when they leave Crossroads, they have sustainability and a foundation built. So they hopefully praying to God that they don't have to come back.
Yeah. So I want to throw a statement at you and have you respond to it. The cure to homelessness is just to help people find a house to live in.
No.
No? Why not?
I mean, you could give every single person a house in this mission right now, and at this point in time anyway, and I would say I don't want to say what percent, there would be a percentage back because it wouldn't be something that they could obtain. It would not be longevity for them. Yeah.
They can't sustain and maintain that.
No.
I think it's important for people who are listening in on today to be reminded of that, because there are models around the country of places that might have, I guess, a philosophy of housing first. So if we could just get somebody a house, that would solve their homeless problem, and they could move on. But I'd like to talk about the underlying issues of homelessness, and I think that's what you've described for us here today, is that case managers are really digging in deep with people, right?
Yeah.
And hopefully digging up some of those issues that have lended themselves to the homelessness that they're experiencing, right?
Yes.
And how important it is that we build a relationship, dig deeper with people, and then show them a path forward, right?
It's vital. It's necessary. Yeah, 100%.
So that happens through a day structure. You talked about keeping people busy and this concept that idle hands are a devil's workshop.
Correct,
How important
yeah.
it is to have a plan for the day.
Yeah.
But then going past that, even just beyond day structure, is kind of a roadmap, right, of how do we go from homelessness to whatever we desire the outcome to be. And that's hard to say because of what you talked about, there being so many different life experiences and situations. Somebody might need to go to a nursing home. Somebody may need to go and find mental health care in an institution, for that matter.
Yeah.
Another person, maybe they have to learn to work, right? And so we have a program at Crossroads, right, that helps develop that. Can you tell us about the 4-phase program?
We do have a program. It's called, we call it PRP, but it stands for Personal Resilience Programming. It is a system of phases that we implement in order to get people progressing forward to obtain whatever the end goal is, which, let's say it's sustainable housing, but we can't just give them a house. So usually we start with getting acclimated with the mission, the other guests involved. We have them attend classes, the PRP classes, and there's a lot of different classes within that, but it can go over anything as far as there's habits and addiction. There's, my brain just went blank. There's
resolving conflict.
Resolving conflict. Yeah. There's spirituality and faith. There's usually a whole month of classes in order to get through that first phase.
Okay. So phase 1 is really getting a bed for emergency shelter. And I guess before we go on from phase 1, that's like your basic needs being met, right? Food and shelter.
I didn't mention that, yes. Yes.
Maybe for people who are joining us today, like how important is that? Just if we were only had food and shelter here, how important is that?
I mean, it's super important.
Right.
I mean, we need that in order to move forward.
That's
if
right.
we don't have a bed or food, I mean, what do you do to get past that?
Yeah, that's literally our life, right?
Right.
So meeting those basic needs, but even going beyond food and shelter then is the programming that you talked about. So in that sense, I feel like the mission just goes over and above in meeting the needs of people to really dig in with them. Phase 1 is that. Phase 2 is what?
So phase 2 is the employment phase. If the person is ready and they have medications, they're stabilized, and they're ready for that next step, there's a couple different ways we can do it. We like to refer if we can, so maybe they're eligible for vocational rehabilitation. We can get them going with them. Otherwise, the case manager will work with the guest and apply for jobs.
Okay.
We'll try to, if it's deemed necessary and the other person the guest is wanting to, we can do mock interviews. Just try to set them up for success.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just kind of throw another statement at you to respond to. If they just get a job, they wouldn't be homeless anymore. How true is that statement?
It might be true for some people, but the majority of the people we serve, there's so much more to that.
Yeah.
A job is not going to fix them being homeless.
Yeah, and I think we talk a lot about being job ready, right?
Yeah.
And, not everybody's job ready.
No.
Why not?
Again, multitude of reasons, but maybe they haven't been taking care of themselves. Maybe they're detoxing from drugs or alcohol. Maybe they aren't stabilized on meds. Maybe they're undiagnosed and they have mental disorders that they need to take care of first. Maybe they need some serious therapy because they're going through something. I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but if you show up to a job not ready, you're not going to succeed in it.
Yeah, and we want, hopefully, that people, once they come to Crossroads, stop experiencing failure, right? Start to experience success in their life. And so phase 1, emergency shelter. Phase 2 is finding employment, and then we move on to phase 3 of the program. Tell us a little bit about phase 3.
That's savings, and I just lost my train of thought. Can you help me?
Yeah, so savings, and really it's a stewardship phase, right?
Yes.
And I think something really interesting about Crossroads is that we're open 24 hours a day, 365 or 66 days a year.
Yes.
And people can come in. It doesn't cost them anything to come into shelter, but there does come a point where they have financial responsibility here, right?
They do. And if it's okay for me to say, we have noticed, I mean, I've been here for a minute, so there was a time that we didn't expect anyone to pay, and it was hard keeping up with the place. It was really hard to keep up with the place. I'll just leave it at that. But when we tell people that they are paying a program fee, they tend to believe like their room is their home, and they take good care of it, and they clean up after themselves, and they find there's a lot of respect for themselves that they're able to maintain a home, pay for it. It becomes their own.
Yeah, I had noticed when everything was free in the homeless shelter that people didn't mind putting a hole in a wall, not cleaning up the area, or not living clean and sober, right? And so people do have to pay a program fee once they have employment or an income at Crossroads.
Yes.
It's $300. You talked about how it creates that sense of ownership. They have skin in the game, and that's a part of their financial responsibility, but also have to budget, right?
Budgeting is huge. I'm a stickler for budgeting, yes. And when someone comes in and we have, we set up goals and we do assessments along the way, nothing is out of the blue. We set them up to say, hey, after you get this job, let's work on your finances. We put into their budgeting, there's a program fee. We don't want anyone to go without. So yeah, we definitely budget. We really have to look at like past debts, the old child support, any debts owed. That's really big for us. We want people to pay what they owe. So we encourage that. We include that in budgeting. But besides that, our goal is to have, anywhere between $2,000 to even $6,000 saved before getting into permanent housing.
Yeah, that would be quite a goal, and that would be quite an achievement if someone could do that. And I think about, some of the things we're trying to do at Crossroads, and that is to break cycles of poverty. And we talk about people who grew up in a home, probably many of the people that we serve, there were no conversations about financial stewardship. And so we utilize a great Dave Ramsey program that talks about
I love Dave.
all sorts of things financial. And so it's been really neat because there have been some people that have saved considerable amounts of money at Crossroads, have learned to save their money and be good stewards. Have you experienced someone in your time as a case manager that's been able to accomplish some of those things?
Yeah, we've had a few guests leave with, minimum a couple $1,000s. I can think of a few others that have had more than that, yeah.
Yeah. I remember as a case manager, I had someone that saved $8,000. They were able to pay down medical debts, and really, I think, set them way ahead just in their time at Crossroads, being able to do that because they have a place that's affordable. And I think that's the difference. If someone is to move out into a home in the community before they're financially prepared, they're really set up for failure, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things we talk about is an emergency fund, right?
Yes.
And, so that when crisis comes, people are prepared to do that. And so phase 4, you talked a little bit when you were talking about a leader at the mission here. So what do you hope for in phase 4?
Leadership is, it's a great phase. You finished a lot of the physical work to get where you're at. So leadership is kind of taking new guests under your wing in such a way that actions speak louder than words. We want guests to see, if you work the program, what you can accomplish. A lot of times our leaders, they're humble, don't get me wrong, but they're proud of themselves. They have this air of proudness. So they're the first ones generally to kind of show the new people how things work within the facility. A lot of times the new guest or the guests that haven't reached that phase yet will go to them asking for suggestions for help. They're just, a leader in a lot of different capacities. A lot of guests rely on that.
Yeah.
It's huge.
Yeah, so 4 phases of the program, and let's kind of get into then just the state of homelessness in Hastings here.
Okay.
We kind of talked a little bit about the difference between central Nebraska and maybe the large cities, that in large cities, we'll drive around, you see homeless people. You and I were actually at a conference with our team in Kansas City, and
Yeah.
we definitely saw it, right?
We did.
And
we did.
sometimes we might not think that homelessness is prevalent here just because we don't see it.
Yeah.
And so talk a little bit, we have some statistics today. Can you just kind of run us through some of those statistics so people can understand the impact that the mission has made in the community?
I would love to. Okay. So for 2025, mind you, we're only in October right now. We expect to serve around 600 people at our Hastings mission. And that's just Hastings.
Okay, yeah. And that this facility here, is that just men, women, and families who can come to this facility?
This facility can house men, women, and families.
Okay.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
you expect this year to house 600 people.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, those are people who this is their only option during this time in
Yes.
terms of a place to live.
Yeah, this wouldn't be like a one-night stay. This would be permanent, or staying here to work the program. Yes, that type of thing. Yes.
Okay.
So right now we are serving about 23% elderly, and we consider elderly 55 and older.
Okay. So we got to be careful. Somebody might get
I
offended
know.
about that, right?
I don't want to step on anyone's toes. I'm not saying that in any which way.
But even talking about people who are at the age of 55 and older, and talking about the elderly population again, you know, I really hope to bring that up quite a bit over the next 24 hours, because that's alarming to me. You know, I think that we all hope that we work our whole career and that we've built a retirement fund.
Right.
But to be at a place where you're coming to a homeless shelter at that age, I think would be devastating, right?
Sure.
What special care do you have to give to people in that situation?
First off, just like giving them like respect and just make them feel seen as a person, and just encourage any way we can, because it is, like I said, it's not easy to come here. I can only imagine. But special care is, what does the long-term goal look like for them? Like 55 is not that old, and I'm not saying that at all. But 55 can look different for everyone. We have some 55-year-olds that are disabled that are not able to live on their own, so maybe they'll need assisted living. Mm-hmm. We have 55-year-olds that are, and older, mind you, but that are able and ready to work. We would just do the same as we would with anyone else. But the older ages, our emphasis is really on long-term care, as far as nursing homes, assisted living. We've had a few people go to hospice, sadly. It just looks different for everyone.
So I think just to put the emphasis on that, we say 55, and definitely that's not that old, but I've noticed over the last few years we have seen people in their 70s and even their 80s, right?
Yes.
Who are coming to a homeless shelter,
Yes.
no place to live, and no family. And I think that's very interesting. I think it tells us a lot about the family dynamic. It tells us that society, there's a breakdown in the family dynamic.
Yes.
But I do have to say what an honor and a privilege it is, and I think you would agree to serve those people who fit that category.
I'm sad that they have to come to this place, but I'm so grateful for them in that regard. Like, at least they have Crossroads, and we can give them, I mean, you know, given the circumstances, the best we can have right now.
Right.
Yeah.
And probably one of the most heartbreaking things to me at the mission is just seeing people who come here and then they end up just loving it here, right?
Yeah.
And so it's really hard, especially for those older folks, when they have to make another change.
Yeah.
Moving outside of the mission.
Yeah.
That can be difficult. So we talked a lot about that today. Talk to me a little bit about families. How many families have you served this year at Crossroads?
So this year so far, we've served 21 families, and that includes 37 children.
Okay, yeah. So that creates also another dynamic of what it means to live at the homeless shelter, because they don't necessarily have a 3-bedroom home here, do they?
No, they don't. They do not have a 3-bedroom home. I wish they did.
So kind of small rooms. And what do you hope to accomplish with a family when they come to Crossroads?
Well, we first recognize that that is not easy at all. Kids need to be kids. They need to run. They can be loud. They are kids. So we make them a priority. I mean, everyone's a priority, but families, we want them out as soon as possible. And I say that with all the love in my heart. We want to get them into housing as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So we really stress that.
Get out into a more suitable environment.
Yes.
That's a real thing. My wife and I were in foster care, helping out by being a foster home for a while, and it really opened up my eyes one time when a family with 4 or 5 kids and mom were all living in a car in the middle of summer. And I think, again, just bringing light, my hope is to bring light to that in this 24 hours of conversation, that's a real life situation. And so ultimately a small room is better than living in the car.
For sure.
And
For sure.
getting the kids enrolled in school and just getting really structure, right? How important that is for children to have structure.
We give them a bedtime. Parents always need to be with their kids. But yeah, I mean, the school part is the first thing we do, and then get them into permanent housing ASAP.
Yeah. So, yeah, we could go on for a long time talking about different statistics of people living at the mission stuff. But again, give us one story of someone that, that person really made an imprint on your life. You loved them. You enjoyed serving them.
I had to write this down because we've helped so many wonderful people. So we have a guy, I don't have his, do you want me to say his name?
No, we don't have to.
Okay.
No.
We have a guy, he was released from prison. He had been in prison for several years before, and prior to that, he just lived a life of crime and destitution. He came to Crossroads after learning about Crossroads in prison with basically just the shirt on his back. He started in short term and then moved in long term. He completed our PRP, personal resilience programming, and he just served in the mission where he could. He helped out any which way. It could have been scrubbing toilets. He was thankful to serve. Eventually, with the help of case management, he applied and was able to get benefits. He was unable to work because he was already 65 at that time. And so he was able to get SSI benefits. Then he was also able to get on the National ABLE program, which helps elderly people. They basically get paid to volunteer. And so he was able to volunteer at Crossroads Mission. And then from there, he got a decent savings built up, and he was able to move to our other transitional house, the duplex.
Okay.
And he's thriving, and he's been clean and sober for years now.
Yeah.
And he really thanks Crossroads for everything, but it's really all the glory to God in that.
Yeah, and I think before we just kind of wrap up this conversation is something that's kind of near and dear to my heart. And you mentioned that he'd been incarcerated before. And I think as we kind of get into thinking about homelessness, some people might be just an instant, no, he can't be helped because he's been incarcerated, and it kind of takes your mind somewhere. But to me, one of the most important things that I might mention is for people who are coming out of incarceration, if they were to leave incarceration with no safe place to be and no plan in place, the chances of them recommitting a crime are extremely high, right?
Yes.
And that's where we see a lot of recidivism.
Yeah.
The recidivism rates just skyrocket when people don't have a safe place to be and they don't have a plan in their life. And so it's really neat to me to hear the story about this gentleman, to hear that he had a place, he had a plan, he had someone to help bear his burdens and to show him a better way to live. And now even talking about him working and being somebody who contributes to society. So again, Sarah, thank you for the many years of ministry at Crossroads.
My pleasure.
Yes, and for your heart. I know that I get to work beside you all the time. I see that you have a real heart for the Lord, and that just overflows into the way that you care for others. I have to say, so people who are listening understand, Sarah's usually an advocate for those who we might even be to a point where we're wondering if they're going to make it in the program, and Sarah's right there advocating for them. And I think that's really special. It shows the heart of Christ. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for
I
your time.
appreciate this time. Okay,
Yep.
I'm free?
Yep.
Okay.
Take care.
Thank you.
All right, it's 1:05 a.m. We're still here. We're into a new day. It's actually October 10th now, and we're still here in front of the Hastings Mission. It's kind of a neat experience, being able to be out here for 24 hours, raising awareness of homelessness and the ministry at Crossroads, what we're doing throughout central Nebraska to meet the needs of men, women, and families who have no place to be. And we've covered a lot of ground talking with various people who've had life experience, professionals in the field of mental health and pastors, and we certainly have throughout the morning hours here, we're going to hear from a number of people who have that life experience. We're also going to return to some conversations with people who are leading ministry in the Tri-City area to hear from them the state of homelessness, what they're seeing and who they're serving, to be able to share what the program is when people come to Crossroads and how they can be helped. And again, what we hope through this is to overcome stereotypes. We all have these things that we constantly hear about homelessness, that we think about homelessness. We talked a lot today about, or yesterday, but talked today too about things we might think, like if people would just get a job, they wouldn't be homeless anymore. If people would, if we could just provide an apartment for them, they wouldn't be homeless anymore. What we found out is that homelessness is a deep issue. It's a complex issue in many cases. It deserves relationship building time. It deserves time for someone to be able to get on their feet, to settle into somewhere, and then have assistance moving forward. That's what we talked about with our case management at Crossroads, how important it is for people to have a mentor that comes beside them to talk about the underlying issues of homelessness, and how unpacking those issues can really help to pave a path forward for people. And then we talked about faith, how faith plays a role in the work that we do at Crossroads and the ministry that we're called to do at Crossroads. A lot of people talk today about sharing the gospel with people that come to Crossroads, being able to show them the love of Christ and how Christ is a solution and an answer for people who are seeking a path towards peace and fulfillment in their life. And so I'm here with a gentleman that I've gotten to know in a pretty short time, because I haven't known you, Jared, for very long. We met here at Crossroads, and just wanted to come on and be able to share a little bit of your story, how you got to Crossroads and what was going on in your life.
Okay. So I came to Hastings, Nebraska roughly 3 months ago-ish, and I had relapsed for 2 days. I'd been smoking weed again for about 5 years, telling myself that was okay when it wasn't, lying to my wife about it. And one day we got into a big fight, and I flipped out. I'm bipolar, and I left, and I overamped, spent an entire check on methamphetamine, and I ended up at the bridge in Lincoln. They sent me to Revive. I went to Revive. I was kicked out. Yeah, it was not a good situation. Someone threatened to kill me for my faith, and it didn't go well. So with a bag and no car, my car in Lincoln, I walked here. Lifehouse Church told me to come here, said they could help me get to my car. And I walked up and I told them my story, and they said, well, you can stay here tonight if you want. I was exhausted, so I said, I'll stay here tonight. I'll go to Lincoln tomorrow. I walk in, 8 a.m., Jenny talks to me, case manager here. And she says, so what did you get kicked out for? I told her, and she said, well, and I told her, I said, I was told that it was a Christian facility, that I could get off Suboxone, and that they knew how to handle mental health. Well, they told me that they'd never had anyone there on Suboxone at all, that it wasn't a Christian facility, and that mental health, well, yeah, but, they weren't real sure about it. But when I came here and I told Jenny that, she said, well, without hesitation, well, we are prepared to help you get off Suboxone, and we are a Christ-based facility, and we do deal with mental health. And I thought to myself, well, maybe this is where God wants me. And it was.
Yeah.
It's been an amazing experience. I've gotten to know you and the staff, and I've been treated well. I got all kinds of nice soaps and bedding and know, amenities and a microwave to microwave my coffee, and just blessing after blessing after blessing.
Yeah. So your basic needs were met when you came to Crossroads.
Oh yeah, in abundance. Yeah.
Yeah. And you kind of talk about your addiction background, and
okay.
This is something that you've obviously been wrestling with for quite a while in your life.
Yes. Well, I started smoking cigarettes at 8. My mom taught me how to roll a joint when I was 12. I've been watching my parents do cocaine, and they've been in rock bands and country bands my whole life, so that's just what I knew, and so I did that, and I did it well. I hate to say that, but I did. I dealt drugs. I dealt my mom's friends drugs, and it was bad. I've been to rehab so many times it's hard to count, but it's about 6. And I'm what they call a chronic relapser. I'll get some time clean, and then I'll fall off again. I got saved when I was 14, quickly fell off. But 3 months ago, when I almost died from overamping on all that meth, the Lord just snatched me up, and he said, you can either come back or you're going to kill yourself.
Yeah. And that's a very real thing for people, especially with today's drugs. I hear a lot about fentanyl. I hear a lot about overdose. And from my understanding, there's some real dangers, life-threatening things that come with drug abuse, right?
Oh, yeah, I'll say. I hadn't done meth in 13 years when I'd relapsed. And it was not the same meth that I had done. And it was laced with fentanyl and other things as well. And it spun my brain up so much that I sat in the garage for 4 days before I came down. When I came down, I couldn't talk for a week. I talked like this. My name's Jared. Mm-hmm. And I was afraid I'd never come back. And God was quiet inside me. And every once in a while, I'd feel the Holy Spirit, and it would be like, just pray and just make it walk. Just take one step at a time. Mm-hmm. And as I did, my voice came back. And by the time I got here, I was relatively okay. When I got here, I was still on gabapentin and trazodone and venlafaxine and Suboxone. And now I'm on none of those. Mm-hmm. The day I left here, I told the staff to throw my last dose of Suboxone away. That's the worst kick there is, worse than morphine or heroin. And this place and the Lord helped me get through it with minimal problems.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely an uphill battle and just a lot to go through and overcome, and certainly something that will probably be a lifelong struggle of making that decision, right, to choose Christ over addiction.
It will be a struggle, but drugs are about that big, and Christ is infinite.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's right.
But the body lusts against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. And I have cravings. I do. You know, yeah. I smell pot and my mouth waters. I see Clamato or whiskey and my mouth waters, and I just turn my head and walk away and pray.
Yeah. Yeah, that's great. And something I noticed about you while you were at Crossroads here was, and I take note of this because there are people that come to Crossroads who are hard workers and just want to be busy, and right away it seems like you found a purpose here.
Definitely. I started out working in the kitchen, and it was very rewarding. I get to serve the guests and, you know, work with the food, which is something I've always enjoyed, with good ingredients. Uh-huh. The produce especially is great here, fruits and vegetables, which I lacked. In my addiction, it's easy and cheap to just buy meat and milk and cheese and live on that energy, but you need vegetables and fruits, and there's like a basket. It sits on a freezer, and it stays full of fruit all day, every day.
Uh-huh.
So,
Yeah.
can't beat that.
Yeah. Yeah, and one day I remember going into the pantry and it needed organized, and really a pretty big job to go through each can in the pantry, make sure that it's face forward, make sure that it's with like items, and so that it's usable and user friendly, because there's a lot of work that goes into the kitchen, and you put a lot of work into helping out in there.
That was an interesting day. I was on the final leg of my come down of my detox from venlafaxine, which is an antidepressant. It's a very powerful detox, and I was just struggling, and the Lord had led me. He said, when you're a servant, just do what's in front of you for me. Don't do it for anyone else. Do it for me. And I was sitting and I was kind of grumbling in my spirit, and I was like, I don't want to do this. And then I was like, well, I'll just turn this can for God.
Yeah.
And I started to feel better, and I got on a roll.
Yeah.
And I kind of forgot the way my body felt, and the next thing I know, I was into it, and enjoying it. And
Yeah.
that was that.
Yeah, and it seems to be kind of an important part of our program here at Crossroads, is trying to get people involved. From my
Definitely.
perspective, a firm believer that idle hands are a devil's workshop, and
Yes.
we hope that we can get people out of bed, get them busy, and be a part of the program, working around the mission. Also, it's an important aspect because I really believe we couldn't hire enough staff really to do all the work that's around here, right?
No, there's no way. The budget's not that big.
Yeah.
It's just a fact. Thanks for the donors that do pay, but I mean, this place needs more because even with the guests, it's a hard deal. Like food boxes, for instance, people might not realize, but that's like a 60-hour-a-week position.
Yeah.
You have to sit there and wait, and you have to be available at all times, fill the boxes properly, take them out to the car, greet the people, be nice. That's part of it, you know? And they teach you that here, to be nice and take pride in it, and it's work.
Yeah.
It's a position, you know.
Yeah, we talked with Sky from Grand Island Crossroads, who said that in Grand Island they're distributing approximately 600 to 800 food boxes a month now. Those are families who are coming in needing food assistance, maybe having to make some really tough decisions in their household about whether they would buy groceries this month or be able to pay the rent or buy medication, put gas in the car. Finances are really tight. And so I just think it's really a neat thing to be, coming into Crossroads in a position where you need help, but within maybe even hours or days, all of a sudden you're serving other people. What did that do for you to all of a sudden focus your attention on serving others?
Well, it filled my heart. For many years, I've just been grinding away for the dollar, and wondering why. I would just say, this doesn't fulfill me. It pays my bills. It gets me things. But what am I missing? God, what is my purpose? I'd say. And when I came here, I remember the first time I felt it. It was when I helped another guest in a wheelchair go through a door, and I went, "This is my purpose."
Yeah.
To serve others is my purpose.
Yeah.
And I didn't know what avenue at that point that was going to go in, but I felt it. And then, like, serving guests, and they say thank you. And then you serve another person, they say thank you. And it just kind of builds on itself.
Yeah. Yeah, there's something about serving that really takes our focus off of ourselves and our problems, and really gives us hope for the day, right?
Yes.
And that's really special. And so there's a day structure at Crossroads. It's we've talked a lot about stereotypes, and sometimes people thinking that a homeless shelter is just a place that you just kind of go lay around, but there's kind of a strategy here in terms of what the day is structured like. And how did your days go while you were here?
Well, first of all, there's no one laying around. No one, because everybody has a position, or they have a job outside of here that they go to, and even those people help out. But the way it worked, wake up like about 5:30, 5, and pray a little, take a shower, get ready, put my totes on top of my bed, try to clean up. I'm a little messy. I got some notes myself. You know,
Oh,
hey,
really? You know, that's something we haven't talked about here is room checks, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So required to keep things kind of neat and tidy.
Very, very neat and tidy.
Uh-huh.
For instance, like our floor, we kept getting notices, clean your floor, clean your floor. Well, there were like scratches on it. And I was like, can we buff it? And Daniel's like, have you tried wiping it down? and we ended up, you know, getting really nice, you know, just bleach and cleaning supplies and trying things. And it was, by the time it was all said and done, you know, it was pretty nice. And it was already a nice room to begin with, nice and cool in the basement. And I like the basement even better than upstairs personally, than the leaders hall.
Uh-huh.
So that's just me.
Yeah.
But yeah, very, very clean down there. Because we keep it clean. I mean, it's hard to keep a mop to where you can find it. You're like, you're going from person to person going, where's the mop? And they're like, well, he's got it. Where's the mop? Well, he's got it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And you met a lot of different personalities here at Crossroads. And today we've been talking a lot about just different people that come to Crossroads for various reasons. In your case, you're talking about addiction that, you know, has taken a toll on your life and your journey to overcome that addiction. And what are some other people you met and the things that they're going through, just to help people understand who it is that comes to Crossroads?
Well, okay. The first person I met, I walk out the door with my Bible at 5 a.m. and there's a gentleman here named Javon. And he usually dresses all in black. He wears a huge crucifix. It's awesome. And he looked at me, and without another word, he says, "You really believe that word, that word, don't you, boy?" And I said, "Yeah." And he just walked up to me with no warning and hugged me in a close brotherly embrace. And I thought, I'm where I need to be. That was my first morning here.
Oh, yeah.
Another time, I just talked to my dad, and I was crying behind the truck, the food truck. And Chris, the guy you interviewed earlier, the staff member, he walked up to me and he said, "Let's pray." And right there behind the food truck, he prayed for me and comforted me like a brother.
Yeah.
And that's not the only time that he's talked to me that helped me.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what it means to be a part of a community, and you know, knowing that people understand you and that they care what you're going through, and that you are understood to a degree, and that you belong to, right?
Definitely.
And that makes a big difference in how you are able to go about getting your life back on track.
Definitely. And also, like, had I been at Revive, I would have been stuck there all the time. And I've been to rehab many times, so I have a head full of recovery. And what I really needed to do was walk in my recovery. Mm-hmm. And here, because of the scheduling of things, I was able to make a meeting at 5:15 at the AA house here almost every single day.
Oh, yeah.
It's only about a mile away. It's close.
Yeah.
You know, it's a nice walk by parks and nice houses. And
Sure. Yeah, well, that's great that you could have the opportunity to walk it out, you know, be able to put into practice all the things that you've learned. One of the aspects of being at Crossroads is that our hope is that people, when they leave Crossroads, the extent of their relationships in the community, that it's not confined to just the ministry at Crossroads and the people that work at Crossroads. And so going to recovery meetings out in the community, and even finding a local church that they can worship at is so important. Have you been able to find those connections in the community?
Definitely. I've been to multiple churches in this town, many, and all of them have been welcoming and kind to me.
Yeah.
And worship with me, and I've talked to the pastors of all these places, and to the point where I can't decide where to go. I'm leaning toward the Berean Bible Church right now, and I like that one, but I mean, I like the First Pentecostal, I like the United Methodist, I like the Episcopalian, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard to decide. They've all got, you know, their own thing, and then they all work together too. So, you know, where do I fit? What part of the body am I?
Sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, Jared, if I can just encourage you, you know, there are people that stand out to me. I meet a lot of people that come to Crossroads You're one of those people that God's just really put on my heart to pray for you regularly. You come to my mind a lot. I was excited to see you here at Crossroads, to learn more about you. And also what I appreciate is just what we talked about tonight, your willingness to jump in, even talking about this event. Here you are in the middle of the night helping us out with the event, being a part of it, and just your desire to be a servant. I've recognized that with you. And God does have a special plan for your life. God is going to see you through your addictions as you commit those things to Him. He's going to bless you as you wake up daily. The Bible says, take up your cross and follow Him, that He will empower you to do that through His Holy Spirit. And I'm just excited to see where He takes you over a period of time here.
Thank you. So one day I'm out back. This guy calls me out of the blue from Uganda, and I answer the phone, and he goes, "Hello, brother." Was that hi? Well, this guy blesses my life and doesn't ask me for anything. And over the course of a few days, we talk, and I end up becoming the outreach coordinator for Salvation Charity Mission Orphanage in Iganga, Uganda. While I was here, I started a GoFundMe and collected $1,900 to pay for 3 months' rent for that orphanage. And there are 35 children, wonderful children there that worship and praise God. And being a servant in that fashion has been greatly fulfilling to me.
Yeah, well, that's great that you're able to be a part of that and serve others, and certainly a part of what God has gifted you to do, and just rolling up your sleeves and serving others. And so I appreciate your time here. I appreciate you coming out tonight, staying all night, helping to set things up, push buttons, and provide a little bit of security around while we're out here in the night. And so just thank you for everything, and God bless you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks for coming on. All right, we're going to return back to a conversation that we had earlier this evening with Sky Crooks, who is the director of the Grand Island Mission. Sky's been serving with Crossroads for quite some time. Shared a testimony earlier today of how God worked in his life, and now the many faces that he's seeing at Grand Island Crossroads, how God has given him a place to serve at the mission there. And for us to know and understand what the ministry is, especially Sky shared about food boxes, and many people, many families coming for food boxes where they're breaking records and serving 600 to 800 food boxes every night. And so I just invite you to listen in, hear what Sky has to say about homelessness in Grand Island. Again, I just invite you to be a part of this, not only considering volunteerism, maybe through Crossroads, maybe through another nonprofit, but also inviting you to be a part of the work of Crossroads, to be able to reach out to those families by providing a food box, maybe alleviating that burden that they carry, having to decide between buying groceries or paying the rent or putting gas in the car or buying the medicine that they need. You can do that by being a part of the ministry at Crossroads financially, going to crossroadsmission.com, clicking the Give button, taking a picture of the QR code, which is up on the screen throughout this event, and especially during this season, helping us to replenish the finances and the resources that we need to keep ministry going year-round. Please take a minute and listen to what Sky has to say. All right, we're back on the bench here in Hastings at Crossroads, out on the front yard. 24-hour live stream of conversations on a bench. And we're 7 hours in now. Shout out to a couple people. Catherine Schneider stopped by with some hot chocolate and a donut for me, or a cookie for me. And Erica and Karen from the Grand Island Mission Avenue Thrift stopped and gave me some Casey's coffee. I was starting to feel it. Really needed coffee, and we got a long ways to go. So thankfully, I got some coffee. But conversation is on a bench is really it is opening up conversations to understand the issue of homelessness better. Homelessness throughout central Nebraska. Crossroads has been serving central Nebraska for 43 years, and God has opened the door for us to expand from a ministry in Hastings that started in 1983, serving the homeless, and now celebrating ministry throughout central Nebraska. We have a shelter in Hastings here that can house 112 people. Grand Island, we have a men's only mission that can house just over 40 men. And Kearney, we just heard from Tim, who said they could house anywhere from probably 70 to 80 people at the facilities in Kearney there. Something really exciting for those of you that might not know is we've been working to broaden our footprint in central Nebraska. We will soon be opening a brand new mission in Lexington. We'll have 20 units in it, and just continuing to serve throughout central Nebraska. We have in Holdridge a Mission Avenue thrift store, and we have in Broken Bow a thrift store as well. Actually, this Saturday, you might share with other people that in Broken Bow we'll be doing a mobile food pantry. We're anticipating serving about 300 families with food and addressing food insecurities in and around Broken Bow, and so we invite people to come out. If you're in need of a food box, come on out and we're happy to serve you. That'll start about 9 in the morning is when we'll start serving in Broken Bow there. So I'm excited. I was able to have Sarah Sweeney here to talk about Hastings and the mission in Hastings, how the program works, kind of the state of homelessness in Hastings. We had Tim Burney here who talked about Kearney and the needs that he's seeing in Kearney. He shared a lot of neat stories about people whose lives have been transformed through the power of the gospel and God using the personal resilience program at Crossroads, the facilities that we have, and the loving staff that they were able to meet at Crossroads and experience a life change. Ultimately, that's what we hope for at Crossroads, is for people to commit their life to Christ and to experience God's transformational power in their life and something new. And so I'm excited here to have Sky Crooks with me. Sky, thanks for coming to the bench.
Absolutely, Danny. Good to see you.
Good to see you. So kind of fun to have a conversation with you, Sky, because before we even get to the ministry at Crossroads, I'd just like to see if you'd be willing to share a little bit of your testimony. You and I have some experience at Crossroads, but not as a director and a shelter director at that point. Can you tell us a little bit about what brought you to Crossroads?
Yeah, so actually I spent most of my life here from Hastings, Nebraska, since about the middle of second grade. Went to high school right down across the street over there. And, pretty much grew up here and worked most of my life and mainly in some manufacturing and food service work. And, eventually ended up settling down and getting married and had a son. And then between just some stress in life and stress in marriage and stress at work, and then my alcoholism started getting the better of me. And I kept thinking I could control it, and it wasn't my problem. Everyone else had a problem, and eventually, things kind of didn't work out with me and my ex-wife, and we split up. And then I started having some health issues, and a lot of it was related to my alcoholism. I was at times I was known to easily probably go through almost a whole handle of whiskey a day, just constantly just sipping on it, and led to some health issues, and then to where I couldn't work. I ended up in some Section 8 housing here, and then all that really did was just enable me just to drink away things even more. And after I got evicted from there, I had some friends pick me up for a couple of days, and they brought me here. And I've known about Crossroads before. Many years ago when I was in middle school, I was in like an after school program and stuff. Well, because I was from a single parent family, and my mom was working, and and that was way back in the day when it was across the street from the middle school downtown. And then I ended up here, and that was July 16th, 2020. And then the day I checked in was the day I quit drinking.
Okay.
And just over 5 years sober since.
Yeah.
I met you and the staff and went through the program, and the program really worked for me, and found my way back to the Lord.
Yeah.
And it's especially over these last 3 to 4 years, I feel like I have just like grown exponentially, in my faith, and then rebuilding that relationship with Jesus, and and I needed that, and I'm like really excited to be a part of this, and working my way up from being a guest, in a few short years into the position and that I'm doing now, in this ministry, and and serving our community and doing what I can and sharing my story. I love being able to share my story, and I think it's really reassuring with a lot of the guests that we serve to say, hey, I've been here. I know what it's like. A few years ago, I was sitting in that chair you're sitting in, having the same conversation with my case manager, and and it just brought me so much closer to God, and it's just opened my heart to want to be able to share that with everyone that comes through our mission.
Yeah, well, I think that's incredible. We had an opportunity to visit with Leandra earlier too that had a similar experience. It's that process of going from needing help and receiving help and being able to offer to someone else, the things that God has taught you in your life. And, you talk about getting to that point where you're brought here to the homeless shelter. And had you ever been into a homeless shelter before?
No, I never have. There's been a couple times where I've had to stay with family before, or I moved in with a friend, but I was always working and, paying my fair share and, and stuff like that. But until I ended up at Crossroads, I've never been, in an actual state of like, homelessness before, or having to gone through a program like this. I said, I've heard about it, but I've never had to experience it before until that day.
Yeah. A lot of people talked to me. They talked about, like coming in, some fear that they had, or just apprehension, and maybe just Leandra even talked earlier about, a million things going through her mind, kind of the what ifs. And what was it like for you coming to Crossroads?
Well, at first I was, a little nervous and maybe a little scared. It was just, at first I kind of felt a little bit overwhelmed because I had so much happening in my life that led me to these doors, all within a few short days, and that can be pretty overwhelming. But I didn't know, okay, I was struggling to figure out where I was at, what do I need to do to get to where I need to go, and where am I going? I was just kind of lost, but with the staff here at the time that was working with me and helping me out, and even building those relationships with some of the other guests and kind of hearing, their side of things, that really helped motivate me to say, hey, okay, I have a better understanding of what, these situations and stuff are now for these guests, and, it just helped me get to where I needed to go, and it helped me find my focus.
Yeah.
And then going through the program and, learning some things about myself that made me realize that there was nothing at the time that I could do to fix myself. I had to wait till I got to that point where I was completely broken, and finally turn it over to the Lord to help fix me. Because I spent so many years trying to tell myself, I can do this, I'll take care of it. And all it did was make more and more of the same choices that led me down the same path that got me even further down. And finally it got to that point where I said, okay, God, my way's not working.
Yeah.
Let's try it your way. And that was definitely the turning point in my entire life.
Sure. Yeah. So, you you came to Crossroads. I mean, didn't you have another place to turn to, or is this just kind of the last place, or?
At that point, I don't really think I had any other place to turn to. I did a lot of damage with some friendships, with my alcoholism. I did a lot of damage with some family with some alcoholism, and they kind of helped me out when they could, but it got to the point to where they're like, you need to get some help. And I had so many people try to tell me I needed to get some help, but I didn't want to listen.
Sure.
And I don't really like having to phrase it as this was like my last resort type of situation. It was just, ultimately it was, not necessarily a last resort, but it was at the time like the only option I had.
Sure.
You know, I just did a lot of damage to a lot of people that, you know, really cared about me. And then once I started coming through the program, you know, and stayed sober, went through counseling and IOP, and, you know, and then it slowly started to rebuild those relationships again with, you know, with especially with my family, you know, and several of my friends. And it also made me realize that there were some people in my life that I don't need to be in my life at this point, you know, and sometimes those are hard decisions, you know, but I also realized if I go back to that path, it's just going to drag me back down again, you know, and I need to change. And that's what I ultimately ended up having to do.
Sure. Yeah, well, that's incredible to hear your story at Crossroads. And so, I mean, you're in the program. We've heard a lot today. We'll kind of talk a little bit about the 4-phase program. But, you know, as I see often here at Crossroads, people who want to see a change in their life, they want to turn to the Lord and experience something different in their life. They begin to walk down that road, and it's not long before they're met with opportunity, right? And it seems like you had some opportunity here in the program. What opportunities did you have?
I think opportunities might be a little bit of an understatement there. You know, no, I did have a whole lot of opportunities. You know, I had the opportunities to start, you know, listening to the men here and getting their stories and sharing my stories, and working closely with the staff. You know, then they seen that, you know, that I had that desire to change, you know, and that I was making those changes that I needed to change. Yeah. And they offered me the opportunity at, you know, not long after I got here, you know, to maybe work up to be the men's leader. And I'm like, okay. And we had some conversations about that, and they kind of showed me what some of the responsibilities and stuff were for that, and it just helped making sure the men were up and making sure the chores were getting done, and you know, and I really enjoyed doing that. It was keeping me focused, you know. It was keeping me busy. It was helping me really interact with the other guests and stuff, you know, and whatnot, and being in that position as like a bit of a role model. I got to use not just what my story was before I got here, but what my story was in this program to show them that this can work. You know, I gave it a chance. You know, all I'm asking is give it a chance. And after some time from that, being the men's leader here, then an opportunity came up to move to Grand Island, and then was offered a position as the house manager for the transitional living duplex there. Yeah. And I said, no, I need a day to think about it. Let me pray on it. You know, it's moving me from where I grew up to, you know, not too far away, but it's basically a whole new chapter. And that thought about it and prayed on it. And the next morning I came and told you guys, yeah, okay, I'll do this. So when do you have for a plan? I'm like, well, today work. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, right.
So, yeah. Then
give you too long to think about it. We didn't want you to back out.
Oh, nope. Once I got up there and started assuming that role and making sure that, you know, the house was being taken care of and the chores they were being done and the property was taken care of, and helping those men there with, you know, transportation, you know, to like their classes and things like that, and the structure that they had in place. You know, building those relationships with those guys, and then starting to build relationships with, you know, some of the probation officers when they'd come out and meet with their clients and stuff like that. You know, did that for a while, and I loved doing it. And then it just didn't seem to be very long after that. And then yet another opportunity came along, and I got offered a position case manage. I said, okay. Yeah, let's give that a try. You know, I'm building these relationships with these men. You know, they're starting to trust me and confide in me and look up to me, and started doing that. And then I started doing the case management for our probation program up there, and, you know, building even stronger relationships with probation, which is a big part of what Grand Island does in our community, is working with probation clients, drug court, you know, things like that. Worked on that for a while and loved it. Got to be a lot closer with you, you know, which is, you're an amazing role model for me, I got to tell you. Sorry. But looking up to that, and then did case management for a little over a year, I think. And then yet another opportunity presented itself, and you came and talked to me and was like, hey, would you like to take over as the director for Grand Island for the time being. And I said, sure,
Yeah.
absolutely, I'd love to do that. And then been doing that since about right before Christmas 2023. So coming up on 2 years now.
Yeah.
Making sure all the facilities in Grand Island are being looked after, making sure all the case management for our probation cases are done, overseeing all the operations and donation stuff. And I love doing the work. I didn't realize how much paperwork was involved in that.
Sure.
And stuff, but I love this job, and as I even lead our program, our 4-phase program in Grand Island, when I'm teaching that class and teaching our program to the men, I often bring up as hey, 5 years ago, if you'd asked me, where would you see yourself in life? This is definitely not where I would have saw myself in life. But it's just the opportunities that the Lord presented to me, and the position that I was in. And when we're going through class, I often try to encourage him is trust me, you cannot do this without God. You can't. What you need to do is you need to look at your situation, and as hard as it is, turn that control over to Jesus. Let him take the reins. Let him be in control. Let him take his share of the burden that he has promised us. And then see where you are from there, and where you can find out where his will is that meet with the gifts that he gave you, and that's where you're going to find your purpose.
Yeah.
And that's where you should focus.
Yeah. Yeah, that's incredible. That's good advice. And, I just so people who might be listening in, talking about the ministry in Grand Island, the need for homeless shelter in Grand Island, we started in about 2018, really paying attention to how many people were coming from Hall County to Hastings or Kearney to the homeless shelter, and really trying to understand that there were about 70 to 80 people in 2018, 2019 that came to Crossroads, one of our other facilities. And I always said, those were the ones that were lucky enough to have a ride.
Yeah.
And a friend, a family member, somebody that could get them to shelter in another city, because, oftentimes what comes along with homelessness is a lack of resources, just like transportation. And so we'd started working with the University of Nebraska, Lincoln, and talking about the number of homeless people in Grand Island. At that time, Grand Island had the highest unmet need for men's homeless shelter services. And just as God knew, God knows the future. He knows what's going to happen. It turns out that we're now the only mission in Grand Island that's providing men's homeless shelter services. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
Yeah. And so it's really unique how God put that in place. How many men can you house in Grand Island?
So with our transitional living facility, we have an 11-bed capacity there. And then at the mission, we have right about 40-bed capacity there.
Okay. Yeah, and are you typically operating at half capacity, full capacity?
Well, actually, at this year, I think the last time we looked at our stats, we were probably pretty close to about 96-ish% or so. But to be honest with you, that's a little low. Just before the beginning of this year, probably about the last year in general, we were operating about 101% on a daily average. The need is definitely there, and you're right. Having these resources is difficult. And if you just want to think about, granted the mission itself is not all that large, but what would all these people do if we're the only option that we have in Grand Island at this time?
Yeah, yeah, and that's amazing, to be operating at full capacity all the time and meeting the needs. I think one of the other things that's happening at the mission, though, and we talk about the program, how men are coming in just like you were coming into the mission at first. Perhaps even they believe that they just don't have any purpose in life. But one of the stereotypes that we're hoping to overcome and just help people to understand through conversations on a bench is really a stereotype of what a homeless shelter is. Or I like what Leandra said earlier. She talked about Crossroads being more of a rescue mission than a homeless shelter. And so men in Grand Island, going from living on the streets, having no purpose, having a very difficult time figuring out what to do with their day, now serving a purpose. And I think it would be nice to highlight really impactful ministry that's going on in Grand Island with food boxes and how the men in the program are involved. Can you share a little bit?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we started the food box program, kicking it really into full gear, I believe a couple of years ago, if memory serves correctly. And over time, it's just as word got out that there was this valuable resource, and not just a valuable resource, a free valuable resource with no restrictions, no barriers. If we need help, we'll help you. Yeah. And it has just grown exponentially. I am pretty sure that at least every month as we go along, we're setting new records of how many that we are giving out to the community, and it is a great need. And just like you've told us before, that you don't feel that the need for food should ever be a true need. There should be help with that. Yeah. Right. And we are very, very pleased to be able to help with that. In fact, it's almost like a full-time operation with us. It is a full-time operation with us. And the part of those responsibilities are with the men. We'd be like, taking the phone calls and scheduling the appointments, getting the food boxes together, and meeting with the community as they come in, and carrying their boxes out to them. Yeah. And we're running on average, between 40 to 60 per day, and I believe it was like on our stats from like last month, we hit close to 800 for that month, and that is
food boxes.
800 food boxes
Wow.
in a month.
Yeah.
And just a few months ago, I think our record was about 560 something. It's just
And
a
just so
constant
people
need.
understand, what is a food box? Is that a box of macaroni, or what's a food box?
No, it's not just a box of macaroni. No, we get you a pretty good sized box, like a produce sized box, and we'll fill that with baked goods and bread, and we'll have some sweets in there, and we'll have some canned goods. We have fresh produce. We'll have some frozen meats. We may have some fresh meats. We've been, over this time as this need's growing, we've been working with some other agencies in our community, retailers and stuff, and we're doing a part of the food recovery program. And we're getting donations from them. We're getting donations from a couple other distributor companies, that as things get, even if something just gets damaged, and then by their standards they have to reject it. There's nothing wrong with, and it's slowly growing to the point to where, as a community in Grand Island, Crossroads is well known as like, if you've got this and you can't use it, here's someone who can. Sure. And it's between picking up donations and getting them delivered to us. And yes, we construct a good box, and you can come on like a weekly basis, and again, it's like no restrictions, no barriers. Just come and talk with us, and we will help you.
So kind of getting back to the program, as these men who came to Crossroads, they came to you guys there. They were homeless. They needing help, and so, but something happened. Now they've become a vital part of providing food to a community of people. What role do the men play in this food box program?
So they play a very, very vital role. I mean, like I said, it's not just being able to, we do a lot more in Grand Island, than just making sure the house is clean and things like that. We engage with the community, and I strongly encourage our guests, to say, to understand that, as the Lord Jesus commands us, love thy neighbor, that we give back to the community, as the community is the ones that is supporting us. So their roles in that is not just being able to make the boxes and things like that, but to get an even better understanding on general nutrition as a whole. Let's face it, when you're out on the street, you eat whatever you can get your hands on, or whoever might be lucky enough to maybe give you a couple dollars or something to eat, or buy you something from the convenience store, But it's just to be able to help with the community, to provide them with, well-balanced, boxes of food and stuff, but also gain that understanding of what you can do with those. Yeah. And everything is, so they're filling the boxes, taking orders, they're putting, the donations away, rotating the stock, and everything like that. And we just have so much food coming in and out. I mean, it's a constant back and forth flow, and all the men that help out with that they're really grateful, not for the help that they're providing, but to be able to give that help to someone else, and it helps give them a sense, like you said, another sense of purpose. They're doing something good, and that makes them feel good. It gives them hope. Yeah. It
goes from a place of receiving to a place of giving, and so it's been really neat to hear from you tonight, to hear, just to give people a sense, there'll be approximately 325 men who will live at the Grand Island Mission this year, not only just coming in for shelter, engaging in a program that's transformational through the power of the gospel. Hopefully men will go through the program, leave the program a different man, be willing and able to give back to their community and to society, and men who are now helping feed over 600 or 800 food boxes a month that are going out to people, and so people understand too this food box program. For a lot of families, what this means is if they can receive some kind of assistance. You and I go to the grocery store and we understand the cost of things right now, and for some of these families a food box might be the difference between paying rent or having to buy groceries, and many of us, thank God, haven't been in that situation where we've had to think about, am I going to buy groceries or am I going to pay rent? Could I lose the roof over my head? Am I going to put gas in my car? Can I get to my job? Can my kids have clothes? Things like that. So you guys are doing a tremendous job meeting a huge need in Grand Island Sky.
Thank you.
And thank you for involving these men in that program and sharing your story tonight. God bless you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming on the bench.
Absolutely.
All right.